I should change that setting really quick. Bzz. There we go. Okay. Where the hell were we? Oh, yeah. Killing everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, so... It is strange for any magnetar to carry an item such as this. And very concerning. I'm glad you've shown this to me. Such a strange seal to see amongst the magnetar. It suggests an amount of organization. The magnetar rarely put aside their aggressive natures to cooperate with one another. I suspect they have their eyes set on raiding a larger settlement. I very much doubt that this horn is unique. I need you to prove me wrong. In the canyon northwest of Azure Dragon Shrine, you will find Bone Sunder. Not Bonesaw, different guy. Go challenge him, bring me the evidence you may have. Yeah. Hi. So, Takoida, I actually was kind of hoping you'd show up yesterday because I had something to continue on our thought process on the Arthas thing. Oops, this way. And now I can't remember it. Hang on. It had to do with... Oh, shoot. Yes, Lurker. Bone Sunder is ready! Shoot. I can't remember it now. Oh, no, okay, I've got it. So, to continue. After thinking about it sometime, again, before... no, I haven't, Zuwan. After thinking about it sometime after we were discussing our whole, Arthas should have never been a thing, and the Scourge should have never been a thing, blah, blah, blah. I think I've realized one additional reason why I prefer the current method of the Scourge as opposed to the method you proposed. The method you proposed would invalidate the Scourge as a threat, basically. It would make them a small-time threat, a minor issue, something that could be dealt with relatively easily. It would make them the equivalent of, say, the Iron Dwarves, at best, not actually a massive world-spanning power. And I think that's the other reason I took some issue to it, because I actually like the Scourge and therefore wanted
what brings you here?
them to continue to be a major threat like they are. Magnetar are hideously violent creatures. It's the main reason we rarely see them come together in any numbers without killing each other. A powerful leader has stepped up somewhere amongst them, and we need to hunt them down if we are to stop this threat. I'll start asking around. I need you to disrupt them in the meantime. Okay, I can go do that. Let's see if I can find these guys. Excuse me. Murloc tier. Little higher than Murloc tier. Well, see, by my perspective, Takoida, if they were able to perfect that anti-undead field, and if the Scourge didn't have the capacities they did, it would basically just make them another problem, Like the, you know what, actually I got a better example than the Iron Dwarves. It would make them the equivalent of the Scarlet Onslaught here in Northrend. We must, find this way in order to deal with the Scarlet Onslaught. Okay, we have found a way to deal with them. We will defeat them, and then, so they would have a couple quests in Dragonblight and a couple quests in Icecrown, and that would be it. That would be the end of the Scourge. Hey, Nether. Hi, everyone, by the way. Damn it. I have not stopped coughing all week. This is officially over a week of being sick now. And I have a headache. You ever have one of those days where you wake up with a headache? Like, those are the worst days. Ending a day with a headache, that's fine, because, then you can just relax and unwind and go to sleep, and when you wake up, it's better. When you wake up with a headache, the whole day is just, yeah, whatever. Anyways. There he is. Okay. So this is a mildly interesting quest here, because the whole point here is that this is a threat that could have actually worked out to be a, I'd say a medium-level threat. The idea here is there's a particularly strong Magnetar who has used his violent aggression to bully other Magnetar into working for him, into being subservitude
I am
to
listening.
him. So, excellent work. No one could tell me who this leader was, but I was able to uncover the name of someone who will have our answers. Dregmar Runebrand is a Magnetar Rune Master, a rare breed. He's generally solitary, but has been known to associate with the more powerful, influential Magnetar for some time. He'll know who this leader is. It's unlikely he will gain any aid with the increasing concerns with the Scourge and the Blue Flight, so I need you to procure the information from him by any means necessary. Also, you're terrible, Nether. By the way, I have to admit, I choked up just a little bit at the Pokemon announcement today. For reasons that people make fun of me for all the time, which is fine. I can accept that. He should be, like, over here. Why is the quest not telling me where he is? He should be, like, right over here. Yes, Salty. The Scarlet Onslaught is basically the end of the Scarlet Crusade. Relatively speaking. Where it should be? Is this it? Aha! I know why you've come. One of those meddlesome Magnetar on the plains meddled and managed to get the dragons involved. Do you enjoy serving them, dog? You seek their leader, little thing. You wage war against the clans of Gromthar the Thunderbringer himself. Don't be so eager to rush to your death. Ah. So be it. Blow the horn of a Magnetar leader at the Ring of Torches. Make peace with your gods, because Gromthar will come. I will admit, I'm glad that Thrall at least did something profitable during Cataclysm. Story-wise, I mean. And so did Malfurion, for that matter, although, eh. Medivh, we're not sure if he exists anymore. Oh, Christ. Anyways. Gromthar the Thunderbringer. Good. Let's put an end to the threat these Magnetar pose right now. There's no reason to suspect Dregmar's words are anything but true. Whether Gromthar defeats you or is defeated by you, he can wash his hands of this. Follow his instructions. And blah, 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 blah. Okay. Madon doesn't exist. Period. Madon was walking down a flight of stairs, tripped, and died. That's what happened to Madon. Any questions? Only a 1 pound burger? You should do a 2 pound burger, Psychotic. So this was actually a really, really tough fight back in the days. We actually usually needed like a good 4 people to do this. At least if we weren't at level 80 by now. Fun quest. Kind of helped to emphasize just how strong the Magnetar can be, and relatively should be. A 2 pound burger would be 18 pounds? Wait. Look, I don't know how that black hole got there, Permeus, okay? Oh, don't even, Zuan. Don't even. You are formidable indeed. With Gromthar the Thunderbringer gone, we can leave the remaining Magnetar to fight amongst themselves and turn our attention to more prominent threats. Good work, Paladin. I try. Alright, so we are now not going to do the rest of Dragonblight. Sorry, we give up. We're done for the day. Nobody wants to play WoW anyways. WoW is the worst game ever, except in vanilla. Etc, etc. So, okay. There's no good, best time to do these dungeons. So, we're just going to do them now. And talk about a few things while we do them. First, we'll be doing Ajol Narub. AN and AK. Ajol Narub and Ankehet.
I envy you in a way, little blood elf. You are so fortunate as to bear witness to the first steps of the rebirth of the mighty empire of Ajol Narub. Anubarak, the traitor king, makes his home in the once proud kingdom of Ajol Narub. He has twisted and perverted our homeland into the wretched squalor it is today. He rules over an army of undead Nerubians who have pledged themselves to serve the Lich King. Bring an end to his reign. Throughout Ajol Narub, the scourged Nerubians carefully nurture eggs that will soon hatch, providing them with Nerubian young to slaughter and raise. The eggs have been tainted with foul magics.
I hear footsteps. Be on your guard.
Well then...
Crickthir, guardian of the gates to Ajol Narub, was not a traitor. He fell in the War of the Spider, defending our home from the Scourge. As per his station, he was in possession of the key to the Hidden Empire. I would like you to return it.
I shouldn't have done that. That really hurt my throat. Okay, so, Ajol Narub. I hope you guys have good eyes, because you're going to get like a blink and you miss it view in exactly how awesome the actual kingdom of Ajol Narub is. Not yet. Not for 2 bosses even, but still. I know I said this already, but I weep. I weep for the loss of Ajol Narub. This could have been amazing. The achievement here was probably the second hardest achievement of the original Red Dragon ones for me. You had to basically, actually, shoot, how did it go exactly? I think it's you had to kill him while all of them were alive. Let's see here. Yep. You had to kill him while all 3 of these ads are alive. The main ads. So, yeah, that bastard right there. Holy crap. This sucked. Okay, hang on. I'm seeing what's up with Nightbot really quick. Nightbot is currently offline. Oh, there you go. There's your answer. I will personally ban anyone forever who posts any ponies. I'm kidding, I won't do that. I might do that. I might. Depends. Depends on the pony. I have to admit, back in the day, I was actually really disappointed that, well, why is it not? He's right there. Oh, right, I don't have the town.
This kingdom belongs to the Scourge. Only the dead may enter.
Anyways, as you can see, they spent a lot of time actually making this stuff. Oh yeah, so back in the day, I was actually really discouraged by the fact that Anubarak, who was a fairly important character in the lore, relatively important character, and admittedly a character I actually liked quite a lot, was reduced to being nothing more than a dungeon boss. And then there's this boss. So this is a unique form. This achievement was actually fun, too. So you're basically on a timer the moment you enter this room, okay? And what you have to do is, if you wait long enough, so that's the next boss right down there, Hadronox. If you wait long enough, Hadronox will make her way all the way up and then seal those holes where a non-stop wave of reinforcements is coming. The achievement is to kill her before she seals those holes. So you have to basically fight down through a never-ending spawn of trash in order to get him, or her, I should say, excuse me. And upon doing so, kill her with the never-ending spawn of trash coming. It was pretty rough, admittedly. Yeah, still offline. I forgot to read the thing. The gates of Ajol-Nerub stood unchallenged for centuries until the arrival of the Lich King. In mockery of Krikthir's inability to protect his home, the Nerubian was raised into undeath and forced to protect the very gates he failed to guard. He failed to guard in life. Now that is a really big spider. During the fall of Ajol-Nerub, Nerubian viziers released a single spider that would one day grow to challenge the unyielding forces of the Lich King. Hadronox was instilled with the desire to avenge the fallen and reclaim the home from any who threatened it. So in case you're missing it, that is not an undead spider. That is not a scourge unit. That is actually a creature that was released by the Nerubians. As soon as we kill it, we'll do a little bit more sightseeing. Just a little bit. I want you to think about how long that spider's been in here fighting the endless scourge forces, by the way. See, she has a unique ability. She can drain the life from those who she has poisoned, and I just realized these guys are just going to keep coming, aren't they? Oh, no, we're good, we're good. So, just want to give you a little bit of screen of just a look at what this place kind of looks like. Ignore the text, that's just my name. Again, we get to see the architecture of the Nerubians up close. It looks gorgeous, in my opinion. The obsidian, the Egyptian style, it's just really awesome looking. And this is actually a better shot of the lower area, as you can see there, with the glyphed runes of the Empire of the Spider. Some people look at me weird because I have genuine arachnophobia, but I love the Nerubians. Now, in my defense, these guys don't trigger my arachnophobia at all, not even a tiny little bit. And furthermore, they just have such a fascinating culture, and there's so much about them that I wish we knew more of. As you can see, there's several areas over here which are literally invisible wall locked off. Because, well, but what they basically did is they took a lot of the work they had already done in preparation for the actual zone, Ajol-Nerub, and put it in the background. Oh, okay, whatever. Oh, right, I had Alt-Z on. I was like, where the heck's the loot? There's a loot. There's loot. Now, I want you to notice something that this is admittedly a little bit gross. You see those piles of bones and webs? Those are piles of bones and webs. Here, let me give you a nice, good close-up look at it. We'll just call those resource piles and leave it at that. Alright. This is the blink and you miss it. I want everyone to be paying attention, okay? I'm going to give you the best shot I can. That's it. That's them showing off a bunch of what they did. Of course, there's still more here, as you can kind of see. If I could get out of the water. There we go. You can see, this is not something they just threw together for a single dungeon, you know what I mean? Actually, fun fact, in the beta, sometimes the invisible walls in that tunnel were improperly set. So as you were being knocked down, sometimes you'd get knocked a little bit too far in the wrong direction, and you'd hit land when you landed, and you'd die instantly. They fixed that pretty quickly. We'll be seeing even more of Ajol Narub when we get to An-Gehet, ironically. I just love the architecture of this place. Sorry. I should stand here for a second. So, I guess I haven't really talked much. Hang on, let me read his thing, then we'll move on. The fates of Ajol Narub and Anubarak have long been intertwined. In life, he was the Empire's king. In death, he was its conqueror, charged by the Lich King to protect his old empire once more. The traitor king stands vigilant against all that threaten his kingdom. So, that's Anubarak right there, the one who we played as in Frozen Throne, who joined Arthas, Death Knight Arthas, in his sojourn through Icecrown, the kingdoms of Ajol Narub, of course, and all the way up to the end. Yes, he is quite a bit of a weakling here. It's a bit discouraging, really. But, like I said, I was really sad that this guy was just a dungeon boss, and then he showed up as a raid boss later on, which I actually really liked. Usually I don't like it when they recycle a boss, but in this case, this actually worked out really, really well for two big reasons. Number one, it helped. It's a Nubarak, and he deserved to be more than a dungeon boss, so I liked the fact that he was a raid boss. Number two, and more importantly, this really serves to emphasize just how much, again, to re-emphasize the fact that I keep mentioning over and over. The Scourge can just keep getting back up. We kill him here. We defeat him here and rip off part of his carapace as part of the quest. And then when we get to the tournament where we fight him again, he's just fine. In fact, he's stronger than ever. Now, some of that is gameplay mechanic, and some of that is probably the fact that he was holding back here, and I agree with Psychotic on that thought. But no matter how you look at it, the point is, that's what the Scourge could do to anyone, as long as they feel like it. All they have to do is have a reason to bother. Am I small enough yet? No, I am not as small as my shadow yet. Oh no, don't eat me. Don't eat me. No, no, please. Oh no, please, no. Alright, that's gonna have to do. Sometimes we would deliberately wait on this fight just until we were super small, just for amusement factor. Hello, Anubarak. What do you have to say to us?
Eternal agony awaits you!
Well, okay then. Fun fact, you can't actually one-shot him because of the way his fight mechanics work. You'd be amazed how many people I used to see get hit by those spikes, even though they're very, very well telegraphed and have a huge delay before they actually pop up. Look at this. 5 seconds. 5 seconds you have to get out of those spikes. I suppose I should show you what happens when you get hit by the spike. Hang on. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Yay! Okay. These things? These are the so-called crypt lords.
Never thought I would be free of him.
Now that last note actually kind of bothers me a bit. Never thought I'd be free of him. And then we see him again in the raid. Because he wasn't free of him. Yeah. Oh, hang on. Recount slash... Oh, I actually do have recount on this count. There you go. I was only doing 60,000 DPS. Sorry, guys. So, like I said, these are Crypt Lords. Try to remember that these aren't actually spider people in the strictest sense of the word. They are insect people who have deliberately altered their own physiology through magic and through magic technology in order to better suit their different roles. So, you know, the flyers, like those guys up there, and the standard Nerubian, which is what these guys are. This is your most normal, mundane form of Nerubian. And the little guys whose names I don't remember. And then, of course, the big old guys, all of those have been engineered. There's also the standing kind as well. It also kind of mimics... it kind of mimics what the Akir did, the Karaji did. Actually, Raskor, I'm pretty sure his death and resurrection was planned. A different species is a strange word to use given this circumstance. And I don't know if that word actually applies in this case. They're all Nerubians, but they're engineered Nerubians, just like all the Karaji are Karaji, but they're engineered differently. So I don't know. It is done. The traitor king has finally met his end. Your name shall be recorded in the extensive history of our people, Blood Elf. Oh, that's good to know. Do not worry, Blood Elf. I'm not doing it again. That killed my throat. The eggs found were but a fraction of our hidden stores within Ajol Naru. Our mighty kingdom shall be reborn, and it will be playable, and it will be awesome. Has Krikthir's spirit been released from the curse of undeath? What of the talisman? Just as I suspected. Most of the empires remained closed off since Krikthir's final stand. Perhaps my people have already secured the depths and merely await release. Perhaps the faceless ones fester behind closed doors. Only time will tell. The exposed upper reaches of Ajol Narub first must be cleansed of Arthas's taint. Also, once again, a dungeon that has a quick exit. I still stand by my statement that this is good design. So next we will be doing Ankehet, which clearly is supposed to happen next in terms of lore. This is an interesting one, because that one was obvious. It's the Nerubians fighting against the Scourge. I mean, duh, right? They've literally been fighting against the Scourge since the Scourge existed. In fact, since before they were called the Scourge. Yes, we have, the one Joker. I mentioned it as one of my pieces of evidence as why Nerubians could be playable. So these are the Faceless Ones, also known as the Naraki. That is a recent term, by the way. To my knowledge, the book Warcraft Chronicles is the first time the term Naraki has entered into terminology. Naraki, of course, more or less literally meaning the Faceless Ones. I just want you to take in the sights here. This is another zone that really gets to show off the kingdom of Ajol Narub that we will never actually see. They're going to have this whole underground zone, and it was going to be awesome! Ah! Again, this could come back in the future. And if they ever do a proper Old God expansion, that would be a good time to do this. Keeping in mind the last big Old God expansion, the only big Old God expansion we've actually had was Kata. I once called Elder Nadox my teacher. That changed forever when I was forced to watch him mercilessly slaughter my friends and family as a servant of the damned. Find him in the depths and make him pay for his crimes. Do I have? No, I don't. Let's turn that on. There we go. So this was a fun instance. I really enjoyed doing AK back in the day. Partially just because of the aesthetics, partially because I really enjoyed several of the mechanics going through here, especially as a tank. This is a good example of how the Nerubians are not unified in servitude of the old gods. As I mentioned yesterday, while there are absolutely some Nerubians who venerate and revere the old gods, there are also the majority of their military forces do not, and actively do not wish to be a part of them or a part of their side. Especially since they were... Well, I have a new theory on the matter. And that new theory is... Behold my power. Oh, sorry, no. The new theory is... that's an Iraqi, by the way. So we know for a fact that the Nerubians were not actively in contact with any old gods for a ridiculously huge period of time, okay? We know that. We know that Yogg-Saron was actually asleep, and that they were actually not functional. So there was no old gods, and there were no faceless ones in the old empire up until the War of the Spider. So they had generations of peace. And remember, the old Nerubian Empire was an empire of scholars and artists. Remember that? I talked about that yesterday. It was not until that the Scourge came that they were forced to turn to more military matters. So, all of those things to me just really help to emphasize... By the way, how many of you didn't even know this little side path was even here? All of that really just helps to re-emphasize the fact that they were not actively following the old gods like, say, the Mantid were. Actually, no, Azure. The old gods, the Naraki, the Faceless Ones, were actually released during the War of the Spider. I guess I'll just talk about it again. So, during the War of the Spider, the Nerubians were basically winning against the Scourge. It was a bit of a... It wasn't like they were curb stomping them, but they were slowly drawing them in, and slowly reinforcing, and slowly digging further down, and in so doing, they were strategically placing themselves to be better poised to fight the invading Scourge. Then they dug up into one of Yogg-Saron's veins, releasing Serenite and releasing Yogg-Saron himself. That's what actually woke Yogg-Saron up, and that's what caused the Naraki, the Faceless Ones, to emerge and start going out and start slaughtering the Nerubians indiscriminately. That's how the Nerubians lost the War of the Spider. They accidentally woke up Yogg-Saron, and were fighting a war on two fronts. So I postulate that there's a fairly decent amount of evidence. I went over the evidence yesterday, but I still postulate there's decent evidence that the Nerubians were not active followers of the old gods. At least not as an overall organization. By the way, nice little insight into just look at this place. Imagine what it would be like to quest through here. Remember, Takoida, this is the Scourge at its absolute weakest. They weren't even called the Scourge yet. This was a few thousand humans and dwarves who had been raised as undead, and that was it. They probably didn't even have the infinite resurrection thing going on yet. This was the one big chance to stop the Scourge. Imagine if you were fighting the Borg, except it's just like a handful of drones. No ship, no great technology assimilated yet, just the Borg at their beginning, when they were at their weakest. So it really wouldn't be that hard to defeat them at that point in time. If it wasn't for the old god's intervention, I guarantee you the Nerubians would have actually defeated, permanently, the Scourge, and that would have been the end of that. Of course, then, you know, the demons would have been like, "Rawr!" and then stuff would have gone south. But anyways, point being. Not really Zawan. The best place to talk about the Forgotten One, other than the evidence I gave yesterday, is actually when we get to Cataclysm, when we see 4 of them. Oh yeah, this is long before Kel'Thuzad was even part of the picture. This is like the first thing that happened. So, Kil'jaeden and the Nethrezim are the ones who forged the Lich King out of Ner'zhul and or Gul'dan, depending on what's true there. Turned him into this chunk of ice and the armor, smashed him down into Icecrown, right? So from there he reached out and found the human settlements which had dwarves and elves living in there, and spread out the plague of death thanks to the Nethrezim's assistance. That caused them to become undead. He's like, "Yes! Behold, I have an undead army! I will attack the Nerubian Empire!" So it's literally the second thing he did. Raise up the undead of Northrend, attack the Nerubians. So yeah, this was way back before anything else had happened. This is Elder Nadox. Nadox was once a venerated Nerubian leader who taught the ancient ways of his race to generations of broods. When the War of the Spider ravaged Ajal Nerub, he was overcome by legions of undead. The Lich King reanimated his corpse and bled everything wise and noble from him, forcing him to slaughter his students, friends, and all other Nerubians who opposed the might of the Scourge.
The secrets of the deep shall remain. Is my service complete?
I keep forgetting to not one-shot them. Sorry, guys. With Elder Nadox gone, I hope to take his place as leader of my people. The Empire of Ajal Nerub is destined for greatness again, Blood Elf. Prince Taldaram and his army of Scourge used the same wars we once used to hide our empire and keep them safe from the native denizens of the icy depths. Deactivate the wards and slaughter the scourge guarding them. My forces will help the natives slaughter the rest. So note we're still fighting scourge forces at this point in time. And I don't understand that question, Dakota. What do you mean? I mean, it was a chunk of ice that was directly taken from the nether, so it is implied to have magical properties, if that's what you mean. What we're about to see is probably the best viewpoint for what was going to be Ajal Narub in the entire game. And that would be this viewpoint right here. Behold what could have been. If you really look into the distance, you can see just how much terrain was here. Look at it all. Drink it in. Because we may never see it again. Oh, gotcha. No, there was actually a place called the Ice Crown Glacier before the Lich King was tossed into it. I admit I really like Khazad-dûm, but I kind of like this place better overall, aesthetically speaking. Now, the most important... So far, this is just us fighting against the Scourge who have invaded the kingdom again. Not really a big deal, actually. Also, this is our third and final of the Princes of the Sand Lane. The first we fought in a dungeon in Howling Fjord in Utgard Keep. The second we fought at the top of Naxanar in the Borean Tundra, and the third is right here.
I will feast on your remains.
Interesting fact, this is the only one of the so-called vampires that actually acts like a vampire. He has a mechanic where he literally starts draining your blood.
Still, I hunger. Still, I thirst.
Excellent. Now to vanquish our other foe. In our people's struggle against the forces of the undead, they dug deeper as they lost ground. They inadvertently exposed the minions of the old gods, known as the Naraki. In the end, we could not fight a war on two fronts. With your aid, perhaps the Faceless will finally fall. I agree, by the way. The Triple Sand Lane fight is an awesome fight. It's only 3 council members, but it's pretty cool for it. So now we are officially fighting forces of the Twilight Hammer. This is a nice little touch and a surprisingly subtle bit of foreshadowing. Oh, absolutely psychotic. Given how powerful we know the Sand Lane are for real, yeah, no, they're holding back. Absolutely. So this is a nice bit of foreshadowing because this is literally the Twilight's Hammer. But this is pretty much the only time the Twilight's Hammer show up in Wrath. And the thing you're supposed to be thinking is, what the heck are the Twilight Hammer doing here? So we're going to be fighting Jagoda Shadowsea. Oh, I forgot to read about Teldarim. After Kael'thas's failed assault against the Lich King, some of his greatest Blood Elf followers were slaughtered and raised into undeath as Darkfallen, or Sand Lane. Prince Taldaram is one of these cunning and bloodthirsty vampiric beings, always seeking to please the Lich King. He has entered the war-torn depths of An-Kehet in search of lost Nerubian relics that can empower the Scourge's murderous ranks. This is probably a good a time as any to actually discuss what the Sand Lane are. So, as you know, all elves, I mean literally all elves, have some kind or another of magical addiction. As we've already discussed, the word addiction doesn't really apply there. It's kind of like saying we as human beings are addicted to water. It's true, but you're kind of slanting it by the words you're using. It would be more accurate, I feel, to say that all elves are dependent on some form or another of magic. So, the Night Elves need their druidic magic and their connection to the tree. The High Elves and the Blood Elves needed their Sunwell, etc., right? Well, if you'll remember, when when Death Knight Arthas was charging through Quel'Thalas, and then the Sunwell was detonated, there were quite a few elves who were generated at that point of time who had no connection to the Sunwell because the Sunwell had been detonated. So what he did was he created a whole new type of undead that would only actually work in this specific case. He crafted together these new creatures, these San'lain, who instead of actually having, who actually had this need, this constant thirst for magic, they replaced it with blood. So in other words, he actually managed to convert their magical dependency into a blood dependency. And it kind of created a unique form of creature in the response who had... generally, the San'lain are considered to be overall more powerful than your average undead. As a consequence, it's one of the reasons why I think there's only, 4 major San'lain ever? Like, across all of history. I mean, there's a bunch of other lesser San'lain, but you get my point. So that's what the San'lain are in general. We'll actually be encountering all 4 of those San'lain when we actually get to Icecrown Citadel, and for a brief quest before we get there. So, but in the interim, yeah, they're the closest things to actual vampires in this setting. Not quite there, but getting there. So this is Jagoda Shadowseeker. Jagoda dreams of the apocalypse. She is rumored to be one of the most fanatical adherents to the Twilight's Hammer. Under the guidance of the ruthless ogre mage Cho'Gall, she learns to twist her shamanistic powers to serve the old gods. Not long ago, Jagoda journeyed into the bowels of An-Kahet to prepare the glorious day when Yogg-Saron will arise and envelop the lands of Azeroth in shadow. So again, very clearly a minion of the Twilight's Hammer here. And not the Scourge, which is really the important thing to be taking away here.
These are sacred halls! Your intrusion will be met with death!
Yes, I'm pretty sure that's the same voice actress again. Although for once her voice actually kind of fits her role. This is an interesting boss. She literally sacrifices her own minions to empower herself to kill you. It's actually kind of a neat mechanic, and again is very indicative of how the Twilight's Hammer tends to work. You said I should throw a knife at her, so, where's knife throw? She's too close. I can't throw a knife at her. She's too close. Sorry, guys.
Do not expect your sacrilege to go unpunished.
One last look at An-Kahet, the old kingdom. But now it's time to fight. Now it's time to fight the specific being that was raised up from Yogg-Saron's blood. The very being, this very being is the head general who caused the Nerubians' loss during the War of the Spider. This is Harold Volage. Amidst the Scourge's invasion of Ajol-Nerub, many of the kingdom's denizens tunneled underground. Some of them dug too deep, exposed the tendrils, roused the disturbance, blah, blah, blah. I've already told you all that, so I guess I have nothing else to add. This is a fun fight. What he says there is, they who dine on lost souls know only hunger. Notice he has eyes, by the way. Just kind of a neat thing that some people don't actually notice there. They're yellow, if you can't see them. We're actually going to chill for a second. I kind of want to show off his other mechanic because it's pretty neat. Actually, maybe he won't do it while I'm alone. Well, anyways, his mechanic is he'll make you insane. I know, crazy, right? And he will spawn shadowy versions of all your fellow party members who will use abilities based off of their classes. And then you have to kill all of them, and once you do, you recover your sanity. I want to make this really clear that you're understanding this. He drives you insane, and the only way to stop the madness is to kill all your friends. Yes, thank you, Yogg. And what he just said there was, where one fall, many take its place. You have done well. With the servants of the old gods defeated, the time is upon my people to retake our ancient home. So that's Ajol Narub and Ankehet. I really like these dungeons. I used to, when people asked for, groups for coming in here, I was pretty much always one of the first people to volunteer because I just enjoy these places. They're fun aesthetically. A lot of the bosses are fun, and I enjoyed tanking them. And as you can see, once again, a shortcut back out. Yeah, I got stuck on a mushroom, guys. Stuck on a mushroom. So who out there would genuinely be happy if they did come out with an Old God / Darubian expansion? I'm going to get in position. Then we're going to switch back to our Blood Elf. I knew it, Takoida! You are secretly just a sapper of soul, of joy, and happiness from the world. Sorry. I'm done. And there would probably be quite a bit that's underground because that's the point. I can't imagine it would be entirely underground. You can't do an entire expansion on Ajol Narub. It was supposed to be several zones. Maybe like a Vashir situation. Vashir is technically one zone, but it's actually 3 zones, really. Well, there will be more ethereals and legions, so hopefully that will satisfy you for the moment. Okay. So next we're going to do the Dragon series of quests. I've already kind of talked about the Blue Dragonflight. And I've already talked about the Red Dragonflight. We're going to be talking about the other Dragonflights as we go through here, so that people who, again, don't really know this stuff can be keeping on.
The dark times will pass.
No, I hit the wrong freaking button. Enjoy the view.
Can I help you? For the Alliance.
I like how the Red Dragon says, for the Alliance, because he's human and they didn't bother to change his thing. We were in a rest area, Takoida. Technically. Okay, so these are Draconid. Blah. Draconid is what those things are called. There's some conflicting information on what Draconid is, on what Draconid are, which is funny when you think about it, because there's also some conflicting information on what Dragonkin are. Also, I want you to notice this entire upper platform thing, all of this. All of this is going to be destroyed in the future. So I just want you to get a picture in your mind. Notice how there's dozens of red drakes whose only job is protecting this one spot. That's because all of the dragon flights are up here. Red, blue, green, red, bronze, and black. The only one not present is blue. Blue, this really says something about how bad they view blue at this particular point in time. Because, they allow a freaking black dragon amongst their midst. Black dragons, who I want to remind you, are universally evil, corrupted by old god Taint. You were referring to Terragosa, Nicolau. That's who that is. It's the mage legendary staff chain. Anyways, so they'll still allow a black dragon here, but they won't allow the blue here. The blue has no real representation here. I know what you're thinking. Well, Caligos is here. Yeah, he is here. Not the blue flight. Caligos is here. But I'm getting off topic. Let's move on.
All life is to be treasured.
Hello, Blood Elf. I sense the presence of my Ruby Rooch. What has become of Dahlia? Dahlia was taken by the Scourge. This is a sad day for all of us. I will look into finding a new keeper once the shrine is retaken. Thank you for your efforts. The Ruby Shrine is a place sacred to us, and the sacrifices your kind have made will not be easily forgotten.
Till next we meet.
Something terrible. Oh, right. I shouldn't actually be doing that quest right now. So, quick little point of note. There's a bit of an inconsistency with, yeah, poor crosses. They wouldn't fit otherwise to Koida. That's the reason. That's literally the reason. They mentioned that in one of the books. This area is too small for them to all be here in aspect form. They're huge! I have not had that problem, no, Zewin Joker. Sorry. Words. There's a bit of an inconsistency because beneath Wormrest are these shrines to each of the Dragonflights. And yet, as I've already pointed out, there's already shrines to the Dragonflight. We can see the green one right there. That's it, those forests, or those trees. So, it's not certain if the portals below Wormrest port to those shrines and they just look different in the raids, or if, like, it's a different shrine and they just happen to have two shrines, or what. We don't actually know. And shrug. Like, I don't know what else to add to that. Oh, God, I'm stuck! Oh, okay, we're safe, we're safe.
Hello.
It is the fires within that burn the brightest.
It is good to finally meet you in person, Valvaxis. I have known you since before you were born. You were very courageous to bring us this information. I was beginning to wonder why the Blue Dragonflight was so boldly initiating attack upon Wormrest itself. Now we know they are using enormous amounts of the very magic that they view as a threat to Azeroth. She shakes her head. Hypocritical, but so be it. If Malygos will not come to his senses, we will have no choice but to take action in response to their assault. I abhor the loss of life, any life, but I will not stand idly by and allow Malygos to kill us and defile the temple. I have appointed Lord as the commander of Wormrest's defenses. Speak with Toria Straza to ride a rake down to him. Please lend your aid. Your involvement in the defense of Wormrest will be critical into prevailing against the Blue Dragonflight. Ah, shoot. Whatever.
Hey! Goodbye for now.
Actually, let's start with green over here.
How may I help?
We need more weapons in the fight against the Scourge. The natural properties of the Emerald Dragon Shrine may have the answer. Any unliving creature, save those that Sylvanas has redeemed, that steps to foot into the Dragon Shrine falls to dust. I want to test a theory, and I want you to be my instrument in doing so. Go to the Emerald Dragon Shrine and take the seeds from the Emerald Lashers. Okay, so, this is a huge inconsistency that I have to address because it's bad writing. It's bad writing because it is writing for the sake of convenience. And yes, they will come out. Oh, hey, sure you. What I mean by this is undead are automatically destroyed by the Green Dragonflight's shrine. Okay. Problem number one, why don't they find some way to weaponize that? Now you might think, oh, we're going to, but no, that nothing ever comes of that. Problem number two, what is it exactly that they are incinerating? Is it the undead form? Is it the specific lack of a soul? Because both of those are still inconsistent. They specifically go out of their way to be like, oh, by the way, Forsaken players won't be destroyed by going there. Why? Because... Shut up. It's something that I wouldn't have written in at all, if I'm being completely blunt. It just presents such a huge flaw in the writing, and there's no way to gloss over it. I mean, the only way you could do it is if you actually had a specific separate quest for being blessed to enter the Dragon Shrine, and therefore, because you individually have the blessing to enter the Dragon Shrine, now you have the ability to go ahead and not be incinerated by the power therein. But I would have probably just gotten rid of the whole undead incineration thing to begin with, because it presents more problems than it solves. So this is Chromie, also known as one of the most recurring dragons we ever encounter. We actually saw her back in Vanilla, by the way. I'm serious, we actually saw her back in Vanilla, as she was helpful with the quest for Darrowshire. I keep calling her she, I will continue to keep calling her she, because that's what I've always known her as, and that's the voice
My, you're a tall one.
she speaks with. However, as was pointed out, she looks completely different when he is in his dragon form. Anyways, she is, actually, I don't think she was in BC. So I think the only expansion Chromie hasn't been in is in BC. If I'm not mistaken. But anyway, so yeah, finding out that Chromie was a bronze dragon was actually kind of a whoa moment for a few people. And she, like I said, she'll be prevalent here. We will see her again when it comes to Kata. We will see her again in Pandaria. And we will see her yet again in Warlords. I hope to see her in Legion too. Chromie's kind of awesome. Chromie also... we're not 100% sure of exactly what order in which Chromie perceives events relative to us. Several times Chromie approaches us with total familiarity as if we've met before. And a couple of times later on she acts as if she's never met us before. So, in other words, what is linear to her is not linear to us.
Greetings.
A time storm at the Bronze Dragonflight to the northeast is keeping immortals from entering. The Infinite Flight are in a fight inside with the defenders to wrest control of the Dragon Shrine. We must take this opportunity to gain information. You are not immortal. You can cross to the Dragon Shrine and use the Hourglass of Eternity. Protect it for long enough and the leader of the flight will be revealed. Be warned! The Infinite Flight will try to stop you. Okay.
Right.
What can I do for you?
The Scourge come. Coriolanstraz calls upon his allies in a futile attempt to save their Ruby Dragon Shrine. But it seems the good graces of the Red Flight don't extend to saving the shrines of the other flights. Surprised? I'm not. There's another of my brood who has left to clear out the Obsidian Dragon Shrine of undead vermin that now infest it. All it would take to prove yourself more noble and righteous than Alexstrasza herself is a quick jaunt over there and a few swings of a blade. I am amused.
Have a good one.
Yes, she is, Raskor. And since we're level 80, we'll actually be able to do that. This is going to be funny. Because we're already level 80, so... Alright, let's go. To the Bronze Dragon Shrine. I'm going to explain the entirety of the time loop that Murazond and Nozdormu have when it actually becomes more relevant. Suffice it to say, it does kind of fit, but it's still kind of dumb, and I still wish they hadn't done it, and I think that's the best way to explain it. Future you whispers, Valvaxis, don't be alarmed, it's me! You! From the future. I'm here to help. Heads up, here they come. I'll help as much as I can. Just keep them off the hourglass. Listen, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but there's going to be this one party you're invited to. Whatever you do, do not drink the punch. This is going to be doubly funny because, I mean, our transmog is exactly the same, so we literally look like the same person here. Back in the day, this looked a little weird because they make the future you / past you based off of your current gear, so it wasn't actually 100% consistent. Not really, Takoida. Not like D&D. So, basically, no. Alright, future me. Let's do this. Back to back. Back to back. We've got this. We've got this. Sorry, Chromie said I couldn't reveal anything about the future you. She said that if I did, I'd cease to exist. Man, I forgot how inexperienced I used to be. Wish I could try to remember how many of the Infinite Flight were going to try to stop you. This fight was so long ago. Keep that particular line in mind, by the way. This fight was so long ago. Come on. Give me the line about how terrible my gear is. Yeah, so for a little bit of perspective, you're supposed to do this quest basically at about level 43 to 45. Or, this is 43, well, 73 to 75. You're supposed to be doing this quest at a pretty low level, and that person right there is actually a level 80, which probably gives away what I'm trying to say here. Look, Valvaxis, the hourglass has revealed Nosdormu. Huh. Farewell, Valvaxis. Keep us alive and get us some better equipment. So again, you're supposed to do that quest at about 73 to 75. And the future you is the one who's basically carrying the fight. Yeah, by the way, that's the first hint of that. For some reason, Nosdormu shows up when you're trying to reveal the leader of the Infinite Flight. Now, granted, a lot of players actually suspected that exact same thing for a while, and it is technically true. Nosdormu, asterisk, is actually the leader of the Infinite Flight.
Salutations!
You saw Nosdormu? That doesn't make any sense. Actually, that's great news. We had no idea of where or when the Lord of Time has gone to. We just know he disappeared to deal with very important matters. So even though the leader of the Infinite Flight is revealed, you've discovered Nosdormu is alive and back. Ah, thank you, Valvaxis. I'll be seeing you again soon.
Alrighty then.
Ah, there you are. Or were we just talking? Anyways, the Infinites are after you. Well, not you, per se. They're after the past you that defended the Hourglass of Eternity. You remember, right? That was you back then, except it's now, too. Wait, that's not important. What's important is you head back and defend yourself from the Hourglass before you get erased from history.
You have a great day now.
So again, you're supposed to do this quest at 80. To help defend level 75 you from the Infinite Flight, who are trying to kill level 75 you in order to erase level 80 you. It's past me! Whoa! It's me, but from the future! Hey, my equipment got an upgrade. Cool! Here come the Infinites. I've got to keep this hourglass safe. Can you help? No, we have the exact same gear. Don't worry, I'll help you. Wait, I gotta be back to back, just like I did. Gotta prevent a paradox from happening. We've got to do everything that we did back then. Everything that we did back then, not everything that we did back then. Hey, Nero says. But yes, this is a fixed time loop here. Uh-oh. More Infinites trying to kill me. Not me. Me. Pronouns get a little weird after a while. Uh-oh. I'm too far away. I'm creating a paradox. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Whew. Thank God. It's close. I like the line about our gear getting an upgrade, by the way. I love the idea, like if in lore this actually happened, like we go and defend the hourglass with our future self, and then we immediately, like literally a few minutes later, have to go and defend our past self with us. Just right immediately next to each other. Like, damn it, didn't I just did this? No, past me is level 75, as you can see. Future me was level 80. Clearly, I was level 75 a few minutes ago. As much as there are some inconsistencies because of the nature of the game, this is still a fun quest, and I really enjoy it. And it is also a big foreshadowing. So for those of you not aware, Nozdormu was actually absent from most of WoW for basically all of WoW's history. So this is pretty much the first time we've seen Nozdormu. I just want you to know that if we get through this alive, I'm making sure we turn out better than you. No offense. No, Lurker, because I know what would happen then. We would just hit the same thing over and over and over again. Oh god, it's the big guy! I did it! We did it! I did it? I don't know. That should be it. What the heck? That's Nozdormu up there. Oh, man. There we go. I feel like I'm being pulled away through time. Thanks for the help. Bye. Bye me. Bye. So what we were trying to do... oh yes, absolutely, Azure. We were trying to... That's a good question, Wesker. We were trying... Oh, maybe our future self told her. We were trying to determine the leader of the Infinite Flight. That was our goal there at Takoida. Because we didn't know up until this point in time. And the Infinite Flight is actually still active even as of Wrath.
Hi, how
Oh my
are you?
goodness, you made it! I was uncertain. You flickered in and out of the time stream for a moment during the fight. I thought for sure we'd lost you. But here you are, safe and sound. Your past self rescued on the other side of the loop you were in. You're quite the temporal heroine. Gee, thanks.
Be seeing you.
Could you leave me out of more time travel in the future? Please. Wait, what, you actually can't leave me out of more time travel in the future? No! I just realized that we need to do this right now. That's okay, we can do this pretty quick and easy, actually. There it is. Now, I want you to picture, like, the moment that ends. Chromie's like, hey, so you mind coming with us? What do you mean? Well, we need your help with something. Okay, I'll go with you. I don't see what the problem is, guys. It was her past, but it was my future. It's really simple. Relative time perception. It's a thing. So, right about this point in time, the Infinite Flight makes one of their last real attempts to screw everything over. Basically, their second to last attempt. Dread Raven for the win. So this is the Caverns of Time. I haven't actually talked about what this place is, so I suppose this is as good a time as any to do so. There's actually not much to talk about, believe it or not, though. This place is literally designed as a magically infused conduit. 2 different realities, dimensions, and timelines. Now, time to admit something. I hate World of Warcraft's time travel. No, I really do. It bugs the crap out of me. Irritates the unholy hell out of me. And I'll explain why. So, the reason it bothers me is because in World of Warcraft, there's one timeline that is the correct timeline. They have a term for it, I forget what it is. But it's basically the prime timeline, okay? That's the one we're playing through. And then there's an infinite amount of other timelines which exist. Despite the fact that this is the correct one, all of those other timelines exist. Now, first and foremost, I really don't like the idea of multiple timelines. That has never been a concept I've enjoyed, so I'm personally against the concept to begin with. Second of all, because of the fact that they can basically freely go between those separate timelines and actually take people from one timeline to the other, and vice versa, it kind of invalidates everything. You know what I mean? It's really, really hard to take drama and severe circumstances seriously when there's always going to be some other version out there that does it differently, or does it correctly, or whatever. Hey, Mind Blast. So I don't like that. I don't enjoy the multiple timelines thing. One timeline, I'm okay with that. Time travel in one timeline, I'm okay with that. This thing just... Now this here, by the way, the reason I'm hovering in front of this is actually something really important to explain something that happens later. This is the Hourglass of Time. This is an artifact created by, I forget his name, himself. Khazragon or whatever. Ah, shoot, I can't actually think of his name. Hang on. You're gonna make me look this up. No. This won't take long. Aman'Thul. Aman'Thul crafted this thing himself. He was actually the Titan who was in charge of time, as I kind of already mentioned. There we go. Nightbot should be back up finally, by the way. Yes, it would, Psychotic, and I still hate it! Spit! Spit! I hate multiverse crap! Moving on. So this was a device crafted by Aman'Thul, the Titan himself. Now, you might think, aha, this is how the Bronze Dragonflight goes through time. And you'd be mostly right. This is how the majority of the Bronze Dragonflight has the ability to move through and manipulate and otherwise alter time. However, the primary method by which they use to go through time actually comes from Nozdormu himself, who, thanks to the power Aman'Thul directly puts into him, actually has the ability to go through time independently, without any other outside influence. He's also the only being we know of who has that capacity. Everyone else needs some kind of artifact, or some kind of unique magical spell, or some kind of incredible, powerful, unique circumstance in order to travel through time. Nozdormu can just do it. He can also pass through the different timelines because multiverse, because stupid. That's a brief explanation of what you're looking at here. You notice all of these energies from the different time ways is coalescing into the hourglass. What they do is they literally monitor all of time. I know that sounds weird. And they look for any alterations. Any time, no pun intended, that someone or something is trying to change or alter history, they step in to make sure it doesn't happen. And they try to make sure that history always goes according to the way it should in the prime timeline. They also generally don't care about the alternate timelines, but they do tend to visit them frequently. So what you'll see often is Bronze dragons going off on expeditions, basically, to other timelines, just to see what happened in the other timeline. Not that I'm aware of, no. To my knowledge, there has been no recorded incident of a demon going through time. Now you might be like, well, how does the Infinite Flight go through time? Well, we'll talk about the Infinite Flight a little bit more later when it's a little bit more relevant. For now, let's go back to Stratholme. Oh, by the way, this is probably my favorite entrance to the thing. You notice when we did Old Hillsbrad and Black Morass, the cave kind of slowly turned into the terrain. So this, we've got all the people standing out here, and we've got the buildings that are just kind of kind of slowly getting more and more cohesive and more concrete as we get further along, and the sand starts to drip away, and we've got more of the terrain on the side and more people, and then we actually go through these gates. We will end up in Stratholme. Welcome to Warcraft 3. This is also kind of neat, the way this works. We're still technically in the cavern, as you can see here. We're still in the caverns of time, as of this point. And we're still in the caverns, and we're still in the caverns, and we're still in the caverns. And now we're in the cellar of an inn, as you can see. Now, okay. I know this instance is a divisive instance. The biggest problem with this instance, lore-wise, can be best described by the fact that it basically changes how the actual mission went. The biggest positive, I think, for this instance is the fact that you can run around and interact with people in the past, just like you could in Old Hillsbrad. And then there's the fact that you have to run around like a maniac, but at least you're not sitting in one place waiting for things to come to you. I mean, for God's sakes. Yeah, I pointed that out in Old Hillsbrad. Notice that we are a human here instead of a dwarf like we were last time. So this is something I really want you to keep note of. So she's got the Hourglass of Time here. This is a very minor point, but it's relevant because it means that Chromie used the Hourglass of Time in this instance to get here. The only logical time at which she would have done that is after the events of Cataclysm. So this is probably the single best instance we have of Chromie's specific time travel, because we're very certain that that Chromie right there is a post-Cataclysm time Chromie. And by post-Cataclysm, I mean about sometime around the era of Pandaria is when this Chromie is from her perspective.
Haven't we done this before?
Notice she finally has her own unique voice in here. Why have I been sent to this point in time? The Infinite Dragonflight is attempting to alter the destiny of Prince Arthas Menethil. You now know him as the Lich King, but here and now he was a prince of Lorerun trying to do what was best for his kingdom. He made a very fateful choice today, leading to something we keepers of time call an inflection point. What was his decision? He gave the order to cull Stratholme, killing every human in its walls. He discovered evidence that the Scourge had infected the city with their insidious plague, and the disease doesn't just kill people. Those who died of this plague rise up as mindless zombies, further fueling the Scourge's war machine. So how does the Infinite Flight plan to interfere? The Infinites are attempting to use something unusually subtle for them. They're trying to hide the evidence that will lead to Arthas deciding to cull Stratholme. Their agents have been using illusory magic on the plagued grain shipments to make them appear normal. I need you to find these and use the Arcane Disruptor. Okay. That is also interesting to note. Remember, the first time the Infinite Flight showed up, they were just like, you know. Their methods have changed, is what I'm trying to say. Hey, Kevin, hope you're feeling better. I don't know, Hylisk. And we'll get there, OJ. We'll get there. There is an explanation. It's just dumb. Anyways, so yeah, this is each time that the Infinite Flight has gone back, and that each time the Infinite Flight goes back, they use a different strategy and a different method to try and alter time. Each time, though, leads to the same conclusion. Every single one of the moments that they try to alter, historically speaking, they do so for one specific purpose: to ensure that the hour of twilight happens. They tried to prevent Thrall from ever becoming war chief, so he couldn't interfere as the Earth Warder. They tried to prevent the opening of the Dark Portal, so that Thrall would never come through to begin with. And they tried to prevent Arthas from actually culling Stratholme, which would have prevented the entirety of the Scourge invasion from happening, which would have had a huge trickle effect on whether or not Thrall would have ever been able to deal with the Hour of Twilight itself. So that's actually the goal of the Infinite Flight here, to allow the Hour of Twilight to happen. I'll discuss more about why that is when we get to the Hour of Twilight.
We meet again.
The Infinite Flight is seek to disrupt history. If we could convince him Then he'll never have to make that fateful decision. Use this arcane disruptor on any suspicious crates of green you find. I'll get there when I get there, Hylisk. It makes sense, it's just stupid, I think is the best way I could put it. By the way, I hate to say this, but the Infinite Dragonflight storyline has not actually finished yet. There is still one bit of story that needs to be tied up for that. It's a strange order, you can't deny. Suspicious food? Under that definition, you should arrest Belfast. Hey, it's Heartsinger Forreston. Dude, I have your whistle still. Hey, it's Frost Yabi. And Footman James. I have no idea who that guy is.
I heard that. No more ale for you. Not a drop.
Enough, Michael. Business is hurting enough with this scare as is. We can use every copper. The soldiers are doing important work. The safety of the people is more important, Mal, if you're interested in customers living to spend another day. Well, I can't argue with that. Don't worry too much. By the time I went off duty, we hadn't found a single scrap of befouled grain here. Oh, thank the light for that. That's also grind stat mount stat. Most of these are people we will actually be meeting in the past, present, future. Ow! Oh, that hurts just looking at them. Most of these are people we will meet in the present. Most of them are dead or undead. That's the Redpath family. Yeah. There's the postmaster. I'm sure you all remember him. Why is there no music in here? And there's Pamela. Sorry, Pamela. And Joseph, who's sleeping in here. Joseph Redpath. I'm in a bad mood now. Music, thank God. The postmaster was a thing in Old Stratholme. That's to say, Stratholme, not Old Stratholme. This is Old Stratholme. Where if you tampered with the mail, he would rush out and attack you, being like, "No tampering with the mail!" And he dropped a unique set of like 6 pieces, which you could get. Yeah, this is pretty messed up, what's about to happen here. This is really indicative of why the Infinite Flight's strategies have changed. At this point in time, they're actively trying to get the player to want to change history because of how horrible, how terrible these events are going to be. By the way, this is kind of neat. You actually have a surprising amount of the East Plaguelands to run around in here. Obviously, these are not the East Plaguelands yet, but they did a really good job of recreating the East Plaguelands and then turning it back into, you know, before it was the Plaguelands. So why don't we go ahead and, yeah. Let's just do it. Let's just do it and get it over with. Okay, enough work for now. Time for some refreshment and a little conversation at the end. Short version, they all died and were cursed forever. There's the short version. One of their own killed the rest of them. Wait a minute. What's that smell? Can't be me. I took a bath 3 days ago. Oh, close call. It's just the grain here. Wait a minute. Grain isn't supposed to smell like that. I better find a guard. Oh yeah, there's the back door to Stratholme over there. And I remember, I don't know about you guys, but when I used to do Stratholme in the day, we'd actually go in that entrance more often than not. Because we preferred dead side to live side. Unless we were getting righteous orbs, of course. Mr. Pirelli, I know you travel around quite a bit hawking your goods. Are you sure haven't heard any information or rumors about the Scourge? No, Sergeant. Hang on just a second. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. This is related to the guy in Lakeshire. Do you plan on leaving the area soon if we have further questions? No, Sergeant. I don't remember Zillan Joker. You don't mind me checking out your merchandise for signs of tampering, do you? No, Sergeant. Wait, what's this? You've been holding out on me, Pirelli. What are you talking about, Sergeant? I'm confiscating the suspicious grain. We were looking for signs of tampered food, and it would be in your best interest to stay put while Prince Arthas checks this out. Oh, you have to believe me, I'm innocent! We'll see about that, Pirelli. We'll see about that. Oh, there she goes. Martha, I'm out of flour for bread. Well, you wouldn't happen to have any grain from that recent shipment, would you? Oh, hello, Jenna. Of course you can borrow some grain. Help yourself. Thanks, Martha. I owe you one. Martha, something's wrong with the grain. Some of the soldiers were looking for this. I'm gonna go look for one. Oh, hi. Okay. Don't worry, you're not all going to die, I swear. No, I'm totally lying. You're all gonna die. It's okay. You'll get right back up and kill the rest of your friends, too. Bzz. Looks like a storm's coming in, Scruffy, the janitor. What's wrong, pal? What'd you find, boy? Yes, I did, Suwon. I even read it. This is no good, Scruffy. Stay here and guard the house. I need to find me a soldier. Scruffy's like, Scruffy's gonna guard this like he lived. We're removing the illusions that's preventing people from discovering the plagued grain, Takoida. Well, guess I should load everything back into the cart. Oh, come on. My cart broke, my horse lost a shoe, and now my cargo goes bad. Guess I'll go find the authorities. If I'm lucky, they'll tell me it's the plague and that we're all gonna die. Good work with those crates. Come to me in front of Stratholme for your next assignment. So I have to admit, I prefer the original voice actor for Arthas for this. Unfortunately, for reasons I've never been able to 100% verify, they were never able to get that actor to come back to do any of the Arthas stuff. So they basically just hired a brand new voice actor, and from this point onward, he will be the person voicing Arthas. I also... part of the reason I don't like this voice actor for Arthas is he sounds too sinister here. That really misses the point. This is not Arthas being sinister. This is Arthas making a terrible, horrible choice that he knows is a horrible, terrible choice. And he has to do it anyways. That's the whole point of this. Hang on a second. Now, the fact that Arthas was willing to do this is not indicative, if you feel my point. Let me give my interpretation of these events, partially in response to Nardu's questions there. Was the culling of Stratholme necessary? We may never know. Remember, this is the Scourge, still relatively new as a thing. It was powerful, but nowhere near as powerful as it would be later on. This was still when it was just a tool of the demons to weaken up the forces for the Legion's invasion, and nothing more. Now, from my perspective, some people I know look at this and think this is indicative of how dark Arthas' heart really was, that he was willing to do this horrible act. I disagree. I think this broke Arthas. That Arthas was a good man, and a kind man, and a compassionate man, and he was pushed into a corner. He was given a Kobayashi Maru. And in that Kobayashi Maru, in that terrible, horrible, unfathomable circumstance, the only thing he could think to do would be to kill his own people to save them. And I think it wrecked him. I think it destroyed him. And my biggest point of evidence for that, other than the book, which really goes into the mind of Arthas, is Warcraft 3. Up until this point, Arthas has been determined to save his people. And he wanted so much to do it, and he kept being denied it. And no matter what he did, no matter what he could do, he couldn't bring this. He couldn't accomplish this. After this, every mission, the guy playing Arthas voice acts him differently, and his lines are different. Because this whole situation cracked him. Broke his heart, basically, to the point where he now was fully committed to this task. I also have to agree with Takoida. As much as I get why Uther couldn't do this, and trust me, I really do, the prospect of having to walk into a place and kill women and children in their sleep, that is beyond horrifying. And by the way, before you think, oh, that's not what they did, yes, it is. We've read accounts about that. There was a gentleman, I remember I read you those letters during the Scourge Invasion event. One of them was about a guy who actually couldn't take doing that exact thing. So it's not like I'm blaming Uther for not wanting to do this, and it's not like I'm blaming Jaina for not wanting to do this. But again, this was a Kobayashi Maru. This was a perfectly positioned strategy to force a horrible situation or another horrible situation. And truthfully, in my opinion, both of them were terrible. Do you crack your own soul doing something abominable and carry the shame of that for the rest of your life? Or do you allow a demon, a literal, natural demon, as we know now, to corrupt all of those people into his mindless slaves to kill everyone else?
Hi.
Good work. Arthas now knows about the plagued grain in Stratholme and is about to begin the culling. Something's still not quite right, though. I sense a foreign presence beside us, and that means the Infinite Flight are here somewhere. What do you think they're up to? I don't know. And that worries me. I'll do everything I can to find the Infinites. What I need you to do is stay close to Arthas and join his army. Yeah, you want me to do what? Well, you're not going to send any recruitment papers or anything, but you're going to fight alongside him. You need to make sure Arthas culls Stratholme and defeats Mal'Ganis. Without Uther and Jaina around, he'll need all the help he can get. If you talk to Arthas, he'll put you to work destroying the forces of Mal'Ganis. Follow along until I can figure out what's going on with the Infinites. Very well, Chromie. Oh, crap. There's Uther and Jaina. And it starts raining right on cue.
Glad you could make it, Uther.
Watch your tone with me, boy. You may be the prince, but I'm still your superior as a paladin.
As if I could forget. Listen, Uther. There's something about the plague you should know.
Note they even left the hill in from the cutscene.
Oh no. We're too late. These people have all been infected. They may look fine now, but it's just a matter of time before they turn into the undead.
What?
This entire city must be purged.
How can you even consider that? There's got to be some other way.
Damn it, Uther. As your future king, I order you to purge this city!
You are not my king yet, boy. Nor would I obey that command even if you were.
Then I must consider this an act of treason.
Treason? Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Have I? Lord Uther, by my right of succession and the sovereignty of my crown, I hereby relieve you of your command and suspend your paladins from service.
Arthas, you can't just...
It's done! Those of you who have the will to save this land, follow me! The rest of you, get out of my sight!
You've just crossed a terrible threshold, Arthas.
Jaina?
I'm sorry, Arthas. I can't watch you do this.
Actually, to quote a fun fact, those are literally the lines from Warcraft 3 other than Arthas's. Copy-paste, the exact same sound files. But they would they still have to pay royalties for that. The actress, I can't remember her name, which is a shame because she's a good voice actress. The woman who plays
Take position
Jaina.
here, and I will lead a small force inside Stratholme to begin the culling.
Haven't we done this before?
We must contain and purge the infected for the sake of all of Lorerun.
The voice actress who plays Jaina and Michael McConaughey, who plays Uther, actually made an amount of money for the fact that their lines were reused here. But again, for whatever reason, they didn't want to reuse the same voice actor for the original Arthas, and he was obstinate about it, so he couldn't. They couldn't reuse his lines, basically. So... This is also kind of neat. You can go into Stratholme beforehand. There's not actually a lot to see here. However, a lot of the people are just chatting about this weird sickness that's been going throughout the people. Like, there's just something in the water, and I don't know, 3 of my neighbors fell ill recently too. It's weird.
What are you looking for?
Oh, hey, and I can use a vendor too. Here, I want to sell stuff to the past. Don't worry, you'll be dead soon, so it won't really like break history or anything. Now, don't think about it too much. You're about to die. You're about to die. Bye.
See you later.
I bought food from this stall just yesterday, and now my family's taken ill. Look, I'm really sorry, but all of my food is fresh. My wife and children are sick in bed because of the poison you sold me. As an aside, you'll notice there are the flies there. It wasn't my food. Don't try to weasel out of this. Please, it's not my fault. If I give you a refund, maybe you can speak to a healer? I don't know what you expect me to do. No, keep your filthy money. It won't help my family. Trust me, nothing will help your family. I agree, Mind Blast. If absolutely nothing else... the fact that Jaina and Uther, his 2 closest confidants, friends, and compatriots, left him here, definitely, absolutely guaranteed that his... I'm sorry, I keep saying this, but his soul would be broken as a result of these events. And yeah, this is pretty much a situation where total anarchy is about to unleash because of how bad this plague is getting. Just to really emphasize it here. Hopefully we'll get another little voice clip in a bit. Notice how much blaged grain is piled over here. I mentioned that because these people aren't stupid. By this point in time, they've figured out what's actually the source of the plague, at least to some extent or another, because they've piled all the grain over here to deal with it. This is all your fault. I didn't touch it, I promise. That guy's the guy who brought the grain into Stratholme. Whether or not he was ever a member of the Cult of the Damned, who knows? It doesn't even matter at this point. I like the idea that he wasn't more. Remember, back at this point in time, the Cult of the Damned was a lot more subtle in its operations, and a lot more infiltrated. So why not just plague the grain, mask it, and then send it off with him, you know? I think it's your grain that's making us sick. I didn't touch it, I swear. Yeah. Here's people yelling at the magistrate. Where's Bartholus? Stop hiding, Bartholus! Please, return to your homes. Yeah, the fact that people are literally at the point of standing outside the magistrate's home and, or magistrate's home and yelling and shouting. Yeah, there is no doubt this would have turned into an all-out riot by the end of the night, in my opinion. We'll drag you out of there if we have to. Please ignore the Valentine's Day decorations. We want to speak to the magistrate. Yeah, you get it. That wouldn't surprise me, Shmidov. No, Zero, we're not there yet. So little stuff like that is one of the reasons I enjoy this instance. But naturally, what's going to happen here is okay, so let me tell you mechanically what's going to happen. So, Arthas is going to stand out here and kill citizens as they try to flee. We are going to go in and kill Scourge forces. So, there's actually a reason for that. The original idea for this was we were actually going to go through and slaughter the actual citizens ourselves. The players were going to go and, you know, just massacre all of these innocent people. And, for some reason, they decided that was a little bit too dark even for Warcraft. So they decided instead to push us up against the Scourge. They might be like, well, that's weird. Why would they even do that? Actually, if you remember, in the actual Warcraft 3 mission, you basically had two objectives. Fight back against the forces of Mal'Ganis, which are occasionally roaming through the areas. So you have to fight against the Scourge forces and purging the citizens. So we just took the fighting the Scourge side of the job. Anyways. Hey, buddy.
Lorerun will be saved. Everyone looks ready.
I'm not going to answer.
Remember, these people are all infected with the plague and will die soon. We must purge Stratholme to protect the remainder of Lordaeron from the Scourge. Let's go.
They got a new voice actor from Mal'Ganis, too, consequently. But he had a lot of new lines in... Well, I shouldn't say a lot. He had a few new lines in Wrath, so... Prince Arthas, may the light be praised! Many people in town have begun to fall seriously ill. Can you help us?
I can only help you with a clean death.
What? Ah! I don't think there was a right or a wrong choice.
That was just the beginning.
Yes, this is the beginning. I've been waiting for you, young prince. I am Mal'Ganis. As you can see, your people are now mine. I will now turn this city, household by household, until the flame of life has been snuffed out.
I won't allow it, Mal'Ganis. Better that these people die by my hand than serve as your slaves in death.
Yeah, as Psychotic says, there was...
Mal'Ganis will send out some of his Scourge minions to interfere with us. Those of you with the strongest steel and magic shall go forth and destroy them. I will lead the rest of my forces in purging Stratholme of the infected.
So, like I said, we're going to be the anti-Scourge force. I like Mal'Ganis' first voice better. I wish they hadn't changed that. But yeah, so I don't think there's any, like, winners or losers here. I don't think there's any right choice. I've actually thought about this for quite a while. I've never come up with a good answer for this. You know, a third option, a way to actually have a good ending to the Stratholme situation. It was pretty brilliantly designed to be as horrible as possible. Yeah, this was an interesting gauntlet. So these zombies respawn infinitely, but they're basically just here to slow you down. The actual enemies respawn randomly at any one of the points along here. And you'll always know where they spawn because it actually says. For example, it said Town Hall there, so I know that's way over here. You know, Nero says, I feel like some few people survived the cleansing, but I don't remember any specifics. Since Prince Arthas first encountered the Scourge abominations, they have become even more menacing. Meathook has grown stronger, more toxic, and more agile than the others. Smarter was never the goal of the necromancers who created Meathook, but it only takes a base cunning to do what he does best. You might be like, who's Meathook? That's Meathook right there. This was actually one of the hardest fights for me to tank back in the day for a reason you're going to make fun of me for. This is a gear check, and I had the worst gear luck in Wrath. So I had terrible gear in Wrath. And so every other boss, you know, coordination checks, pay attention checks, I got those. But anytime it was a gear check, I was struggling.
New toys. This not fun.
What can I say, Salty? I am not one of those people who's obsessed with everything being a bad ending, either. Yeah, by the way, this whole situation is very clearly a Nethrezim-style plan. What I mean by that, to be more clear, is I don't actually think the... Wait, where was that? Elder Square, okay. I don't think that the first Lich King engineered this situation. I think the Nethrezim engineered this situation. This has their fingerprints all over it. I mean, just absolutely all over it. Okay, so in my personal interpretation... Oh, Town Hall is actually this way. I think that this was actually Arthas making this decision on his own. I have a couple reasons for that. First of all, because it appeals to me more as a writer. The idea that Arthas was able to make this terrible, terrible choice without external influence. I mean, obviously he was forced into it, but no one was, like, mind-controlling him or influence him to be like, you will kill your own people. That just takes away from the travesty of this situation. The tragedy of the Kobayashi Maru that's being presented here. Second reason, it's a lot less the Nethrezim style to simply mind control someone and make them do something. They prefer to engineer situations where people ruin themselves. I hated that achievement, Ventures. We had to do a weird strategy where we split up into 3 groups to finally get it. Probably because we sucked. I don't know. But yeah, militarily, there really was no good option here either. Purge the city, or give the enemy reinforcements. Or both.
You are too late, champion of Lorerun. The dead shall have their day.
Salrum the Fleshcrafter was one of the first necromancers trained beneath the halls of Shalamance, or Skulomancy, depending on who you ask. He saw the first test subjects and occasional few students as little more than a collection of interesting parts for his work. Now that he has the entire population of Stratholme for his experiments, and along with that, any interlopers who try to stop him. That's a good point, too.
The entertainment has arrived.
Quarantine would just result in an undead army inside the city, and also is technically more cruel than what they're doing.
Blood. Destruction. Exhilarating!
Whoa there, man. Calm down. Yeah, kind of like that, little Billy, yeah. So, like I said, if they quarantined it, it would actually be more cruel and more horrible.
Exhilarating!
Shut up.
You only advance the Master's plan.
Anyways. So, yeah, again, it wouldn't have worked because... Oh my god, shut up! I can't, like, yeah, whatever. What was I saying? It's gone. It's gone! Whatever, quarantine wouldn't have worked. That's what I was saying. Oh, because because all you're doing is quarantining an army inside there, and it's more cruel. That was the thing I was leading to. So rather than me, killing you quickly and mercifully in your sleep, you now have to suffer a horrible, slow death of plague, and then slowly being converted into a zombie. So, yeah, no. So, fun fact, they changed this quite some time later so that Arthas just teleports up here rather than walking through the square, because walking through took absolutely forever. I mean, he just took his time getting up here. And so many people complained, they're like, okay, here, he's there now.
May the light have mercy.
And yeah, that's the other thing. There's no cure for the Scourge, especially at this point. You must be one of the brave soldiers who's been fighting the Scourge forces of Mal'Ganis. Well done. We're only doing what's best for Lorerun, Your Highness. Indeed. Mal'Ganis is commanding the Scourge from Crusader Square, but the gates there from the city entrance are locked. Little does he know a small force can still reach the square through the town hall. Will you join me in this attack?
Follow me. I know the way through.
This is good, by the way. Ah, you finally arrived, Prince Arthas. You're just in the nick of time.
Yes. I'm glad I could get to you before the plague.
Mal'Ganis can teleport, Nero says.
What is this sorcery?
There's no need for you to understand, Arthas. All you need to do is die. So the Infinite reveal their hand here. Yes, Risu. Some versions of it, I should say.
Mal'Ganis appears to have more than Scourge in his arsenal. We should make haste. More vile sorcery. Be ready for anything.
Nethrazim? To my knowledge, yes, Nero says. I like the music in here, by the way.
Let's move on.
It's just the right tint of tragic and urgent.
Watch your backs. They have us surrounded in this hall.
I used to hate taking this particular pack right here. Fortunately, I was a warrior, and awesome. But, yeah.
Mal'Ganis is not making this easy. They're very persistent.
That's kind of the point, Magister. There was no choice. That's the whole point of this entire situation.
What else can he put in my way?
Prince Arthas Minith, on this day, a powerful darkness has taken hold of your soul. The death you are destined to visit upon others will this day be your ruin.
I do what I must for Lorerun, and neither your words nor your actions will stop me.
We'll see about that, young prince.
As a Blood Elf Cengiz, virtually no consequences at all. Remember, elves were actually a part of his forces at this point in time. But if we came here as, oh, I don't know, a Tauren, which he's never even seen before, or a Troll, which is universally his enemy, or an Orc, Or an undead? Yeah, no.
I will not allow this plague to spread.
Well, I've actually run through a few theoreticals of what would happen if Arthas never scourged this. If Arthas never became Death Knight Arthas, basically. And there's a bunch of possibilities there, but the single most important one is the Burning Legion would have won. Because, try to remember, as weird as this sounds, the Scourge was critical in the defeat, the permanent defeat of the Burning Legion on the forces of here. So the Legion, having failed at retaining their forces, would probably have just jump-started the Scourge invasion. However, Ner'zhul would have never had his agents who are capable and culpable of in his plan outside of his control. In other words, the Scourge would have been solely under the control of the Nethrezim, and therefore the Nethrezim would have been able to bring the entire might of the Scourge along with the entire might of the Legion when they charged into Hyjal. And under those circumstances, we probably would have lost at Hyjal. The fact that Arthas went up there and became Death Knight Arthas is why A, Kel'Thuzad was resurrected, and B, Death Knight Arthas was an agent who was separate from the forces of the Nethrezim. And both of those were responsible for basically ensuring the assassination of Tichondrius by Illidan, and in so doing, pulling the Scourge out of the control of the Legion. Literally pulling away all but the most local and the immediate Scourge who are specifically loyal to the Legion. So there you go. That's the most common thing that I bring up and the most likely thing happening here. We would have lost. We would have absolutely lost. Oh yeah, Jaina would have never gone to Kalimdor too. That's another one. The Legion would have just walked up and taken over. They would have just won. We would have been in no way prepared for them. Now, this sounds prepared, this speech I just gave, because I've talked about this a lot. Do you know how many of my friends and other players and people in my guild have been like, why are we helping Arthas here? Isn't this going to make a better society in every way? And each time I've had to been like, okay, look, let me explain. This right here is why time alteration should not be done, by the way. And one of the reasons why the Bronze Dragonflight exists to begin with. Even a seemingly universally beneficial change to history leads to everything becoming worse. Now, granted, this was specifically engineered for this circumstance in order to ensure the Hour of Twilight would come to pass, but same point remains.
A small sacrifice. The quickest path to Mal'Ganis lies behind that bookshelf ahead. This will only take a moment. I'm relieved this secret passage still works.
I have to admit, I feel very bad for Arthas in the end. Especially given the end that ended up... his final fate, you know? Just... yeah.
This city will be cleansed.
This isn't getting any easier. Stratholme is burning. We must brave the Scourge and the flames. Prepare yourselves!
Let's move through here as quickly as possible. If the undead don't kill us, the fires might.
We got this, guys. The Hour of Twilight falls! Oh, sorry, that's not what you asked. The Hour of Twilight is actually a complicated subject, and hasn't actually happened yet. The Hour of Twilight is the intended goal of, at the very least, one of the old gods, namely Unzoth. Unzoth wants the Hour of Twilight to come to pass because, I'm perfect, Deutsch. I've never been better in my entire life.
Rest a moment and clear your lungs, but we must move again soon.
Basically, the actual action of the Hour of Twilight is the death of all life on Azeroth. Let me stress what I mean by this. The death of all life on Azeroth. All of it.
That's enough. We must move again.
Every person, every animal, every plant, every bug. That's the Hour of Twilight. Similar, I guess. A little bit. I don't know. Kind of different. There's different application. I can't actually agree with that. No, there's some similarities there, but not enough to be called out on. Well, either they want to kill themselves, Wraith, or it would free them from their prison. I'm not sure which.
At last, some good luck. Market Row has not caught fire yet. Mal'Ganis is supposed to be in Crusader Square, which is just ahead. Tell me when you're ready to move forward.
Venters, I'm sorry, but I'm one of those people who thinks Arthas was always a hero. Your question is nonsensical to me, Deutsch. Yeah, I accidentally didn't do this on Heroic, so I just realized that, because he's not here! So, there's an Infinite Flight guy over here who's trying to remove a Bronze Dragonflight from time. Literally just erase him from time. I kind of like that weapon they had in Voyager, the Year of Hell. So, that's what is happening over here. You know what? I actually agree, Magister. But that's the great irony of it. Arthas will forever be remembered as the worst villain in human history. And he saved Azeroth more than once. Actually, Little Billy, they kind of discussed that. Basically, he just got on a ship and went over there. Pretty much the moment that they summoned Archimonde, he left in a ship to head west because Ner'zhul knew that he would be needed there in order to make what happened happen. And then he ended up coming back, which was also a bit of a trip. By the time he got back, we saw the events of Frozen Throne when he gets back and he's like, "Hey, I'm taking over," you know, to the Nethrezim. I'm not okay, Wraith. I'm not sure exactly because those books. There's a There's a book coming out that may or may not change that history. So we'll find out then, Wraith. I'll tell you the definitive truth then. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so, see, Deutsch, you said Arthas. Let me make one thing really, really clear. There are 3 entities involved here, okay? There's Arthas. He's a good guy. He's a hero. He lived a hero and he died a hero. There's Death Knight Arthas. This is the Arthas' body that was lacking a soul. This is the one we play as, is the Undead campaign in Warcraft 3, and the one who did a lot of horrible things, including all the stuff he did to Quel'Thalas and whatnot. Then there's the second Lich King, which is the Death Knight Arthas combined with the essence of the Lich King, which is a term I came up with, the essence of the Lich King. It's basically either literally as a Nethrezim soul, or as just the ideal and concept of the Nethrezim put into the helmet. AKA the essence of the Lich King. As far as motivations, literally, the motivation of the essence of the Lich King is just screw everything, burn everything, kill everything. If there's some reasoning beyond that, I don't know what it is. So I forgot to talk about this guy. The Infinite Dragonflight often tries subtle methods to manipulate the time waves, but if that fails, they can send an assassin to deal with Arthas directly. While little is known about the agents of the Infinite Flight, Epoch displays a dangerous mastery of time. It makes him yawn while talking a lot. I'm sorry about the yawns, guys. And the next guy, of course, we're going to be fighting is... The destiny of Mal'Ganis has already been written. Arthas' hatred for the Dreadlord will cause the prince to travel to Northrend and take up Frostmourne. But this will only happen if Mal'Ganis finds him worthy. To prove his worthiness and begin him down the path, Arthas must survive Mal'Ganis' assault.
I will not allow this plague to spread. Justice will be done.
Alright, if any righteous orbs, remember to roll need.
We're going to finish this right now, Mal'Ganis. Just you and me.
This will be a fine test, Prince Arthas.
I'll say FF5. And then finish with Chrono Trigger.
Your journey has just begun, young prince. Gather your forces and meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true destiny...
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to. Do you hear me? To the ends of the earth! You performed well this day. Anything that Mal'Ganis has left behind is yours. Take it as your reward. I must now begin plans for an expedition to Northrend.
Of course Chrono Trigger's a better game, Deutsch. That's exactly my point. Start low, work your way up. Nothing good. I'm just gonna watch the skies here for no real reason. Hey, Marley. To Koida, the generally accepted answer to that is because having a soul is what makes you, like, a person. If I could put it into different terms... Oh, there she is. Or he. Whatever. There it is.
Can I help you?
That sounds like a female voice.
My, you're a tall one.
I'm not that tall compared to you there, Chromie. Anyways, my personal take on it, having a soul is what makes you a person. Now, I know you're like, well, duh, but no, what I mean by that is a person is a huge mass of complexities, right? Whether they're good, bad, in between, negative, positive, you know, there's layers and depths and complexity that make up an individual person, right? So, without the soul, you're a very simple person, basically. All you have is your memories and the pain and the darkness, and therefore you are a evil person, a sadistic, evil, terrible person with your soul removed. That's just my take on it, personally.
Hi.
You've done well, Tamazat. The infinites have been foiled in this thread of history. I can't do that voice. Have been remained intact. I thank you for your invaluable assistance, as does the entire Bronze Flight. Yeah, I imagine that the Undertale thing is fairly similar, yes. Okay, so having done this... Hang on, let me think about this, because then I'm going to do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, Brigman. Yeah. That last time being the big one. And his reward for saving Azeroth and being a true hero is to be hated by all of history forever and to suffer eternity in the worst place imaginable. Yay! There's a reason I want to save Arthas from the cold dark. And it's not actually the fact that, you know, oh, I want him to have a redemption arc, and I don't really want him back in the story. I just want him to not spend the rest of eternity in the worst hell imaginable. Is that so much to ask? God. Just have, like, a story arc, like one quest chain where we go and get him out of that place. Shut up, Ronan!
He found a planet whose...
Well, they have access to all their memories, don't forget, Dakota. But yeah, I find that to be just it's such a horrible injustice. Frickin' Ronan. Algalon was set to... God damn it! Why don't you just die at Theramore already? Spoiler alert. Ronan dies at Theramore. Anyways. So that was our Caverns of Time dungeon for the expansion. We will also be seeing the Caverns of Time again in the future, where we'll discuss more about the Hour of Twilight. And we'll be seeing this particular zone again. Except there will be some forgotten ones here, so it'll look a little different. A lot different, you might say, actually. No, I have not, Lusab. We're actually about to do basically the dragon story arc here. Each of the dragon shrines, and they're fighting against the Scourge and the Blue Flight. I actually agree, by the way. The difference between Sylvanas and Arthas is so clearly showed by the way that they reacted to their fates. Those are the forgotten ones that I just mentioned, Psychotic. That's a good point. Jaina does have a degree of closure. Only a degree. She doesn't understand the full extent of what Arthas went through for them. But she does know that he held on to the pendant through all those years. That almost probably makes it worse, doesn't it? Think about that.
Greetings.
You must be Valvaxis. Please help us defend the temple. No, wait, come back. We're fun dailies, I swear. Come back, please. No. Okay, we've defended the temple. Yay. Well, since you want to see it, Lusab, why don't we go ahead and do the Black Dragon flight first? Just for you. By the way, unfortunately, I will not be showing off the end of the Frostmourne quest chain live. I couldn't find any good YouTubes of it, and I've turned in mine a long time ago. I actually did it live on stream, if you guys remember. The good news is, I think I could pull the sound files up. In fact, why don't I start working on that right now? So here's the Obsidian Dragon Shrine. Nice place, really, if you look at it. Alright, I'll look into that later. Well, don't forget, most people like that tend to be influenced by an external source almost immediately after they are born as an undead. In the case of Death Knight Arthas, both Tichondrius and Ner'zhul were putting influence upon him, just to name one example. You know what I mean? But I get what you're saying. Alright, so this is the Obsidian Dragon Shrine. Fire, earth, death, life, destruction, chaos. Go, planet! Or wait, sorry. I'm trying to decide at which I'm more surprised. That you actually came to the aid of a black dragon, or that you're still in one piece after speaking with Nallis. Her words drip venom, but I suppose Wormrest can keep even our kind in check. Or maybe it's just the armies of the red dragons massed around her. I've played my part in destroying entire civilizations. To have to lower myself to deal with the cult of the damned disgusts me. We will spare no one. Outside lowly necrolites and their skeletal servants shame my land with their presence. Slaughter them all. They're drawing power from my dead brothers. I have no love for the cult, but I am baffled by their audacity. There will be no mercy for them, not that I would have any anyways. Ensure they have no place to flee when the slaughter starts. Put a destructive ward at the end of the path, where the road starts to give way to snow. Defend it until fully charged. You're welcome, Marley. Zaylinurm has always been quite a scarred individual. She's been in a lot of different battles. So yes, even the Black Flight, I want to stress that these are not reasonable black dragons. These are not the black dragon, this is not like the nether dragons out in Outland. This is not like the gentleman out in Outland who's been there for years and has been separated from the old god's influence. These are fully influenced, fully corrupted, fully tainted by old god, horribleness black dragons. These guys are flat up, straight out evil. However, they are more than capable of working with you if it suits their ends. And then they'll kill you afterwards, if they can. I gotta be honest, Psychotic, I didn't even catch that, because my mind just doesn't work in that direction. Alright. Let's kill everyone. Also, the idea of skeletons who are on fire. I kind of mentioned this earlier. Some people are like, why don't we just burn the corpses? In case you thought I was making it up, no, really, the Scourge can raise burning corpses just as well as they can anything else. And they're technically more dangerous than regular corpses. I shouldn't even say technically, they are more dangerous than regular corpses. Yeah, what's funny is these black dragons are in many ways less horrible than, say, D&D black dragons, which are just... I mean, these black dragons are just trying to bring about the end of all life. Those guys are mean. Yep. So I told my sister last night that I reached level 80 in the beginnings of Dragonblight, and she just started laughing. She's like, I know you're trying to ride the gray line, but holy crap, dude. I'm like, what? What? Don't see any problems here. Okay. I suppose I should go ahead and talk about the Black Dragons, because I haven't really talked about them other than their corruption. So, Naltharion the Earth Warder was the one empowered by the Titan and given the power of Earth. For this and other interesting insights, please continue to watch my show. So the thing is, it was a tremendous burden, and Naltharion was a great fighter, but he was not what you would call the strongest willed of the aspects, or of the original dragons. So he really did not like having this burden placed upon him. In fact, it's described as if he literally felt the weight of the entire world constantly pressing down on him, cracking his spirit. Considering spirits are a legitimate real thing in this setting, that sounds kind of horrible, really. Just imagine being buried alive by the entire planet constantly, and you've basically got how Naltharion felt. In addition to that, Naltharion discovered something that kind of tainted his perspective a little bit. He discovered that the Titans are actually kind of jackasses. In short, the Titans, well, they view Azeroth as a bit of an experiment, because that's what they are. They're the Titans. They don't actually care about people or anything, really. They're just going about doing their order thing. We've talked about this before. Naltharion found out about that, and that made him really resentful of the whole situation. He actually flat out admits later on that one of the biggest reasons why he decided to go ahead and willingly serve the old gods after he was driven insane, I know, right, is because of the fact that he believed the old gods would be capable of relieving him of his burden, so he would no longer feel that constant hellish, nightmarish torture that was placed upon him. Now, they're very orderly, Deutsch. So Naltharion really didn't like that, and his powers were technically the strongest in terms of sheer offensive might, because he had powers over the earth. He could literally shape the world at will and at whim, and move rivers and make mountains, that kind of fun thing. So he got really, really bitter and really, really angry at the Titans, and then he started hearing voices in the back of his mind. To be continued. Did they beg for their miserable lives? Weaklings. Excellent. When they begin to flee in fear, the ward will be in there to wish them a fond farewell. The cult of the damned has not just come to extract power from the dead dragons. I suspect I know what they're up to, but I need you to prove me correct. I will grant you the guise of this dead necrolite. Proceed to the back of the cave and confirm their intentions for being in this sacred place. I will watch through your eyes. Zoom. And now I'm a guy for some reason. Yeah, it's a good disguise, I guess. So, he started hearing voices in the back of his mind. And all of those voices started whispering to him about power, about domination, about how rather than being the one crushed by the planet, he was the one who could crush the planet with the unbridled power of his fury. And they whispered to him an idea, a weapon constructed of his blood, of demonic essence, and of aspect power. The most powerful weapon ever conceived in the history of all of Warcraft. The Dragon Soul. So he proposed this idea, had some of his own servants and minions and slaves. We'll be seeing some of those slaves in Legion. That's not a spoiler, we already know that. We'll be seeing some of those slaves in Legion. Constructed the original form of the Dragon Soul for him. That original form was basically just Neltharion's own blood, concentrated and focused into... Basically a focusing lens is probably the best way to explain it. We'll pause for just a second here. Oh, hey look, it's a magma worm. You are a black worm no longer. Go. Serve the scourge. Oh, sorry. Anyways, Anyways, I'm just ignoring you guys right now. Anyways, so, with this, he approached the other aspects and he said, we need to turn this into this ultimate weapon in order to fight the invasion of the Burning Legion, which had started at about this point in time. Malygos pretty much agreed immediately because Malygos and Neltharion were best friends. I've mentioned this before. So Malygos was right up in the front there saying, yes, let's make it a thing. And some of the other aspects were like, but Malygos basically swayed them. That's another reason why Malygos really took that betrayal so harshly. So Malygos and Neltharion worked to basically imbue all of the essence of each of the aspects into the Dragon Soul. This had three effects, actually, excuse me. Number one, the Dragon Soul had their power. Power over life, power over the dream, power over magic, etc. Furthermore, it had some of the most tremendous singular power in the setting flowing through it. So that's the first thing it did. The second thing was it drained that power straight from the aspects. They don't have an infinite well of power, after all. So that power diminished them. The aspects were weaker from that point on, and would continue to be weaker until the Demon Soul was finally destroyed about 10,000 years later. Third point, it made it so that it would have tremendous power over anyone that had their essence in it. You could basically have a degree of control or influence over anyone who had put their power into it. You'll notice, by the way, that Neltharion did not put his power into it. So it did not have power over Earth, but it also meant the weapon could not be turned on Neltharion himself. At least, that was the intention. So they craft this wonderful, powerful weapon, and he uses it to destroy, and then he uses it to obliterate the Blue Dragonflight, and he kills thousands of dragons. It was a pretty bad time. Now, the real reason I'm bringing all this up with relevance to the Black Dragonflight is after this, Neltharion himself, I'll take that as a compliment to Teufs. Teufs? I'm not trying to pronounce that. Neltharion himself, in a specific moment we'll actually see live on camera, he literally gets ripped apart by the power of the Dragon Soul itself because he wants it back so badly, and it literally tears him apart, physically tears him apart. And starts warping and twisting him, and he has to go and start recovering for centuries, actually, from that attack. All black dragons from that point on, though, are corrupted by the old god influence that is now in Neltharion. He no longer calls himself Neltharion. He calls himself Deathwing. Now, you might be like, well, what happened to the black dragons who were alive before he was corrupted? I think you can guess exactly what happened to them. If you can't, I'll give you a hint. Die! There you go. It's a bit of a subtle hint, but I'm sure you could put two and two together. So yeah, every black dragon who has ever been born, ever, from that point onwards, has had the influence of the old gods inside of them. This is why the black dragons are so universally evil. Because they are literally, it's built into their being. Now, there is one exception to that rule. There is one black dragon who was born without the old god tainted him. We'll see him in Cataclysm. And there was one black dragon who was separated from the old god taint by the fact that he was on Outland. We've already met him, and we already talked about him. These two black dragons are the only ones that don't have old god influence and taint in them. And ironically, the two of them are basically the only ones that are still alive amongst the black dragon flight. Oh, gotcha. I don't know how. What do you want me to say then for your name? I got nothing. I got nothing. I'm terrible. My first thought was Teufs, but you know I got nothing. Hey, Roaring, what's up? Ugh. Now, as Hylas points out, this is something that is important to note. The Black Dragons weren't really good guys to begin with, and we see this in Raytheon, and we've seen this in the old stuff, but it's important to note that the dragons were not good guys to begin with. We actually interact with some really cool dragons. Calicos is actually a good example. We interact with a few others over time, but there are the occasional dragons who are really awesome people. But dragons, overall, are bastards. They are way too arrogant, way too self-full of themselves, and just do not give a damn about anyone else around them. Even red dragons, usually considered the universally most good of the dragon flights in Azeroth, even red dragons are like, "What are you doing? Do not bother me or I shall kill you. Why do you bother me?" You know, just that complete oozing arrogance over everything. Your problems are meaningless to me. You know, it's just... But anyway, so that's a little bit of a history about the Black Dragon flight in a nutshell. Oh, by the way, this is great right here. If you lose your disguise, you can say... One of the cultists seems to have stumbled onto my blade and died. Can I have a new disguise? I promise I'll be more careful this time. He stumbled onto my axe. Okay, I don't know how he did it. We are the Black Dragonflight. We have rained destruction on the lands of Azeroth for thousands of years. The decrepit cult of the damned worships death, and we shall be happy to oblige. The cave beyond swarmed with cult atrocities. There's only one way to deal with such creatures. You know what to do. I sensed a large accumulation of magic in the runes we witnessed. I will not have you toying with extracting it. Often the most straightforward solution is the most effective one. Destroy the runes, stamp them out. They will not have access to whatever power they've accumulated there. If you've been paying attention, by the way, there's been a long-standing thread going throughout all of Northrend, and it's the runic magic thing. The dwarves, of course, being the Iron Dwarves, and the Yogg-Saron people being one of the most relevant points. But the Blue Dragons started using runes, the Cult of the Damned starts using runic magic, we see the Tonka use runic magic, we see the Nerubians use runic magic, we see the Drakari in the future using runic magic, you know, etc, 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 etc. So, it's a really big thing, and I kind of wish they did more with it, because runic magic kind of takes a... It just kind of starts vanishing after this expansion. Also, all I have to say, Netherzim, is that's not true. If he stumbles into your staff hard enough, it'll still go through him. Hey, Jesse Walden. Both, Netherzim. It is literally holding them together and is enchanted. And of course, it's made of Elementium, which... I mean, I know that in gameplay terms, Elementium is an old, terrible thing that we haven't used since vanilla. But in lore, Elementium is still one of the strongest substances in the setting. Right up there with Serenite. By the way, am I the only player who always felt really weird equipping Serenite gear? Like, every time I equip it, I'm like, this just seems like a really bad idea. Can I decline to wear Serenite armor? I mean, just... Is that a thing I can do? You know? The first time, yes, Salty Panda. The second time, the time we'll actually be seeing on camera during the cinematic, it was just a group of people of no particular race that were members of the Twilight's Hammer. We will actually be encountering them on camera again when we go to Deepholm. Serenite actually is the blood of Yogg-Saron, but yes. Now, okay, I should clarify that. I actually mentioned this yesterday. We're not 100% sure if it is literally his blood, or if it's just, like, essence that he has seeped out. You know, that kind of a thing. We're not 100% sure of that, and both are viable options. But either way, it is absolutely old god metal. You know, there's no denying that. Okay. Well, you got it. Victory for coffee! Or is it victory? Is it coffee that is victory? Or is it victory, like you have victory and then you procure coffee as a result? Because either of those sound pretty awesome to me. Either way, hi. Yeah, like using red Lorerun weapons. That's a great parallel. Why would I do that? That sounds so terrible. Anyways. Well, that's kind of the point of doing a lore run like this, Jesse. To discuss it with all you guys and explain and talk about and all that fun stuff. Old God Metal. That gave me a bit of a headache doing that. Don't ask me to do that again. I'm not doing it. For the Horde, Slates. The whispers tell me my vengeance has come. Seriously, we hear old god language later on. It's pretty, you know. Like, I literally feel like the voice actors literally just got in front of a microphone like, and just did stuff like that for a bit, you know. Yeah, sanity's kind of overrated, really. Why would anyone want sanity when you could have power? There is no good, no evil, no right, no wrong. There's only power, and those with the will. I'll stop. It's a shame the Twilight Father wasn't really built up more than he was, because he should have been a big reveal, and then it was just like, people were like, who is this guy? Hearing their screams, watching the last life fade from their wretched bodies. It's invigorating, is it not? With the cult's ranks thinned and some of their power stripped, it's time to strike at the source of corruption. Rolthan the Decaying is resurrecting black dragons as magma worms in the back of the cave. Go to the summoning chamber and cleanse the remaining bones in the only way that will ensure they never be toyed again. With flame. Dude, you realize that flame hasn't stopped the Scourge in anything so far? I mean, I hate to break your mood of being this, you know, oh, I'm a black dragon, I'm super powerful, but, I mean, seriously, dude, you're not doing jack to these guys, okay? I mean, really. Thank you, Jesse, I think. Apparently that's it. The Black Dragons are Sith. Actually, that's a pretty similar parallel. When the Black Dragons do not have a strong leader leading them, they pretty much degenerate into infighting constantly. And I believe there's only ever been 4 leaders like that. All of them have been Deathwing or related to Deathwing. Yeah, I think that is actually true. I'm trying to think of any exceptions to that. Oh, would you stop? Just die. Here, die. 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 A personal thought that amuses me, by the way, that these constructs in here are actually made of the bones of the other people who died getting in here. Yeah, just like fire elementals. Hey, buddy. Oh, he's invincible. Hang on. Of course I have victory over coffee. Or victory with coffee. Victory of coffee. So many worms wasted. What magic could do this? Foolish errand girl. You will die for interrupting my work. Here, stand there for a second. Okay. Okay. BAM! This is not the end. Death only. Thud. But yes, I've thought about making my own game. I actually have a few in my head that I've been trying very hard not to share. Because it's kind of in my nature as a creator to share. You know what that's like, right? You know, you write a book, or you write a short novel, or you write a piece of music, or you draw a thing. You want to share it with someone. So I want to share my story ideas and my game ideas, but I can't, because if I do, then I risk losing ownership over them. Because that's the nature of the world we live in. You got it, Salty. No. Changed my mind. The bones of my brood have been spared of this filth. You have served me well. And as such, you'll be rewarded. Oh, hey, this is Lord Prestor's cape! Whoa! You can leave now, Blood Elf. Go tell Nallus she missed out on a good slaughter. Ooh, undead lava. Like lava creatures with an undead core. Oh, I like that idea. I like that idea, Takoida. Thank you. Ugh. Ow. It was just announced today, Deutsch. With no information whatsoever. Just, there's a new Pokemon game coming out. I'll be getting Moon, of course. I don't know how to answer that, Victory. Being able to separate yourself from yourself to write is a trick. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. There is something to it. You can't just be like, I'm going to write this character I totally don't agree with. For me, I usually find it best to take in all the information they know, basically to shift my perspective to theirs, and then try to be like, okay, well, based on what they know and based on how they think, this is probably what they do, that kind of a thing. But other than that, I don't know how to tell you to do that trick.
Hello.
Lots of writers struggle with not speaking with their own voice in every character they write. It's a real problem. Oh, it's you. I had hoped Serenar would simply return himself when his task was done. I suppose he's distracted by something or another. He's missing out on a glorious, messy battle here. Are you still here? I'm done with you.
See you around.
See you around. Because, you know, wrong voice, basically. Let's go see what's going on with the Green Dragon Shrine, shall we? I don't think so, Roaring, no. I don't remember any DLC in the first Dark Souls off the top of my head. Unless it was the Go Into the Past one. I thought that was Dark Souls 2. We all know Elune is secretly a Titan. Come on, guys. So this is fun. There's Izara. Seriously, that's her. So, interesting thing. I would say yes, Nicolau. Interesting thing. Izara... Okay, so Nozdormu was never actually seen until Wrath. Izara is also never really seen until Wrath. Both of them are not active until Cataclysm. Just fun little bit of information there. So let's see what's going on here. Let's see what we can do here to help the Green Dragon fight. Oh, then yes, I did do that one, Roaring. I don't know, they all blur a lot to me.
Peace be with you.
Izara sleeps in the Emerald Dream, watching over both the Dream and Azeroth. But a horrible nightmare has taken hold of the dream. Yes, I know, we did Wailing Caverns. This is not new. Recently, I asked her to aid in the fight against the Scourge that are raising frostworms. She misunderstood. Instead, she told our Dragon Shrine's defenders to treat those not of the Green as enemies. I need you to slay some of the Sky Talons. The shrine must regain its balance.
Go in peace.
Okay, I can do that. Well, remember, dragons are magical creatures, so it's not really that surprising. Oh, tell me about it, Psychotic. That poor woman. It's not necessarily a correlation so much as it's a preference thing. Actually, fun fact, blue dragonflight usually appear as half-elves or partial humans as well. I totally can, Nicolau. I'm not going to because I'd rather not give myself a headache right now. But I could do that. Okay, so let's talk about the green dragonflight. Ironically, I have the least to say about the green dragonflight. It's also ironic because their story arc hasn't ended yet. So, the green dragonflight is in charge of the dream, and as a byproduct, most of nature is under their portfolio, I think is probably the best word to use there. So, I've already talked about the Emerald Dream, but to rehash very, very quickly, the Emerald Dream is the natural subdimension of Azeroth. It is a connected dimension, which basically, if you could picture a world like Earth or whatever, where no people ever existed, no sentient or sapient life. So, animals, plants, bugs, nothing else. In science fiction, that's usually referred to as a garden world or a seed planet, depending on which form of science fiction you're using. I believe there's other terms as well. So that's what the Emerald Dream is. Again, a subdimension, actually specifically crafted by the Titans as sort of a test bed for things they could do in regular Azeroth. And of course, things in the dream affect Azeroth, and things in Azeroth affect the dream. But only major or very powerful things. It's not like, you know, every little change goes back and forth. Another parallel might actually be the Dark World and the Light World in Link to the Past, if you prefer something a little simpler. And I just realized I don't need to kill this thing. The Green Flight is in charge of that. Now, most of the Green Flight, ironically, has been both prevalent and absent throughout the course of WoW. Prevalent because there's actually been quite a few instances in Dungeons and Quests dealing with the Emerald Nightmare, which I'll talk about in just a second. Yes, Deutsch. They're absent because most of the green dragons are actually in the dream, actively in the dream, and have been for some time, fighting off something called the Emerald Nightmare. Now, excuse me. What are you talking about, Salty? Oh my goodness. Okay, so, where was I? The Emerald Nightmare, have been, okay, the Emerald Nightmare is kind of a strange situation to talk about. What it actually is logical and easy. It's a, Azeroth is actually a Nexus world, Takoida, so that would make sense. Oh, well, actually, people have been wanting an Emerald Dream expansion since Vanilla. And they actually were originally going to have the Emerald Dream in Vanilla. And then it got pushed back, and then it got pushed back, and who knows if it'll ever actually be a thing at this point. Anyways. The Emerald Nightmare is... What it actually is really easy to talk about. It is a corruption of the Emerald Dream. Bam. Super easy. But... we've actually, it's taken quite some time to unveil the specific bits and pieces of that, because they never actually sat down and really went in to the Emerald Dream as a thing, like they actually wanted to originally. So we have a few tidbits here and there in Vanilla, some things in BC, a few things in Wrath, a couple things in Cataclysm, and over time we've learned that the Emerald Dream was actually caused by an old god named N'Zoth. I've actually mentioned him several times. He's probably the single most prevalent old god as far as the machinations of the old gods. Cthulhu, he didn't really do much. Yogg-Saron, he was a bit overt in his manipulations, but N'Zoth is the one who sits behind the scenes and manipulates and changes all of the things in order to make things work. He's the chess master of the old gods. So he devised the Emerald Nightmare, and was able to influence a few individuals within it, and a few individuals of the Burning Legion to perpetuate it. Okay, you with me so far? Now, I mentioned that because Xavius is pretty much the Nightmare Lord, the originator of the Emerald Nightmare itself. And you're probably like, who the hell is Xavius? Xavius was the very first satyr who was ever created. He was a night elf who pledged his eternal loyalty and servitude to Sargeras, if only Sargeras would transform him into a demon. And so we saw the very first demonic night elf, which was a satyr. Xavius was killed pretty horribly, actually. Basically, a tree was planted within him and then grew very, very, very quickly, so it kind of ate him alive. Because tree, and he's made of things that trees eat, and just think of him as like soil. Like his whole body was soil, and then the tree grew out of him. There was a consequence of that action, though. See, the Emerald Nightmare is actually a much more recent problem. I want to talk more about this later, but the long and the short of it is that Xavius, in tree form, managed to become part of the World Tree, the New World Tree, which then allowed the Emerald Nightmare to expand and grow and become this huge, influential, horrible thing. And again, I want to kind of talk about some of the more specific stuff later when we actually do our Night Elf stuff. But yeah, that has a whole thing that we'll cover in the future. Anyways, the thing you need to know for right this moment is the Green Dragonflight has been fighting against the Emerald Nightmare since forever. At least, I shouldn't say since forever, that's totally a lie. Since WoW began. We saw the first tidbits of it at level 20. That's how long it's been a plot thread in World of Warcraft. So even as of this very moment, Izara is in the dream because she is there fighting off the Emerald Nightmare. That's also where Malfurion is. Malfurion has been stuck in the Emerald Dream, along with a fairly large host of druids actively fighting the Emerald Nightmare, and has been doing so since WoW Vanilla. That's why Malfurion has not been active since WoW began. He's been trying to deal with the Nightmare. So, let's go ahead and go over here and continue the quests.
Elune be with you.
Do not regret the part you played in the cycle of life. Birth, death, and rebirth are all part of the natural order. I can feel the shrine is not completely back in balance. The Verdant Keeper has been angered by your actions, and I sense he will not listen to reason. Alistros is an immense sky talon who perches at the southern end of the Dragon Shrine. It is he who is in charge of the Dragon Shrine's aerial defenses. I fear we will have to deal with him. Take these molts where he can see them. Bring me his plume.
Light your path.
And then, yes, deal with that. So he was just killed by a player, so we're going to have to wait a moment for him to respawn. No, Nethrezim, different individual. We'll meet her in Kata. Notice this is actually literally an emerald owl, basically. She looks kind of cool, actually, I think. But it is literally carved from emerald and given life to be a artificial sentinel of the area. This also kind of speaks to the different mindset of the different shrines. The Black Dragon Shrine actually had no defenders, no natural defenses, no artificial defenses. It was just everyone, you know, if anything happened to the Black Dragon Shrine, Black Dragons were expected to deal with it. It's that arrogance and lack of cooperation. The Red Dragon Shrine had a tender, a woman, a elven woman actually, who was a servitor and who kept the place and took care of the fronds and that kind of a thing. She was the one in charge of the Red Shrine. Here at the Emerald Shrine, we see the Keeper, who is also a defender, is actually a massive owl. Again, you just kind of see the mindset of the different flights in whom they choose to keep their shrines. The Bronze Shrine, well, if you're paying attention, the Bronze Shrine just has manipulations of time, keeping it troll. And of course, then there's the Blue Shrine, which has a massive freaking magical nexus in it. So again, the circle is complete, so to speak.
What brings you here?
Have you managed to deal with Alistros? Do not weep for Alistros. He has dedicated his eternal life to the defense of the Dragon Shrine and will be reborn. Hopefully when he returns to us, he will not be gripped with the confusion of the Emerald Nightmare that seems to have taken hold of the Dreamer being Ysara.
Asha Fela.
This way, yes. Where am I going? I'm going here. Wait, no. Wait, yes, no, wait. I don't remember. We'll go up. We'll go up. Yes, it is, Nethrezim. Sometimes things turn out well when you do that. Sometimes they don't.
What brings you here?
Just how many seeds have you managed to acquire? Ah! Even now I can feel the pulse of nature within these seeds. We can put them to good use. Since we have only 3 seeds, we must put them to the best possible use. Our targets are none other than the reanimated frostworms circling to the south, or north, excuse me, near Galakron's Rest, Turgid the Vile in the ruined barracks of the Karen Fields, and Overseer Deathgaze. While the seeds would outright destroy one of the lesser scourge, they will greatly weaken one of these 3.
Be careful.
Yes, that's right. The immense power of the Emerald Dragon Shrine can weaken the powerful scourge. I like that touch. That is interesting, Chemic, because the term Old God is not that common. You know, I mean, obviously there's the Lovecraftian concept, but not many games actually repeat that. We'll go with you. Hey, you! So I want you to keep this in mind right here. This is something that's going to be important in a bit. Just keep it in the back of your mind. Honestly, I have no doubt the Lich King could have actually resurrected Galakron, yes. Remember, he had no problem resurrecting Sindragosa, a consort, by himself, without any interest or difficulty in doing so. Just get up. And he might be like, well, why would he raise Sindragosa? Well, 2 reasons. First of all, to birth new frost dragons, but second, and way more importantly, the Lich King needed a mount. You think I'm kidding, by the way. Consort of the Blue Dragonflight, and she was basically just a mount to him. Now, granted, that also speaks to his arrogance, and indeed that is one of the flaws of the second Lich King's character. But, yeah. Just, nope, you're mine now. Let's go. Let's see if I can remember where this guy is. By the way, after some considerable thought, I've decided it would actually be, oh, there he is. It would be better to do the final Ice Crown dungeons on Horde and Alliance, even though that's going to be some repetition, just so you can hear the different dialogue. Because Jaina and Sylvanas' dialogues are really different between each other. I gotta be honest, though, the Jaina one, the Alliance one is the one I prefer by quite a bit. Whoops, no, I was going the right way. I prefer the Alliance one by quite a bit. Because, well, let's just say that it makes a lot more sense story-wise. But also because Sylvanas is such a colossal asshole in that entire dungeon. Just the whole time she's there, she's like, oh, thank God that idiot shut up about peace and harmony. I thought our enemy would never kill him. And that's barely me exaggerating, by the way. Just barely. I mean, just the tiniest bit of exaggeration. I cannot believe that crap. But unfortunately, we have to do it on the Horde because of the fact that I have the Kel Sirar quest on a Horde character, and we have to do the dungeons in order to get that done. So we'll be doing it on the Horde and the Alliance rather than just the Alliance. Sorry, guys. I love this song, by the way. I cannot wait to do Zoldrak, by the way. It's one of my favorite zones here. Love their architecture while I'm on the subject. Absolutely love it. Just look at this place. Look at this place. Alright, I'm done. I'm done. We're not going there for a bit. We've got a couple zones before we get to Zoldrak. But, oh, I can't wait. Yes, they do, Salty. Their entire zone is staired. It's like stairs, stairs, stairs. It's the whole tiered thing. Ah, I know, third. Alas and alack. Hey, Nozdormu. I'll talk about you later. Oh, and I agree, by the way, Brulon. There's absolutely no reason that he needed Sindragosa as a mount. As was pointed out by Nethrazim, the whole point was to emphasize, you will show restraint with your great power. And he so casually demonstrates his great power. Because that's not Arthas, that's the second Lich King. There's a reason I keep making that clear distinction between the two. Arthas may be in there, but yeah.
I am honored.
Excellent. It is just as I suspected all along. I shall attempt to contact Izara and see if she approves. If she can be coaxed from the nightmare, of course. Which she probably can't. Because, I mean, yeah, Hang on a second. So this is the quest for Halion.
Can I assist you?
Yeah.
Good luck, friend.
Why do I not have... I haven't done that yet. Well, whatever. There's no actually real reason to do these quests, to be completely honest. So let's just go ahead and talk about this. These are the bones of Galakrond. Now, there's a little bit of deliberate misinformation about who and what Galakrond is. He was not actually the first Proto-Drake. The aspects were not made from his bones. But he was a Proto-Drake. He was, however, the first dragon. Let me explain, because I've already kind of covered all over this. So, this, as you can see, was a very large... In fact, you can see a dragon flying over his spine to really emphasize the size of this monster. This is the Lich King's forces trying, putting that in quote-unquotes, to resurrect this thing. And, yeah, he's not even fully uncovered. There's still parts of him that are underneath the ice and the rock at this point. Yeah... That's, Anyways, Galakrond was a Proto-Drake, just like all the other Proto-Drakes, right about the era when the Proto-Drakes started gaining sentience and sapience, the ability to have intelligent, independent thought, okay? The Titan Watchers who were here at the time, notice I say the Watchers, not the Titans themselves. The Titans were since gone. But several of the Titans, Titan Watchers, including Tyr himself, Tyr, were like, you know what, this is a great time to use these dragons as a way to enforce the Titan's will. So, one of them, Tyr, decided to start experimenting on Galakrond. That experiment went horrifically wrong. He started growing out of control. He started off as the normal-sized Proto-Drake. He started growing completely out of control, devouring other people's food, devouring other Proto-Drakes, which was unheard of at the time, and created the very first form of undeath that Azeroth had ever seen. These would be Type 1 undead, mindless constructs, basically. It would be pretty big and pretty creepy. Galakrond himself was written to be wrong, like diseased, rotting flesh, and his scales were constantly falling off as new ones would grow underneath. It was pretty horrible, the overall perspective. So Galakrond was getting bigger and bigger and bigger and more nightmarish, and a group of Proto-Drakes who at the time were just like pure happenstance, came across each other, worked together along with Tyr in order to bring down Galakrond, and they did end up actually finally killing him. That's actually not fan art. That's from the Dawn of the Aspects book. But yeah. Excuse me. So, Galakrond was finally killed, and the Watchers and the Titans through them decided to empower the various Proto-Drakes who helped bring down Galakrond, because they felt, well, okay, you guys are excellent workers, so we're going to empower you so you guys will actually have, you'll be enforcers of our will, basically. Now, I want to stress this, because this is more about the Titans than it is about Galakrond. There's actually not much to talk about Galakrond himself. This is really messed up. in reward for the service of bringing down their own mistake, the Titans thought, "Ah, you are truly worthy of being our slaves," and empowered them and gave them the responsibilities and burdens that they did, and turned them into the first aspects. So, yeah. So that's Galakrond. For now, since we've kind of finished that story arc, we're actually going to do a raid really quick here. I know this is a weird time to do it in, but there's really no other time where this raid actually fits story-wise. We're actually going to be doing 2 raids back-to-back. Well, no, Let me think about that for a minute. I've changed my mind. We're going to do... Well, see, that's just such a weird way to do it. We'll do this later, though. We'll do this later. I've changed my mind. I've changed my mind. Yes, they did, third. No, we're not doing Jaraxxus until we get there. See, the problem is the Black Dragon Shrine doesn't really fit in anywhere storyline-wise significantly. So I've decided I'm going to kind of artificially fit it in somewhere where I think it will help to, the flow of the story a little bit better. So we'll be doing that later. Actually, we'll be doing that right after we finish the Lich King off, which I know is going to sound weird. But trust me, there's a reasoning behind my doing that. So instead, you know, there's one thing I've had in my bag for like the last couple of days. It's this blight specimen, which says, warning, do not open, break, eat, wear, drink, or smell. I'm kind of worried about having this thing in the back of my pack, so why don't we go ahead and turn this thing in finally. Welcome to Venom Spite. Behold. Behold. Behold? Yeah.
I am forsaken.
You were sent from Agmar's hammer? It's about time.
No, the help is not for me, but I simply have no one else to spare.
Remember, patience.
I've received a request for help from our base in the Grizzly Hills. I'm sending you to see Conqueror Akrina.
He waves a sheaf of parchment in the air as if he couldn't care less about it.
She's attempting to secure all the natural resources or some such. Just watch your back around her. She's aggressive, even for an orc.
Victory for
But we won't be doing Grizzly Hills yet. Instead, we're going to be helping the Forsaken perfect their blight.
What would you ask of death?
Oh, hang on.
Embrace the shadow.
So let's read the wanting poster first. Wanted, the Scarlet Onslaught. By order of High Executor Roth, all members of the illegal organization known as the Scarlet Onslaught are to be put to death immediately. No quarter is to be offered, and those proceeding to action on this decree should be aware that any who are captured by the humans will be left to die or worse. In the High Executor's words, paint the snow red with their blood. And then we go ahead.
What is it?
Have you read the wanted poster? What is the High Executor thinking? We can't very well have those Scarlet Onslaught idiots being raised by their priests, or worse, rising as the Scourge, can we? No, I'm in total agreement with you. We have to do something about the corpses! I have just the thing. Take this blight that we just created and test it on the prisoner in the cage right there. No fuss, no muss, no returning enemies.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Excuse me, captured human. Die! So that's the blight we helped to build back in the Howling Fjord. He moans, but seems otherwise unaffected. Well, that's odd.
What now?
What? That's impossible! We've perfected the blight! 100% lethality! She wrings her hands, concern crossing her visage. Clearly frustrated, she continues. This is just really odd. Hand me that flask. I'm not going to be known as the apothecary that ruined everything.
Beware the living.
Schlemiel!
Huh?
Apparently you flubbed this batch of the blight. What do you have to say for yourself?
But I followed your instructions precisely. Sorry?
Sorry. Here's sorry for you. Splash!
And he melts alive. Literally. Oops. I guess it is working. That's odd. I'm gonna need a cleanup here, and a new assistant.
Yes?
I don't understand. The bite should have worked. No sense worrying about it now. Though it doesn't work on the Onslaught for some reason. We need to keep their priests from raising them. I've got another idea. Take a container of my rats. Unleash them upon any Onslaught corpses you come across. I starve the vermin, so they should be voracious. Now,
Dark Lady,
this is a good time to discuss the Forsaken Blight, finally. But before I do so, I want to take one more quest here.
I am forsaken.
Paladin, I need your help. Our coffers are empty. The Korkron Vanguard at Wrathgate have taken all our coin for the fight there. But I've heard whispers there's treasure to be had on the wrecks to the Forgotten Shore. We have to do something soon, or we won't be able to continue our fight against the Scarlet Onslaught. War isn't cheap, you know.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Ah, good. New meat. Do you want to prove yourself, new meat? The Scarlet Onslaught, the most zealous and racist of the Scarlet Crusade, are in our backyard to the south. If we're going to fight them, we'll need more armor and weapons than I can make in a short time. Why don't you just take theirs? And more to the point, why don't you take theirs?
Beware. Our enemy is abound.
So yeah, first of all, note that the Korkron took all the Forsaken's money to fight at the Wrathgate. Just let that sit in the back of your mind for a bit. Second of all, let's discuss how the Blight works, okay? So, first of all, these people are inoculated against the Blight, but the Blight isn't just an acidic, caustic substance, right? It's not just something where it's like, oh, I will melt everything that I encounter. You know, it's not that. That's not how it works. It's not lie. The Blight is both a magical and a physical substance. I don't know what actually else to call it. So physically, of course, it attacks you, but it attacks you on a internal, a spiritual, if you will, level as well. If you have a powerful enough will or sufficiently strong inside, you can actually resist the effects of the Blight. This is why someone with a very powerful spirit or essence will be able to resist it much longer than someone who's just a regular old grunt. Furthermore, someone who has had very, very powerful in spirit, such as the Lich King, will be injured by it. However, it won't actually be able to melt him alive like it will someone else. Other people will literally just melt into ooze instantly, because they can't resist that. And if what you said is true, then happy birthday, Slates. Here, have some Blight on me. Just a little bit. It's a couple of kegs, okay? That's all you get. Don't say the Lich King never gave you anything. So yeah, that's the second way it works. You know, I just now that being said, this particular Blight can be resisted by someone who doesn't have a particularly strong will if they have something else that is empowering them to resist it. Like, say, if they have some kind of demonic blessing, which is giving them strength against it. Now, but yeah, this is why Bolvar did not turn into a puddle of ooze, because he was able to resist the caustic effects of it. But again, it affects you physically as well, so even though Bolvar was able to affect that, he did effectively die. It's just... well, yeah, we'll get there. So that's how the Blight works overall. It's kind of messed up when you think about it, but yeah. Anyways, so let's talk to this guy.
I'm listening.
Beachfront property. It's time for Venomspite to expand. We'll take care of the onslaught in due time, but I want you to spearhead our efforts on the Forgotten Shore. The property value of this outstanding potential, it has outstanding potential. Just look at that view. Unfortunately, there's an infestation of human ghosts, shipwrecked crews and the like who haven't quite realized they're dead. Clear the waters and the beach. Maybe you and I will talk about building a cozy new mausoleum down there soon.
Beware the living.
Yes, actually they can, Darsh Monster. It is a deliberate bit of misinformation that the Scourge propaganda perpetuates, that they cannot make new of themselves on their own. Damn it, Myron. They're not actually a fully parasitic being, organization, species, I don't know what to call it. They're not parasitic like they pretend to be. See you around, Myron. Have a good one, as ever, and thank you for the donation. We're going to put that towards the best thing of all. This one over here. Normal has now overtaken Skittles. So, you may recognize this spot. You don't recognize this spot? Okay. This is Warcraft 3. This is a mission in Warcraft 3. We did a mission where the Alliance forces that were here, excuse me, the Lorerun forces that were here were recalled by orders of King, well, by Uther really, but by King Menethil. I can't remember his name. So as they were being recalled, Arthas was like, "Wait, no! If they leave, I'll not have the." Hey, I said hi, Myron. I don't understand. I'm confused. But why are you? No. Now I'm sad. Myron has made me sad. Anyways, Arthas decided to rush through and hire a bunch of mercenaries to destroy the ships before they were capable of taking them out, and blamed the mercenaries for it. So a lot of these dead here are the dead who perished as a result of those actions. Tyrannus, that was his name, King Tyrannus. Now, the funny thing is, as we learn a little bit later, and I'm just going to skip over this because we aren't doing those quests, these particular undead don't actually realize that Arthas betrayed them. As horrible as that sounds, they never learned the fact that Arthas specifically abandoned them and betrayed them here. I just realized I didn't do a quest. Oh my god. Hang on, hang on. I literally just realized I didn't do a quest. I need to go make sure I can do that quest. That's really important. I usually forget this quest exists because I didn't learn of its existence until after Wrath was out and done. Sorry. Forgive my indulgence here. Anyways. So yeah, that's the site of where that happens. So yeah, all those dead are very, very dead and very doomed. And yes, the Scourge doesn't really have a need for an economy in the strictest sense of the words. They do have need for resources. They do have need for the ability to function in terms of... They're not a post-scarcity society. They still have to deal with that. But they are basically a totally communistic society in almost the absolute form. Or maybe I'm thinking of socialism. I always get socialism and communism confused. The point is, there is basically no individual within the Scourge. So there's just the Scourge. So resources get allocated wherever they need to be without regard to trade or anything like that. There is no internal economy to the Scourge. Can't believe I forgot about this quest. I really hope I can just walk over here and pick it up. Because if I can't, I'm going to have to figure out what leads to it. I did all the quests in the town. Shoot. Okay, some of you who are more Alliance than I am, what quest leads to this? Because this is kind of important, and I really, really need to show this off on camera. And I don't remember what leads to it. It will very least come back around when we get to the Storm Peaks, for the only bit of Alliance stuff we'll be doing in the Storm Peaks. But, yeah. Whoops, didn't mean to hit that button. See, that's what I thought, Lusa, but I've done all the Winterguard quests. No, well, I mean, there is a Shadowmourne quest here, but that's not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about when we see what happened to Mirrodin. I'm not talking about the Shadowmourne thing. That's separate. Oh my god. Hang on. I gotta look this up now. Maybe it's a quest we get in Storm Peaks? Because that's when we actually, you know, meet him. And, you know... Where do we get that quest? Okay, here we go. Here's the caverns. I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up. Because I want to show this off on camera. There it is. There's the actual specific quest. So how do I... Okay, this guy starts the quest. I have found it. He's in Winterguard. How did I miss this quest? Maybe I literally just thought he was one of the exclamation points I was deliberately avoiding. Because there were a couple here I was deliberately avoiding. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I thought he was the other quest. Okay, I literally just missed a quest. It's this quest chain right here. Okay, we're gonna do this really quick.
Hey there.
Sorry. Why are we suddenly hearing Ice Crown music? The memories of the past haunt this land, Xylom. I hear the cries of the fallen echo across Northrend, calling to me. Arthas left a terrible imprint on everything he touched. Only wither and decay remains in his wake. It is important then for us to study the past, so we may better know our enemy. Perhaps untold truths shall surface that'll help our campaign. First, you must recover my scrying orbs. You got it! I'll go do that. Quickly, no. Recovery mission. Let's do this. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just chill, guys. It's okay. Don't show them fear. As long as you don't move, they won't see you. What is the Warcraft Winter Holiday Special, Rory? So you might ask why I'm doing this quest now, why I was reminded of this quest. Well, there's an Alliance quest on the shore I was literally just at, and it just kind of clicked in my mind that I didn't do that quest, and I'm like, wait a minute. What the hell's, you know? So.
Hello.
Have you recovered the orb? Well done. As fate foretold, you will be the one to carry us through this hard, perilous times. I have gazed upon the orb and seen the path you must take. And many years ago, an atrocity was committed upon the shores of Dragonblight. The act itself remains shrouded in darkness, but I am certain that the truth of your destiny lies south amidst the ruins of the Forgotten Shore.
See you around.
Okay, well, let's go back to the Forgotten Shore, where technically my Blood Elf is right now, helping the Forsaken to claim more territory in the name of the Forsaken. No, we have not done Grizzly Hills. No, we have not seen the Wrathgate. We're seeing the Wrathgate pretty much as effectively the last thing we're going to be doing in Dragonblight. That's kind of why I wanted to do this now before we do that. So, hello.
What can I do for you?
Zelig sent word, friend. We've been expecting you. I'm Oric Trueheart, Paladin of the Argent Crusade. The priestess standing across the camp from me is Tilda Darathan. We were sent on behalf of the Crusade to quell the unfortunate damaged souls attempting to escape Winterguard. The spirits of the damned haunt the coast in life. They were brave and noble soldiers in the Alliance. But in death they are cursed, bound to this world until the end of their days. We must discover the source of their anguish if we are to free them. To the southeast, you find an herb.
Safe travels.
We're not actually doing
Good day to
that
you.
quest because
Safe travels.
that's a to-go-to quest, so... I really hate the new gun sound. I know everyone else has said that a dozen times, but God, give me the old gun sound back. Of course, for those of you not aware, the reason they changed it was because people complained. If you're paying attention, almost every bad thing, in my opinion, that has happened in World of Warcraft has happened because someone bitched. And I'm getting kind of sick of it, you know? Like, rah, the gun sound is too loud. Make it sound like a paperclip snapping against a table instead. Fnah, fnah. Now, I wouldn't mind a new sound, you know, instead of the old one, but I would still prefer the old sound to the new one. You can kind of hear the old sound in that cinematic back in vanilla. But whatever. Just saying. The new is terrible. Also, finish up Vashir. Also, redo Owland. Damn it, people. That is true, Narlux. I can't argue that. Cannot argue that. Yeah, my hunters usually use bows. I tried using crossbows for a bit, and then they just kind of stopped being a thing after BC, really.
How are ya?
Have you discovered it? Oh, excellent. This won't be much longer. I know, Nicolau. The toxins in the merkweed elixir will render you unconscious. So powerful is the effect of the merkweed that even your spirit will be fooled, allowing you to temporarily enter the world of the dead. Once a spirit, you must speak with the ghostly denizens of the Forgotten Shore. Seek out the cause of their anguish and return to me. Remember, these spirits were once Lorerun soldiers. Treat them with respect, honor, and dignity.
Off with you.
Off with you. Yeah, but there's like 5 crossbows in all of Wrath. There's a lot more bows. There's not that many guns either, now that I think about it. There's the one gun in the 5-man there. That's the only one I can think of off the top of my head, actually. Whatever. I am the dead. Let's talk to a peasant. What does the peasant have to say?
What?
If it weren't for those damned beasts burning all ships, we could be home by now. Now leave me alone. I have to get back to work. Sorry to have bothered you. Carry on. Let's see what a rifleman says.
Talk to me.
The captain says as soon as Prince Arthas returns, we'll be on our way back to Lordaeron. Oh, I'm sure Arthas will be back any day now, soldier. Keep your chin up.
Off with you.
Yeah, I remember that too, Zawon. I will admit one thing that I didn't like about Kata Endgame, and that's that they changed healing in such a severe and drastic way that I personally feel it was for the worst. That's just my opinion on the matter. But I rather enjoyed the increased difficulty of the Kata dungeons. In fact, it was something we kept saying in Wrath when people went into Halion and expected to roll over the trash in there, and then got mulched as a result. We kept saying over and over, guys, this is the new mentality. We have to get used to this new form of raiding. We have to treat the mobs as if they're serious. And people are like, nah. Took a while to get it into everyone's skulls.
What can I do for you?
We'll never get these ships ready in time. The winter comes, and with it our doom. I fear the young prince has damned us all. I'm sure everything will work out, Footman.
See you later.
Everything will be A-okay. Now I'm having trouble finding a knight. Oh, nope, that's not one. Damn it, Mercadon. Who asked you? Poor peasants trying to repair the boats, so they have some hope of getting home. But they'll never see home again. Ever. There's one. These are type 2s right here a little bit.
Hey there.
Despite the hardships we've had to go through in this wasteland, I believe the young prince will see us to victory. I pray each night for his safety. I've got to go now, soldier. Stay vigilant.
See you around.
Exactly, Nethrasim. All these people still have a tremendous love of Prince Arthas. He was incredibly charismatic. I say again, Arthas would have been the best king the humans had ever had. If not for what happened.
Hi?
His eyes fill with tears. Oh, they don't know. None of them know. They think Arthas was some great hero, when in truth it was Arthas who ordered the ships to be burned. It was Arthas who left us all for dead in this frozen wasteland. Not all the soldiers from the prince's fleet perished in the freezing water. I was only a lad when I was given the chance to battle the Scourge, to save our home from certain destruction. I took that chance, Xylom. Zella gave this crystal ball to me years ago with specific instructions on its use. For 5 years, whenever I would feel anger, or anxiety, or sorrow over the events that transpired here, I was to focus my thoughts on the orbs. Now I understand why Zella gave this crystal to me. Take the orb to the Forgotten Shore. Find the ruins of me old base. Let the Forgotten see the world through my heart and soul.
See you soon.
Center of Ruins. That's not very specific, and there's no indicator, so I'm just going to start using it wherever. Nope, not there. Yeah, how's that for therapy? Literally, up there it is. Literally tore his misery and pain out and put it into a separate physical device. What's this now? Maybe Prince Arthas is meant to return today. Look alive, lads. This might be the day we leave this cursed land. Oh, sweet Ardenforge, how I've missed you. Alliance Emissary. This is also from Warcraft 3,
I apologize, Emissary, but the prince is away on an errand. What brings you to this desolate place?
By royal edict, you men are to return to Lorerun immediately. Lord Uther has convinced the king to recall this expedition.
We're to just pick up and leave?
That's correct. My men report that the roads from here to the shore are held by the undead. You'll need to find an alternate route back to your ships.
To hell with the undead. We'll cut our way through the woods, man.
Captain, why are the guards not at their posts?
Well, my lord, your father had our troops recalled at Lord Uther's request.
Uther had my troops recalled? Damn it! If my warriors abandon me, I'll never defeat Mal'Ganis. The ships must be burned before the men reach the shore.
Isn't that a bit much, lad?
Burn down to their frames! No one goes home until our job here is done!
You lied to your men and betrayed the mercenaries who fought for you. What's happening to you, Arthas?
Kind of a jump there to the end of the mission.
Is all that's important to you?
Spare me, Muradin. You weren't there to see what Mal'Ganis did to my homeland.
Or what he did to me. And thus, knowing the truth about the situation, they were able to let go and stop being Type 2 undead and simply go on to being dead. I've always wondered that too, Zimon Joker. Like, really, that's always bothered me. Even in Warcraft 3, the guy's, like, right there when they're talking. So, plot hole. Of course, we do know that that captain was pretty loyal to Arthas, will actually be fighting him in the Halls of Reflection. But anyways.
What's on your mind?
You did a good thing this day, Xylem. Hundreds of souls are now redeemed thanks to you. You've honored me, honored the memory of hundreds of Alliance Lorerun veterans. Zelig was wise in sending you here. Please return to him and give him my thanks. He'll be happy to hear of the events that transpired in the Forgotten Shore. I do not have the gift of foresight like Zelig, but I'm certain great things await you, friend. Farewell.
Watch your back.
One last quest. So that was the big thing about this quest, but there's one other little tidbit that'll become very, very important when we get to the Storm Peaks. And actually, I checked my notes. Apparently, we're going to be doing all of the Storm Peaks on Alliance, thanks to the new split up we're doing. So, look forward to that. And again, remember, yeah, as Netherzim points out, Arthas was very, very well beloved, very well liked. I can't even think of a leader in real-life modern history who is as much universally loved as Arthas was. God, I weep for the Lordaeron we could have had, you know?
What can I do for you?
There were one Joker. I forget the third one, because that's actually mentioned somewhere. I looked into this once upon a time, because Falric and Malrin are actually in the Warcraft 3 cinematic at the end of the human thing, when Arthas kills his father. That's the two guys pushing the doors aside. That's Falric and Malrin. I forget where the third guy is. But anyways. It is I who owe you a great debt of gratitude, hero. Auric is like a brother to me. You have changed his life and given renewed hope to countless others. After the betrayal at the Forgotten Shore, Prince Arthas, with Mirrodin in tow, began his quest for Frostmourne. Could the location of the cavern be near here? What secrets could it hold? While the orb has no answers for these questions, it does show me something. To the northeast, actually northwest, is an outpost. Oh, never mind. Is an outpost built by the Scarlet Onslaught. Somewhere within that outpost is a map. The orb tells us this map will be of great use to us. Please retrieve it.
Have a good one.
Hey, Octavian, up top. Grats, man. I'm happy for you. Is it a job you're going to like? And more importantly, is it a job that pays well? Because, I mean, we all know money's more important. But seriously, grats, dude. Well, no, but my point is, Netherzim, I forget what happened to him after that mission. Because I feel like there was something that happened to him after that mission. I just don't remember what right off the top of my head. I'll have to look into it to remind myself. It might be nothing. He might just have vanished. Right. Not playing the Paladin. Not playing the Paladin. Is it down? I don't remember where it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's right there. There you are. Heaven help us if we ever have a leader as well beloved as Arthas was in real life. It doesn't take much to turn that kind of love into something horrible, as Warcraft 3 shows. Well, never mind then, Netherzim. Maybe that's why I remember it as being odd. Because they bothered to give a backstory to the captain who was with Arthas, and it was Malric and Falrun. And yet then they bothered to add a third captain for no reason. Maybe that's why I remember it as an oddity.
How are you?
Have you recovered the Onslaught map? A cave? Could it be? There's no other correlation. They have labeled the cave as Frostmourne Cavern. Why the Scarlet Onslaught is interested in such things is unknown. But by the look of things, the area surrounding the cave is heavily guarded. Nonetheless, we must proceed. Yada yada. Okay, so I feel like spoiling something early. We don't actually find out about this until all the way in Icecrown. So we saw the Scarlet Onslaught in the Death Knight starter zone. We see them here in Dragonblight, and we see them at the very last zone in Icecrown. I don't think I would incorporate it, Rory. Assuming I know what you're talking about, which I think I am. So yeah, the... Are you kidding? Who's saying they haven't, little Billy? It would explain everything wrong with our history, that's for certain. But anyways, so I have to spoil this early because it really helps to explain a few things. And I'll be talking about this when we go through the Scarlet Onslaught stuff. But the Scarlet Onslaught is so interested in this cave because the Scarlet Onslaught is led by Mal'Ganis, a Nethrazim. And he's one of the individuals who, you know... Well, at the very least, he is aware of Frostmourne and its potential, even if he wasn't actually one of the people who, you know, built the damn thing himself. And we'll actually be encountering Mal'Ganis once we get to Icecrown, but again, I'm getting ahead of myself. Notice there's Arthas's old mace right there. Go away.
Behold, Mirrodin, our salvation, Frostmourne.
The second most powerful weapon ever made.
Halt, lad. There's an inscription on the dais. It's a warning. It says, "Whomsoever takes up this blade shall wield power eternal. Just as the blade rends flesh, so must power scar the spirit." Oh, I should have known. The blade is cursed. Let's get the hell out of here.
I'm sorry, Sliak.
I would gladly bear any curse to save my homeland.
Oh, leave it be, Arthas. Forget this business and lead your men home.
Damn the men! Nothing shall prevent me from having my revenge, old friend. Not even you. Now, I call out to the spirits of this place. I will give anything or pay any price. Only you will help me save my people.
And he does. He gives everything and pays the price for it. Poor Arthas. Now, we all assumed Mirrodin was killed when Frostmourne was unleashed there. As you can see, we were wrong. This was a huge plot point back in the day. For those of us who'd been following the lore, for those of us who had been, you know, big fans of Warcraft 3, to suddenly learn that Mirrodin was actually alive was just like, wait, what? He's alive? Yeah. The good news is that didn't turn into another one of those abandoned plot threads. That actually is followed through on. Thank God. Yeah, I imagine he would as well, Takoida. Even if he doesn't understand the full complexities of what the Loa are and how they work, I guarantee you he knows the general concept. I agree, Nethrazim, but I already mentioned that during the Stratholme thing. Forgive me. Possibly Darch Monster, but unfortunately, and I kind of hate to admit this, Garrosh is a much closer Hitler parallel, given what he does to the orcs and to the Horde in general, and during Cataclysm. But anyways.
You need something?
Mirrodin lives? I must notify King Bronzebeard at once. I need to consult the orb. There must be more information somewhere. Something!
Safe travels.
Now that's actually the end of this quest chain. But don't worry, we will be following through with Mirrodin in the future. I have to admit, I would have been so pissed if they didn't follow through on that.
You need something?
What? Oh, right. Okay, so now that we've done that quest, now we're gonna go get back into position over here. Ahem. But yeah, while we're flying, I'll go ahead and talk about this. And as much as I don't like to admit it, the parallels between Garrosh and Hitler are huge. He's an orc, but he's not really an orc. He claims a heritage that's not actually his, that he knows very, very little about. Hitler was Austrian, and was, you know, I am a German. He was very charismatic in the sense that he would get results basically because he was lucky. Basically, just because of other unrelated circumstance that led him to win when he wasn't actually that brilliant or actually that good or actually that smart. He took a country that was literally dying out and having starvation problems and mass inflation and otherwise a really screwed up situation, and barely had the ability to sustain itself, and through military conquest made it great again. I mean, somewhere along the line it gets hard to even tell which character I'm talking about, or which person I'm talking about, Garrosh or Hitler. As things went on, it became more and more clear that they were not actually the brilliant leader they thought they were, and a lot of their own people started rebelling against them. You know, that's actually a thing I find interesting as well, Rory. It's also especially funny since Varimathras didn't actually kill Balnazar. He pretended to, because one of their biggest rules is not killing each other. I find myself wondering if there's a degree of pragmatism to that rule amongst the Nethrezim. We don't kill each other, because if we do, we'll dissolve into a mess immediately, and we'll barely be able to function as a society. So we'll prey on other races, and we'll leave each other alone. An interesting little point of note. To my knowledge, no Nethrezim has ever plotted against another Nethrezim. Any time where a Nethrezim appears to be fighting another Nethrezim, it's actually been part of a ploy. Oh, Grom was way better of a leader than Garrosh. The original Grom. Our Grom. Alternate Grom never had that chance to grow up like our Grom did. Alternate Grom is actually worse than Garrosh in many ways. Alternate Grom was like, what's that? You tell me we should go conquer and enslave and do disgusting, depraved, horrible things? You got it! Don't being an evil bastard is super awesome! Yeah, I agree. Alternate Universe Grom is a completely hypocritical monster. Even if he was not a monster for all the other garbage he does, and he does a lot of horrible stuff, what he did to the Shadowmoon clan pisses me off so hard. Gah. I will say exactly one big thing for our Grom. Despite all the horrible crap he did, he tried to be a better person. How many people can say that? How many people can say that despite their own horrible past, they still tried to be more and better? Not many. But no, for some reason we all forgive Alternate Grom despite him being, in many ways, worse than Garrosh. Or at least as bad. Roll my eyes. But damn it, stop baiting me into talking about warlords. You guys suck. No. No. I don't know, Hylisk. I really don't know. Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
Hello?
Can't you just see it now? It'll be the new vacation spot of Northrend. What do you think of the name Hanson's Cove or Valvaxis Bay? Kind of catchy, don't you think?
Farewell.
What is it?
How much of the Alliance treasure did you get your hands on? Yeah, it kind of is, actually, Nathrezim. The quartermaster gasps, but then his eyes narrow as he studies you for a moment. I trust you didn't stash any of this on the side for yourself. You wouldn't be that selfish when the fate of Venomspite is at stake. Besides, I'm going to reward you with a percentage of the take. It's not much, but we all have to make sacrifices.
Farewell.
Okay. Let's go kill the crap out of some Scarlet Onslaught scum. Who's with me? I've said it before and I've said it again. The Scarlet Crusade is in many ways worse than the Scourge. And this is why all humans need to die, because a small group of humans are incredibly evil. That's how logic works, right? Like, if there are some humans that are bad, all humans are bad, right? I mean, that's why we have to wipe out the Forsaken, after all. And the Orcs. The Elves. I think I've made my point. The rats are eating their corpses, by the way. Which is funny, because even the quest acknowledges that this is just a half measure. It's like, well, okay, we're trying to transmogrify, Darsh. We're trying to prevent them from being raised, and this probably won't prevent the Scourge from raising them, but at the very least it'll prevent the Scarlets from raising them. That's another interesting thing, by the way. Sorry, Rose. What are these guys talking about? The Onslaught, as I've already spoiled, is led by Mal'Ganis, so they have a, God, that looks so gross. They have a demonic empowerment. They literally are using evil energies in their particular crusade, I guess is the best way to put that. But the thing I find most fascinating is they regularly resurrect their own. Like, to the point where it's a commonplace thing. I mention this because this is one of the only places where resurrection is treated as relatively common, and it's specifically because of the fact that this is an entire group of paladins led by a demon whose entire purpose is getting revenge against the forces here. So that's why the Scarlet Onslaught is actually a force to be reckoned with. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't really be much. In case you're paying attention, by the way, these are paladins infused with demonic power. So yeah, no. The light isn't really that picky about who can use it. Honestly, I've always pictured Whitemane as a reasonably powerful priest in lore. But the problem is she's a priest. You know, in lore terms, that's not one of the strongest classes, offensively speaking. Excellent as support, as she was, but not really capable of doing that much on her own, as she was. Oh, Victory, I have in fact said that because I once did a video about my favorite games of all time. All 32, I believe, of them it was. WoW was number 3. I hope that answers your question. Ah, mind flame. Blah, 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 blah. So, not counting nameless NPCs, since obviously you're not counting those, Ziwan Joker, because quite a few of the more common NPCs of the Forsaken are just everyday Joes going about their business. And the same could be said for the humans. Let's see, so we've got her. You know what? I don't actually feel like arguing this again, Ziwan Joker. Let's just go ahead and say that we both completely disagree with each other. You hate all the Horde, and I don't hate anyone. There we go. We have agreed to disagree. Can we move on from this? I'm getting tired of retreading this ground. So far, everything I've seen next level has been universally positive. I am very looking forward to playing it. By the way, would anyone here like to hear a funny story about WoW in general? What do I need to do? I need to get these. Yes, it does, Third, absolutely. Okay, so, I usually pay for my friends' subscriptions to WoW because I've been better off financially than they have, and it's worth it to me to be able to play with them. I'm sure that's not unusual. I'm sure plenty of you have been in the same situation on one side or another of that in the past, right? So, not a big deal, right? Also, I love just the red, horrible tint of this place. You really get the impression that things are just wrong here, even before you find out that a freaking demon lord is running them. But anyways, moving on. What was I saying? So, some time ago, I subscribed for my sister so that she could play and do some stuff and, you know, yada, yada, yada. Of course I did. I love playing WoW with my sister. She's awesome and fun to play it with. Then we unsubscribed. Now, you're probably looking at me where like, well, that doesn't sound like much of a story. Well, we're not 100% sure how this happened, but she got resubscribed somewhere along the lines. So I found out, so I'm doing my, I would say the Katinga personally, the Shinning. It is much more of a battleship after all. So I do my taxes pretty much, manually, right? Because I have to do my taxes manually because of being self-employed. So I went through, and I'm going through, and every month I noticed that there's a fee for $15 for a WoW subscription. So I automatically say, yep, business expense, because I'm staying subscribed to WoW for the show. You know, very simple, very easy, right? It was such a normal thing that it took me months to realize that something was off with that. Because, number one, it was on the wrong card. I do all my business expenses on the other card. I have 3 cards, by the way. The second thing was, I don't subscribe month to month. Because I am such a long-term investor into WoW, I stay subscribed as long as possible. I do the multi-month thing because it saves me a few extra bucks, and I'm going to be playing it anyway, so I might as well, right? So after a while, that finally occurs to me, and I'm like, wait a second. So I asked my sis, and she says, no, I unsubscribed just like you thought. And I'm like, okay. And I asked all of my friends who I have subscribed for in the past, of which there are several, and all of them are like, nope, it's not me. I'll check just in case. Nope, not me. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So finally I get a hold of my sister, and I'm like, okay, we're pretty sure it's either you or someone has hacked my card, so I need to find out about this. So she's like, okay, fine, let me log in. Turns out her account has been locked. So I'm like, okay. So we contact Blizzard support. Now, let me just say that I have had such universally positive experiences with Blizzard support staff. Their support staff have always been so amazing for me. I know that not everyone has had such a universally positive reaction to them, but I have. Every time I've had an issue with Blizzard, I'm like, hey, I have an issue. And they're like, let's fix it for you. And they respond quickly, and they respond well. And I love that about them. So within just a couple of hours, they get a hold of us back, and they're like, hey, so we figured out why you're locked. It's because of this little issue here. Because you've already given us the information, we know this is actually you. So we're just going to go ahead and flat out unlock the account, and here you go. Then you're going to have to go and figure out the subscription thing separate, but no problem. So I'm like, awesome. Account's unlocked, pop on. I log on as her on my computer, and I immediately pull up live support, and I'm like, hey, here's my issue. And they're like, yeah, okay, so we just checked the records. This all takes like a couple of hours, by the way. So they check the records. Your account has been subbed for like a year, but has had literally 0 activity. You haven't logged on once in like 6 months. So apparently something happened, and we're not sure what, to get her resubscribed. And the guy's like, I'm so sorry about this, but I can, because of the way I'm seeing this, I can absolutely sympathize with everything that's going on. Why don't I go ahead and fix this for you? Now, because of the way that the charges are handled, I can't actually refund all of that to you, but I'm going to refund the last month to you, and I'm going to credit you 6 months of free game time for this, so that you can use that in the future if you choose to. So, whenever Legion comes out, my sister has 6 months of free game time. Credited to her account. And of course, I got the $15 back that just went through. And that is Blizzard support in a nutshell. We're sorry, let's make it better. Like I said, I have had universally positive reactions with Blizzard support in all my years of going to them. Yeah, actually, he kind of did, third. It was on a live chat support, not in games, but he was still being like, hey! He was actually appearing as Deckard Cain, specifically. Now, you might be like, well, why is it such a big deal to have good customer support? Okay, that's a dumb question. Let's just go and be honest. That's a really, really, really dumb question. However, there's another additional reason why it's nice to have good customer support from Blizzard, and that's the fact that, in my experience, virtually every other MMO company out there ever, prior to now, has had terrible customer service. Like, it's been like pulling teeth. Even for games I really love, like Asheron's Call or Guild Wars. I get a hold of them and there's like this day's pause before they finally get back to me, and they're like, okay, so I didn't understand your issue, so I just closed the ticket. And I'm like, yeah, so. Now, I will say that's kind of a more recent thing. And by recent, I mean going back, like, basically since, I'd say, about BC came out. From the point of BC onwards, I've had great customer support with Blizzard. From that point onwards. Before that, couple more issues, couple more hit or miss. But everything since then, absolutely awesome stuff.
Be quick about your business.
I'll take what weapons and armors you can get for me, new meat. Though they'll be inferior quality to what I can make. It's better than nothing. Oh, you do not smell so fresh now, new meat. This'll do.
Our time will come.
Yeah, Star Trek Online has really bad customer support. It's another good example. Bleh.
I am forsaken.
Oh, good. For a moment, I thought I was going to have to test the rats out on someone to make sure they weren't defective. Progress, finally!
Our time will come.
Oh, wow, Hylisk. Yeah, I've actually had a situation where I legitimately looted an item, and it went into my inventory, and it got deleted by a rolling reset on the server. And I contacted support, and I'm like, here's the item, here's roughly when I got it, and like 5 minutes later, found it, here it is, bam, in your inventory. Never mind the fact that, so I used to be in charge of a guild, those that never were, I guess technically I still am, but it used to be an active guild. No less than 4 times our guild had been hacked, and someone had looted our guild bank. Every single time I've gone to Blizzard support and said, hey, my guild got hacked, blah, blah, blah. By the end of the day, everything was restored, everything was fixed, everything was smoothed out. Very quick, very responsive, and 100% service. It has been a big deal. I actually had to lock down the guild bank at one point in time because one specific player kept getting hacked, and we're like, okay, dude, enough. But yeah.
This had better be.
Anyways, so Blizzard support for you. Very well done, Blood Elf. I trust you are cleverly vicious in your slaying. Let's see, how much can I offer you from the coffins? Excuse me, coffers.
Trust no one.
Oh, where's the Banshee? She should be right. Where is she? Oh well, I guess we're not at that step yet.
This had better be good.
I am tasked with the destruction of the Scarlet Onslaught's ballista. Unfortunately, the apothecaries and I are at odds for use of resources, so I have nothing to destroy them with. To the northeast are the Carrion Fields. The Scourge seedsmiths there are at their forges and meat wagons, and they're making demolitions. Luckily for us, they also have bombs lying around. I want you to retrieve them for me.
Beware the living.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. There is a quest in there. I was right. Somewhere. Where? Oh, there she is.
I'm listening.
We have more fools for you to kill. My agents tell me that several of our good citizens have seen it fit to fall into the hands of the Scarlet Onslaught. Oh, this will not do. Go back to New Hearthglen and eliminate Death Guard Schneider, Senior Scrivener Baraga, Engineer Burke, and Chancellor Amal. From what I hear, they're spread out throughout the area. No doubt they're being kept in cages, awaiting torture. Speak with them. Kill them.
Remember.
We could rescue them, but no. We want to kill our own people instead. Of course, that's a banshee who tells you to do that. That shouldn't be any kind of surprise.
And you are...
Hello. Whoa there. Hello. I am Hansel. Pleased to meet you, ma'am. The High Executor came to us and said, Hansel, I want you to get us new mounts. Where does he think Dreadsteeds come from? The ground? Well, actually, they do if you can find a horse graveyard. But we don't have one of those. So what I need you to do is go south to New Hearthglen, kill the knights, take their crops, and steal their horses.
Watch your back.
Yeah, that is pretty much the mentality there, Hylisk. At least that's what I believe it is. A form of enforced artificial selection. I love you, Forsaken. Really, I do, but what the hell? I remember the days of vanilla so fondly. Oh, sweet, sweet vanilla. No, but seriously for a moment. One of the things I remember most about vanilla is feeling really, really bad for the Forsaken. Everyone hated them. No one took care of them. They were universally reviled by everyone, and about 50% of their quests, at least, were all about them trying to make do with nothing because they were hated by everyone, and no one would take care of them. I mean, the whole reason they were called the Forsaken was very appropriate. And then something interesting happened. The Forsaken got stronger, and stronger, and stronger. Over time, if you think about it, the Forsaken are one of the only organizations throughout the course of Warcraft's history that have pretty much universally gotten stronger with each successive, World of Warcraft's history, who've gotten stronger with each successive expansion. They started off pretty weak and just barely being able to take care of themselves. And then they got stronger, and stronger, and stronger. They're still getting stronger, too. All Sylvanas needs is to renew her Valkyr source. And she's good. The first Forsaken, debatably, was Sylvanas. I say debatably because it's kind of a iffy situation, but I'm pretty sure Sylvanas qualifies.
I am Forsaken.
You'd think they'd really let me make use of the Blight Spreaders. Maybe load themselves up something nasty. But no, they tell me those are for a special mission. Cough, cough. Excellent. Their loss is my gain. You didn't have any trouble with any of these along the way, did you? Some of them look unstable. I may be undead, but I value my existence. At last, our chance to strike at the siege engines. Don't flub it. I kid. A little. Paladin, bombard New Hearthglen's Balliste with these bombs. We'll show the Royal Apothecary Society how it's done, old style. No concoctions required.
Watch your back.
This is actually a surprisingly subtle little point here, what he's talking about there. In other words, in short, the Royal Apothecary Society at this point in history has a surprisingly large amount of influence within the Forsaken infrastructure. Despite not actually being proper military, they can command military units. And they have basically procured most of the military resources for whatever special project it is that they're working on. And anybody who's played this game knows exactly what that special project is.
What will you require?
I received a few barrels of termites from my sister at the Bulwark back home. I think they're going to come in handy for something I have in mind for you. The lumber mill operations at New Hearthglen have been problematic for us. So far, we haven't been able to get anyone in there to take out their foreman. I think if you were to unleash these termites on this woodworks, he'd be sure to come running.
Beware. our enemies abound. What would you ask of death?
I need to know what New Hearthglen is up to. I want you to steal their orders of the day. Head south, into their barracks, on their beach. Find those daily plans.
Embrace the shadow.
Hello, 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 samurai. You're just about in time for the big event. We're wrapping up the Scarlet Onslaught first. And pretty much the next thing we're going to be doing is, well, you know. And then I'm going to finally eat some lunch. My stomach's actually hurting. Whoops, I'm in totally the wrong area. I'm on the wrong quest. In my mind. Actually, I would imagine a lot of the Forsaken have actually been undead longer than Sylvanas has. But, yeah. Hey, Cloudy. We'll do that quest last. So, let's go rescue our personnel, shall we? I think it's very important we take care of our own, don't you?
What now? What would you ask of death?
I don't know what happened. I had just arrived at Venom Spite, and all of a sudden I woke up in this cage. Are you here to rescue me? No, Chancellor, I wouldn't say that.
Embrace the shadow.
What's the meaning of this? Stop! I'll pay them double whatever they're paying you! No Dreadfuse, because we know exactly what happens if she dies again. We'll be talking about that in the future, when probably in somewhere in Cataclysm, I think, is where that'll be best discussed. It's basically the fact that she's in her own dead body, Octavian, and she was a rather attractive elf when she was still alive, so it just kind of seemed logical. Of course, there is also the answer of they wanted her to look pretty. Shrug. As an interesting point of note, she is wearing more clothing in Legion. Specifically because Blizzard was like, you know, why are we doing this? Like, that's pretty much exactly how it's phrased. Why is she looking like this? Why don't we throw more clothes on him? Let's see. Daily orders, prayers for the day, service schedules, and a list of those who need to be publicly redeemed. Hello, Hybrid Phoenix.
What do you require?
Hey, ma'am, I've seen you around. Mind getting me out of there? I'm afraid not. Your days as an engineer are coming to an end.
Victory for
No,
Sylvanas.
please, I beg you. Please. Please, don't kill me. Please, no, no, no. Hello, Mafia. Yeah, I know, they pretty much had the whole thing going on. It's a little bit silly. Izara, Alexstrasza, and Sylvanas all basically have the same model. I'll deal with you later, Jordan. Maybe I shouldn't have killed him yet. Oh, well, he'll get back up in a minute. Yes, we're done with BC already at this point. And yes, I've decided never to upload a lore run to YouTube ever again. Let's see what the barracks orders say. Recruitment details. numbering of trainee, blah, 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 blah. Nothing interesting there. I don't even know who that is, Hybrid. Also, this is an interesting little point here. These termites, the Levine family termites, there was actually a quest all the way back in the Western Plaguelands from a Forsaken, last name Levine, who gave you termites to attack a Scarlet Crusade lumber mill. So, nice little callback there. Very Forsaken mindset, too. We could conquer this place. Or, you know, we could just destroy it. I'm not sure there's any lore to discuss, and the one time I tried streaming Pokemon, it was very unpopular, Dread. Let's see...
I'm listening.
Oh, good. You're here to rescue me. Now get me out of here. Not today.
Beware the living.
You can't possibly mean to... I'll write you up for this, Paladin. Ugh. Dear. Ugh. There is no such thing as fun, Deutsch. Don't be silly. I don't play video games for fun. Unless it's a Tuesday.
I haven't got all day.
Think you could get me out of here? Oh, I'm afraid not. Your time has come.
Our time will come.
What? You think to kill me? I'll kill you where you stand. No! I don't think so, Atheru. No, it was Gen 4, Platinum specifically. Come on. Da 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 da. Well, Ziwan Joker, because they got captured. I mean, we could rescue them, but I mean, that's just ridiculous. That would be terrible victory. A Kailang Lorerun. I'm just sitting here with my brains dribbling out of my ears. So you might wonder, how do they turn horses into Forsaken horses? Well, let me explain it to you. There you go. And that's what that wonderful little concoction of Necrotech can do, in case you were ever wondering. Not yet, friendly. No. And I never will until I play it live on stream. At which point I will. I like how we're using Scourge bombs to fight the Scarlet Onslaught, by the way. You know, one of the things I wonder about the Scarlet Onslaught is how many of these people are doing this because they are mindless zealots, and how many of these are doing this because they genuinely believe they're doing the right thing, you know? Because I'm sure at least a few of them really do believe in the cause, and really do think that any undead is evil, and therefore they're doing good by taking out undead, and anyone who opposes them is obviously evil, because only someone who is evil would oppose them in undead, or in fighting the undead. I've thought about it, Cloudy, but it's not going to happen. You know why? Because most of my viewers who still play WoW are in Europe. I actually tried to get together a raid group in Warlords with my viewers, and there just weren't enough people who play on US servers, so it didn't become a thing. I don't understand the question about balance, Dread. But yeah, the last few 30 years or so have seen a tremendous increase in magical and technological prowess. Like, huge, huge increase. Ah, yeah, there we go. Well, I already know the story, Friendly, and I've answered many, many questions about it on my Tumblr. Many, 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 many questions. I've been asked about it repeatedly. Probably psychotic. Is it one of those lore in a minute things? Because in which case, yes, you have. Ah, there it is. I was say I know one of them's up here. Oh, I need to go get those orders while I'm at it. Alright, let's see what the orders are at the beach, shall we? Where are they? Where are they? Oh, nope, they're down here. Well, admittedly, I don't really have the time anymore, Jenkies, either. I don't really play games for that are not for the show at this point, and that's not a complaint. It's just a statement of fact. Supplies, ship orders, and grog rations. There you go, guys. There's the secret to the Scarlet Onslaught's success. They freely drunk up their people. So here's a really weird question. How many of you sympathize with the Scarlet Crusade? The average members, not the leadership. The leadership are far more aware of what they're doing and how horrible it is. What do you mean, Noralex? I mean, surely you don't think I haven't planned for that eventuality. Okay, I'm with you so far, Dreadfuse. I'm not hearing a problem so far, though, or a question. Now, I don't sympathize with the Scarlet Crusade, by the way. But what I mean by that, to be a little more clear, is I pity the Scarlet Crusade. They really are just pawns who really don't know any better and get a little bit too overzealous. But most of what they do is, as I've said, in many ways worse than what the Scourge does. Quickly. So, yeah. And most of them do it pretty willingly, you know? Like, yes, we will do the Scourge's work. Or, excuse me, the Scourge's work. We will do the Light's work by torturing and maiming the undead.
What is it?
Oh, happy day. By not using the time and resources of the apothecaries, I'm sure to attract the attention of the High Executor. Thinking about outside the box, that's what I'm all about. Oh, yes, you had a hand in helping too. Here, if I give you something, will you promise not to mention you had a part in all this?
Trust no one.
Yeah, sure, you'll get your promotion. Well, hopefully we won't be able to reverse engineer Black Fuse's stuff, Dread. Black Fuse, I know this sounds weird, but he was clearly the Einstein of Warcraft. That man, or actually no, that's a bad parallel. He was the Tesla of Warcraft. He was incredibly brilliant. He invented things way ahead of their time, way more advanced than anyone else has. And it is hopeful that, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see if we manage to reverse engineer or procure any of their technology to use in the future.
What now?
I knew my sister wouldn't let us down. Well done, Valvaxis. The Onslaught's lumber mill will be out of commission for a while, which means no new construction of Ballistae. Thanks for helping me to live up to the family name. I have another mission for you. I was able to repurpose some of the blight to concoct my world-famous burning water. I want you to take it and set fire to the sails of Sinner's Folly. Use it from the dock. Once the sails are on fire, the deckhands will be busy putting them out. You'll be able to slip below decks to retrieve the captain's rudders.
Our time will come.
Yeah, keep in mind, by the way, the Crusade have absolutely no problem killing innocent people who are not undead. because they might be undead, or because they're in the way, or because they need the resources, or whatever.
What is it?
And it's all acceptable because they're fighting the good fight. And therefore, if we have to kill you and take your stuff, the light will grant you mercy because it was worth it for us to be able to fight the undead scourge. What? You were expecting us to rescue them? Why would we do that when they have a track record of getting themselves captured in the first place? Northrend is a cold place, young Velvaxus. I suggest you adjust to it. Enough! I want you to put an end to the torture of my people. The Onslaught's torturer, Lecraft, has been bleeding information out of everyone that gets caught by those fiends. I need to know what they know. My sources tell me he has set up shop in the basement of their barracks. I'll loan you my personal branding iron to see that the job is done right. Find him. Get me that information.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
Lol, Hylisk. Yes, that is correct, Permeus.
Yes?
If we take too long, their daily plans change. We'll have to start over along. We'll start all over again. Don't take too long. I have a spy within the ranks of the Scarlet Onslaught. I need you to deliver these orders to her so she can plan the next phase of our assault. She goes by the name of Agent Scully, no relation to Agent Mulder, and she's under a magical disguise to appear as the cemetery undertaker.
Dark Lady.
You know, I gotta be honest, I like this, but it feels a little obvious. The Undertaker? Really? The Undertaker as an undead agent? Anyways. Ah, Lecraft. You are truly a horrible, horrible person. Just seriously, really messed up person. Hey, buddies. Die in the name of the Scourge. Die, 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 die. Die. Wait, I'm not supposed to kill all these guys? Oh, well. Hello, Reach. Oops, wrong thing. Oh, right, I'm supposed to actually hit the sails, my bad. There we go. Quick! Clean up this deck. There's a lot of trash on it right now. Filthy cretin, your kind doesn't deserve to live. I'm a blood elf. I mean, really? Ow. Where's the... Oh, there's the rudders. Without these, or their captain, the Scarlet Onslaught won't be able to sail home. That's gotta be kind of strange, Nethrazim. Thank you, Reach. Appreciate it. Soon, normal suit will win. Let's go, question Lecraft. I wonder what it feels like for a sadist to have his tortures put upon himself. Oh, I know, right, Chungies? God, I'm so happy to be in Wrath right now. Alright, hey, buddy. Come to play. I'll tell you nothing. Nothing! Wait! What is it you want to know? I know that you're a paladin named Velvaxus. Oh, no, we know you've been stealing our weapons and armor and horses. Oh, we know you don't know why we're immune to your so-called blight. Grand Admiral Westwind somehow gave the High Abbot the prayer. Oh, God, we know that you have a spy. That's all I know, please, mercy. Oh, God, mercy. Ugh. No, Reach. But I don't feel like rebinding my keys around to make that happen, so I don't bother. So to reread that without the theatrics. We know that you don't know why we're immune to your so-called blight. Grand Admiral Westwind somehow gave the High Abbot that prayer. We know that you have a spy disguised as one of us. That is all I know. Probably not Nicolau, but which book are you referring to? Yes, I know it's the one. It's because I let the other person take credit. I did that deliberately. So, Grand Admiral Westwind. There he is. Goodbye. Grand Admiral Westwind is someone who's actually referenced and mentioned, yeah, that's true, Hylisk, in some of the old lore. Basically, he was one of the original admirals that led the Alliance fleets and was lost sometime around Northrend. And yet he has come back. He has come back to lead his people to glory against the Scourge and the undead and basically everyone else forever. Oh, wow, Reach. Okay, looks like it's not... Well, let's take the quest then. A rod drops from Lacroft's dead hand. There are pulsing magical runes along it. Could this be how he was getting his confessions? Better let the High Executor have a look at it. And for some reason there's all these Raven Priests around, but why would Scarlet Crusaders use Shadow Priests? Unusual. Oh well, I'm sure the Grand Admiral knows what he's doing.
What is it?
Please do not tell me their sails were somehow protected from my burning water. I hate to have to test it out here all over again. Without their rudders, they've got nowhere to run now. Looks to me like the end of the Scarlet Onslaught. And just when they were getting started. How sad. Yeah.
Beware, our enemies abound.
What now?
They knew all of that? And who the hell's Grand Admiral Westwind? Better that we know than we have to guess. I hope you left your, mark.
Our time will come.
Did you get that rod from their torturer? Lecroft had it, you say. Well, that makes sense. I recognize it from my youthful days as a torturer in the court of King Tyrannus. Why would you know that? I have an idea of how we can make the rod be used to good use. It's time to utterly demoralize the Onslaught forces. I want you to take the rod and use it on 4 of their leaders. Commander Jordan, Lead Cannoneer Zirhut, Blacksmith Goodman, and Stable Master Mercer. Place them under the compulsion. Concentrate on making them denounce the Onslaught, and then kill them.
Goodbye.
In case you missed that, we're going to be torturing people into making false confessions. Why is that relevant? Because the Rod of Compulsion makes you compulsed to do something. And it's used to extract information from people. How many of you guys think that that false information has been extracted from people using this interrogation device? Anyone? Anyone think that that's a thing? Just me? No, okay. Compulse, 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 compulse. Okay, look. Okay, is he under it? Yep, he's under compulsion. You are being misled. The Onslaught is all lies. The Scourge and Forsaken are not our enemies. Wake up, sheeple! He doesn't actually say sheeple, but I like the idea of him doing that because it's such a dumb phrase. And that's just the kind of thing I could see a Scarlet Idiot saying. Commander Jordan says, High General Bendis personally told me it was a mistake coming to the north, and we are doomed. I urge you all, lay down your weapons and leave, before it's too late. That's their official title next level. Scarlet Idiot. I'm not torturing them. I'm using advanced interrogation techniques. Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. I gotta wait a moment. There we go, we're good. Bendis is nothing but a harlot, and Grand Admiral Westwind is selling her out cheap, just like he sold us out. That is really coarse. There's one other thing I kind of want to pick up while I'm here. But I don't remember if there's a quest for it, so I'm going to check just to make sure. Looks like there's a quest for it. Okay, just wanted to be sure. Yeah, okay. I know, weird, right, Netherzim? I was thinking that too. It's like, why? They even still have all their barding on, so why would they be? Ah, who knows? Don't do it, Reach. Seriously, it's fine. If we have another barrage, sure, but right now, nah. Ah, naps. Things that I don't do. Renounce the Scarlet Onslaught. Don't listen to Ondor's lies. Just imagine us using the Rod of Compulsion on Vaughn. No, Reach. It really is totally fine. Don't do it. It's all good, man. Get yourself a burger or something, you know?
Speak quickly.
You are now my favorite paladin, Valvaxis. If you have a mind to, I'd like you to think of joining up as an officer in the Hand of Vengeance. We could start you as a death guard, and in a few decades, I think you'll have what it takes to make junior executor. No? Well, don't be too hasty. Take your time, mull it over. Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna be in charge of you in a few more years, dude. Probably too pompous, I'd say, Netherzim. So, why don't we go ahead and deal with the Scarlet Onslaught? I have to admit, I am a little impressed with the level of resources and dedication the Scarlet Onslaught came up to here with. Look at this. Look at this. They built all of this fresh. None of this was here. They set this up when they got here. This is impressive. It's just interesting to me that of all the forces that came to Northrend, one of the most committed was the frickin' Scarlets. Ah! Well, thank you, Victory. Reach, this has been done on your behalf. Now that's an interesting question, Gigius. Do you mean which one would I want to be? Or which one do you think I would be most likely to be? Because those are extremely different questions.
What is it?
I am apparently a bloke on Twitch. I'll take that. Don't blow my cover, Captain. Paladin. You have word from the spy mistress? These plans indicate something imminent. Oh, so based purely on my personality. Oh, I'd be a tank. Which tank I'd have to think about, but I would be a tank. These plans indicate something imminent's being planned. But first there's the matter of this strange protection the Onslaught forces have. If Venomspite is to deal with them once and for all, we must find out who's behind it and eliminate them. I've noticed the bishop in the chapel on the far side of New Hearthglen, across from the lumber mill, has stepped up his blessings of the troops. Kill him. Steal his prayer book. Maybe it'll give us a clue.
Beware, our enemies abound.
So, which tank? That's a little trickier. Because... probably one of the two, between Protodon or Prot Warrior, are the most likely, I'd say. I'd just basically flip a coin between the two. I'm not sure which one actually is more me or not. There we go. Thank you for the book, sir. Pretty standard, really, except for a freshly written page. Or freshly written blessing on the very last page. Interesting.
I am forsaken.
I'm not sure what to make of that, Reach. I think I will take that as a point of honor, yes. You have the bishop's prayer book? Did you find anything unusual in it? A newly scribed blessing. Damn it all, that's the High Abbot's handwriting. I'd stake your life on it. You may wonder how I can maintain this guise. I use a magic mirror that was loaned me by the spy mistress. It only has so much power in it, but I think there's enough for the both of us. Here, take it. I want you to impersonate one of the Onslaught priests. Be quick about it. I have no idea how long my glamour will last while you have the mirror. Realize you won't immediately be perfectly disguised, so don't count on being foolproof until I've had a chance to help you.
Goodbye.
Don't mind me. By the way, I really want to just stress how incredibly evil the Scarlets are in general. So, I steal that man's image, and he says, "Help, help, this man has stolen my image." The soldiers show up and say, "What's going on here?" And the other soldier says, "I don't know. Better kill both of them to be on the safe side." That is so Scarlet. Hey, Cabinizer.
What now?
Please tell me you didn't break the mirror. Not bad. Now that the priest's image is trapped within the mirror, I have something else that needs doing. We need more information from the High Abbot. And now we have the visage of one of the Raven priests. I think we can get you close to talk to him, but unfortunately we need to separate him from his bodyguards, or you'll never get any information out of him. I think I've got it. Well in disguise, go to the top of the abbey and ring the bell. That should bring the abbot's bodyguards running down, and then you can head down and speak to him.
Watch your back.
So, hey, we're suddenly female. I have to be honest, this quest disturbed me the first time I did it. I'll explain why in a little bit. Also, I love these ravens flying around here, and I was really happy when they added that as a glyph option for Shadow Priests. I actually have that glyph, because of course I do, because ravens are awesome. Ah, what are you doing? Of course I have, Cabinizer, and yes, I think it's a very good movie with an interesting message to it. Excuse me, High Abbot Langdon? Yes, my daughter. Your Eminence, may I have a word with you in private? He studies you a moment and then smiles. Very well, child. I know just the place. You need but kiss my ring and let me know when you're ready. I am ready, Your Grace. That is so gross, by the way. I know it's a thing in real life. That's why. No, it's gross. I don't like that. No, thank you. Hey, yes, let's go. There are plenty of people, Cloudy, but no big names that I'm aware of. I know of a place nearby where we can speak in private, my child. Follow me. The actual message is too complicated to say in a single sentence, in my opinion, Nether. But basically it has to do with the proper utilization of interaction with one another and drive towards its self-improvement while at the same time acknowledging that one thing is a tool and not a crutch. And a few other things that are related to that, which I'm not going to go into right here. This just disturbed me right here. Do you think I could not see through your flimsy disguise, Valvaxis? There is much you do not understand, Blood Elf. The Master sees all. He told me you would come for me. I won't die by your hand, though. I have seen what you've done to my compatriots. No, I will leave the world in a manner of my own choosing, and I will return, Grand Admiral's will permitting. And then he jumps to his death rather than face us. And no, I haven't, Kevin. Has not been a priority.
Speak quickly.
The hell's going on here? You sure he jumped on his own? You're certain you didn't push him? She narrows her eyes at you. Fine. Clearly there's much more going on in this place than we thought. Because, Cabinizer, only the people who are truly smart avoid that list. Also, I'm really dumb. We have to figure out what's going on here. We need the General's diary. I'm pretty certain you'll find it on her nightstand upstairs in her house. It's the one next to the church. Once you acquire it, take it to the High Executor. You'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. The power of the mirror is low. And there's only enough for me.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Yes, Agent Scully. Mulder is elsewhere. So, I'd just like to say that I spent some time reading this journal. I'll be reading it on screen for you guys, of course. And I got really, really sympathetic for High General Abendis. Like, I felt so bad for how much she was manipulated and controlled in this whole situation. And then I go fight her, and she has the same voice actress as Sindragosa. The same terrible voice actress. And immediately, all of that sympathy just fled out the window. So, this is for General. The voice whispered, "Come to me." From the very beginning, I knew it was the Holy Light speaking to me in my dreams. At last, all my years of prayer and good deeds, the cleansing of the blight of the unliving from the face of Azeroth, after all of my failures and resurrections, finally, it happened again. "Come to me," the light commanded. I woke freezing, but it wasn't cold in my chambers. I'm going to redouble my efforts. I'll tell the High Abbot tomorrow morning that I want prayers increased. No more half measures. The Holy Light has taken notice of our good work. I can feel it. By the way, if you're paying attention, yes, the first part of this is the same journal we read all the way back in the Death Knight Starter Zone. There's some new stuff, though. This time I was awake. It was very vivid, and yet for over a minute, I was in the middle of a warm, sunny day, and my breath came out misted and chilled. One of the priests noticed and dropped to his knees in prayer. No one else heard the voice, though. At least the witness proves I'm not going insane. Maybe I should ask Landrin on the matter? I'll ask Jordan and Street to scrutinize their recruiting efforts tomorrow. We've grown bloated with the ranks of unbelievers who yearn only to destroy the undead. That is not enough! The commander and the bishop were both receptive. Not only had they a choice, not that they had any choice, Bishop Street is particularly enthusiastic. He spoke of a revival for the crusade and our desire to ferret out the weak of faith. I told him to go easy. I have no intention of destroying the crusade. However, I do like the sound of forming an elite cadre of the most faithful to the light's bidding to Northrend. I fear the man's friendship with Warcraft is slowly twisting him. They both have their uses, however. I will leave most of the crusade here to continue mopping up the undead in our backyard. I imagine that once they have finished what we began, most will disband and go back to their homes and live in peace. That somehow seems right. That at our finest, we have always been the salt of the earth, rising up to take back our homes from the filth of the Scourge corruption, to return our Lorerun to its former glory, at a time before the Scourge, before Arthas, before Regicide, before the Lich King. There have been whispers amongst the men about a day soon to come that will change everything for the Scarlet Crusade. Bishop Street has put a name to it, calling it the Crimson Dawn. I will put some thought to this, though I can feel the truth of it in my bones. I pray it will bring weal to us rather than woe. The light has spoken again, with a great deal of urgency. I came away from the dream with a sense of impatience. I will not disappoint. There will be no more delays. We must be soon underway. What a great coincidence, then. And I had to control myself from showing my relief that this afternoon Captain Shelley procured for us a number of new ships for the voyage. Perhaps no coincidence at all. The Holy Light expresses its will in ways we are not meant to understand. I will take the sinner's folly as my flag. I think the name is most fitting. Now I know why the light has been pushing me to be underway. In the dead of night, a scourge necropolis appeared in the sky over us and poured out all the minions of hell. A new breed of Death Knight leads the assault. That would be us. Already the casualties we've suffered have been catastrophic. With the scourge able to strike at us anywhere and at will from above, there seems to be no way to mount a proper defense. I fear our intended expedition to Northrend is over before it's even begun. I have been informed that Hearthglen and the surrounding area have already begun to assemble a host. High Commander Galvar Pureblood himself intends to lead them to save us. His efforts will be for naught. I must see to it that my best couriers get through the enemy lines and warm him off. Hearthglen must prepare to dig in and rally with the rest of the crusade. With any luck, they'll get through before nightfall. By the way, hi Lilu. Sorry, I was in the middle of reading. There's been no word from any of my couriers this morning. It's clear that none of them made it through to Hearthglen. The Plaguelands are lost. Pureblood will come with his forces and they'll be annihilated out in the open. This afternoon I received a vision from the light. In it I saw the utter destruction of everything we've built here. The message was clear. I was being told to take the remainder of my most faithful and abandon the crusade to their doom. Langdren told me that he'd received the same vision. I cannot comprehend how the light would tell us to take such a dishonorable action, but it's not my place to question. I am to obey, and obey I shall. It was with trepidation that I gazed upon New Avalon. I suspect for the last time, our fate lies in Northrend. I am filled with a sense of ominous foreboding for some reason. The mission ahead should shake away our concerns. I'll put them out of my mind. Perhaps with luck, High Commander Pureblood will somehow endure and marshal the survivors. I am a coward. A dog running away with my tail between my legs. 2 months, they tell me this journey is going to take. The other ships aren't built for speed and like the Folly. They're carrying most of our forces and equipment, and they're not much more than single-sail freighters. But they'll get there safely. I am not looking forward to this, but for the light, I will endure my seasickness. I simply mustn't let the others see. I've not written in a while. It's as much as I can do to stand upright and not get sick. The men are beginning to wonder why I keep holding myself up in the cabin. It wouldn't do good for morale for them to see me this way. It shouldn't be long now. I pray it won't be. 6 weeks already, and every day it seems the weather gets worse. I can only hope Northrend itself does not have such horrible weather. I wasn't built for the cold. The light has been silent for a very long time. We were attacked with no warning whatsoever. Giants in massive oared longships came out of the mists like ghosts. They were silent as the dead. I lost a ship and all the men on it. We fought with great courage and skill, considering we have only the most rudimentary naval combat training. Afterwards, the screams of our men who had been taken captive by the giants echoed across the water. After a while, it grew silent again. Bishop Street led the men in prayer. We awoke this morning in the middle of making adjustments to my maps. The light was guiding my hand, showing me exactly where we must go. We are close. Landfall! Exiting the rowboat upon the beach, I planted our banner and was overcome by the holy light, which spoke through me. Today is the Crimson Dawn, the great day we have waited for. This is to be to the site of New Hearthglen. We are no longer the Scarlet Crusade. We are now the Scarlet Onslaught. An onslaught upon Northrend we shall be. The cancer of the Scourge threatens to overflow in the crown of the world and drown the rest of us. The time has come to take the fight directly to the Lich King's doorstep. It's almost been a month now, and construction has proceeded apace. I've been too busy to write. My scouts tell me this land is full of dragons and other strange beasts. We'll keep to ourselves until we're ready. In the middle of services today, the High Abbot proclaimed that a visitor would arrive soon, one the light was sending to lead us to victory. I don't know what I feel about that. Why didn't the light tell me? Have I not been faithful? Now I'm to be replaced by some kind of outsider? Admiral Barian Westwind showed up on my doorstep tonight. By all accounts, he'd have died on these shores ages ago. He didn't look old enough, yet I knew it was him. He claimed he was the only survivor of his doomed fleet, and he'd survived only through the good graces of the light. We stayed up speaking through the night and into the morning. He assured me he had no intention of taking my place, but the light had instructed him to travel across the great Dragonblight to serve as my advisor and commander in title only. He claimed a great change was coming to Northrend. The Alliance and the Horde were going to come en masse in response to a great plague the Lich King was about to unleash upon them. The men have taken to the Grand Admiral with great zeal, especially High Abbot Langdrin and Bishop Street. Apparently the Holy Light whispered a new blessing to the Admiral in his sleep, which he passed on to Langdrin. Some of the men have converted to the priesthood, and are now being referred to as Raven Priests. Only Jordan seems unimpressed. I suppose that's understandable. He probably feels his position is threatened, as mine is. Something doesn't feel right. I can't put my finger on it, but I cannot make myself fully trust the Admiral. He's done nothing wrong. Quite the contrary. And yet, I have to trust my gut. I will pray for understanding. The light delivered the Admiral to lead us to victory, and it's not my place to question its decisions. I will continue to obey. I am faithful. Another couple of months have passed. We've made great strides in the construction of New Hearthglen. The wall is almost complete, as is the barracks. Kalakai's men are miracle workers. My heart hasn't been into writing. I've been avoiding putting my thoughts here for some reason. The light hasn't visited me of late, although the Admiral assures me this is nothing to worry about. My men report that a small group of Forsaken have broken ground on a camp along the hillside to the north. On the other side of the hill, the Alliance have apparently begun construction of a much larger base. The Admiral says we should leave them be. There are other Horde forces gathered to the west that would surely come to their aid if we were to attack. I don't feel good about it, but I see the logic in his reasoning. The first phase of construction is done. Admiral Westwind ordered a group of my men to establish a foothold further to the north. He wouldn't go into detail, claiming he was being guided to do so. We caught 4 spies from the Forsaken town, Venomspite, this afternoon. I'm going to have Warcraft torture them for information. If we only caught 4, how many more have slipped in amongst us? Why do I feel as if things are beginning to unravel?
Hello.
It's about time, Velvaxis. What's been keeping you? I've been reading, dude. Come on. Damn it all. Why couldn't you have come to me with some good news? Their attack is imminent, Paladin. I need you to go in there and sever the head of the Scarlet Onslaught. Literally. It's not going to be easy. Abendis is sure to be surrounded by a great many of her men. Bring me back her head, and I'll see to it that you're properly rewarded. Fail and don't even bother to return.
Our time will come.
So yeah, that diary really engenders a lot of sympathy in me for General Abendis. I find myself wondering what kind of person she would have been if she had been properly mentored in her younger years, instead of basically being one of the founding members of the Scarlet Crusade. And, well, let's just say that the Crusade has never really been a good thing, pretty much from day one. It's, yeah. So there's the Grand Admiral right there. And there's Abendis. And here's her terrible voice actress.
Kill them, Abendis! Do not fail me!
Are you gonna say anything? I mean, I know you have voice acting, lady. I've heard it. It's terrible. Yeah, by the way, in case you didn't catch it, that's a fell barrier that the Grand Admiral just put up over himself. Weird. Whatever.
You served your purpose. I will see you weaklings in Icecrown, if you live that long.
And he just walks out with his barrier up. I suppose that depends on your perspective, Victory. Seriously, I swear to God, she has a voice actress. She has lines. I don't know why she didn't say them. And again, it's the same voice actress that does Sindragosa, and yeah. Yeah, his voice acting is pretty meh, too. Come back here, West Wind. By which I mean Mal'Ganis. You bastard. Oh, well. It's time to end this once and for all. Except I think I may have to do a couple more quests. We'll see, but I think this should be it. With the Forsaken taken care of, and the Blight perfected by the Horde and by a gnome. Or I should say by a Forsaken and the gnome. Well.
I'm listening.
Should I tell my forces to begin our way towards Agmar's hammer, or did you manage to kill the general? Let's see them bring her back to life without her head. I'm a little concerned you let this Grand Admiral get away. But you're still a heroine of the day, Valvaxis. Take your reward. You've earned it.
Goodbye.
Oh, right. Okay. Just gonna go ahead and do this really quick. Yeah, the Scourge can bring her back. I personally think Mal'Ganis was getting desperate and, frankly, wasn't trying his best, I think is the best way I could put that, in all his plans out here. He was literally out just for base revenge. That's all he's interested in. So he does all this just to get base revenge, and he makes several tactical blunders along the way. Which is, I mean, understandable, but kind of pathetic, really, especially compared to some of the things we've seen the other Nethrezim do. They could bring someone back without a body, little Billy. I'm pretty sure they could manage for someone without a head. All they need is your soul. And that's easy to get. I swear I'm not part of the Scourge, guys. I may be planning to invent the Scourge, but I'm not part of the Scourge. It's a key distinction, really. That's true. Mal'Ganis is probably the dumbest Netherseme we've ever seen. Now, Tichondrius, he knew what he was doing. Balnazar was pretty good, too. We don't really see much Deathrock doing much, so I can't really speak to him. And then Veramothras is probably the single most cunning and manipulative of all of them that we've seen on camera. If you want to, Psychotic, sure, but only if you want to. For the one joke, we've already been over this. The Scourge is not trying to win right now. They are deliberately holding back because of the extended plans of both Arthas and the Lich King. That right there is the situation you described is one of the biggest reasons why the Lich King must always be is a big deal. Because otherwise the Scourge would just kind of keep rampaging and going, and yeah. Alright. So. Hey, buddy.
What is it?
Hey, yeah, so let me turn this in.
Trust no one.
Oh, you want me to go to Venomspite? Okay, let's go to Venomspite, guys. Never been to Venomspite. Hey, at least we get this awesome music for a little bit more. God, I am really hungry. It's okay. All I'm doing is taking the completed Forsaken Blight to Venomspite in Dragonblight. I'm sure nothing bad will come of me delivering the Forsaken Blight to the Angrathar. Next level games, because of my desire to avoid Legion spoilers, I will not actually be answering that out loud. Not the direction I thought they were going to go with it is probably the best non-spoilery way I can answer that. No, I have not, Deutsch, and God willing, I never will. No, I'm just gonna skip Velythria, in all honesty, Psychotic. There's really not a lot to talk about for her. I mean, I could talk a little bit about her, and then I'm just gonna walk past her. Because, yeah. As you can see, the logging operation here in Grizzly Hills is going along fabulously. Like I said, I have a few things to say about Velythria, but not enough to really justify fighting her. That's also true, Hylisk. Having that ultimate fighting force, us, under his control, would probably be a really big boon for his fight against the Legion. And by probably, I mean absolutely, definitely would be. Top video game music soundtracks in no particular order. Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VI. No, I'm kidding. I don't usually list them in terms of soundtracks, but I could name you the games from which all of my top songs are from. My zero list, as I call it. Which would include, in no particular order, Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy IV, Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy VII, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts Birth by Sleep, Lufia 2, Mega Man 2, Mega Man 3, Mega Man X4, Mega Man 04, Metroid Prime 3, Secret of Mana, Warcraft 2, and Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. There you go. There's a list.
That better be
You're the
good.
delivery girl? Oh, joyous day. And look, just beyond the mountains to the northeast creeps a whole field of scourge for us to obliterate.
Beware the living.
The details behind the functionality of the blight are hardly important, especially since I already explained it to my viewers. All you need to know is it does its job. See? My body is mostly intact. So what he does is he opens the cork and inhales and he says, "Behold, my body is mostly intact. Now, if we mix this with a reactive agent, we'd all be turned into shapeless piles of goo. On the south beach south of here, you will find pathetic specters of Alliance soldiers past. Slay them.
Remember.
Bring me their ectoplasmic residue." I have been invited to the Argent tournament again. I get it. God. So yeah, I apologize. I completely forgot to turn this quest in the Howling Fjord. So I should have been doing these quests already. My bad. This should lead us to the final quest for here, which will lead us to a cutscene, which will lead us to another thing, which will be the end of the thing that we're doing for the moment. Have you gotten enough responses, Zagoten, to really get a good list going? I'm looking forward to seeing the end results, I'll tell you what. Oh my god, drop the goo. What is this, an Outlands quest? Or a vanilla quest? God. Drop the goo. Sometimes you think about looting the dogs. Other times, you think about dropping the goo. And yes, I have a forum. It hasn't been as active lately. Shrug. There's only so much I can do to encourage people to be active on it, and I've admittedly been very busy with the WoW Lorerun. But we do have a forum, and people are encouraged to post on it and chat and do whatever. In some distant future where time is a thing I actually have again, I plan to actually go through there and read some of the fan fiction that's been, or I shouldn't call it fan fiction, some of the written works of people that's in there. And, I don't know why I said fan fiction. And, write some of my own and post some more speedrunning stuff and, you know, all kinds of fun stuff like that. I actually check it daily, too. Not that most people probably are aware of that. Shut up, stomach. Surprised you guys can't hear that. Okay, we got the residue. No. Well, I hope so, Deutsch.
What is it?
The residue will be used as the reactive agent to activate the blight. This will do nicely. Did those pathetic whelps put up a fight? Or they just shower you with ghostly tears of sorrow? Oh, they get so emotional. Pah. With the inert specimen of the blight compound complete and the activating agent in hand, there only remains a suitable shell to house the components. Southwest of here on the shores of central Dragonblight is where you'll find the Emerald Dragon Shrine. Within the shrine, you'll find the hardened remains of green dragons' teardrops. I don't know the whole story, but apparently they cry a lot before they die. Go figure. Go gather the tears.
Victory for someone.
Yes, Django. I have been released from my other normal real-life obligations for the weekend, starting, so today, Saturday, and Sunday. So I'm actually going to be streaming longer than I normally do all 3 of these days as we go through Wrath. Which is good, because I am behind on where I want to be, progress-wise, right now. I don't know, Little Billy. I'm not sure my teeth can take that. So I hope you're paying attention to the quests we're doing, by the way, because this really stung for several Horde players, myself included. We are actively going around perfecting the Forsaken Blight. That's what we're doing right now. We are fixing and improving and perfecting the Forsaken Blight. That's just... I don't know what else to say to that. I don't know what else to add to that. We're doing that. We are. The players. This is one of the great things about a video game. Any story could tell a story about, someone doing something like this and inadvertently leading to horrible catastrophes. A video game is the only thing that can make you do it. No Palpatine impression intended. Now, granted, this is also one of the detriments of a video game, because you might logically think, why the hell are we doing this? But it wouldn't have had nearly the same impact if not for, at least I would argue, it would not have nearly the same impact if not for the fact that we did this. We did this. Kind of like the Garrosh thing. Why is Garrosh such a threat? Because of us. We are the ones who have lifted him up from Outland. We're the ones who made him succeed in Wrath. We're the ones who did his bidding in Kata. We caused Garrosh, just like we caused this. Ah! God damn it.
Speak quickly.
Fortunate we have a location nearby with a surplus of emerald dragon tears. I would have had to send you to Faralos otherwise. I do believe that the Blight is now ready for a field test. Fortunately, the dread citadel Noxeramas is laying siege to Winterguard Keep. From beneath the very earth that Winterguard was built upon rise the living dead, eager to do the bidding of Kel'Thuzad. The Alliance are of course outmanned and outgunned. The people laid to rest in the mausoleum waken. Perhaps we shall give them a taste of the Blight, yes? Before I ship you off to Dr. Maleficus with the good news, we'll do a simple field test. The hungering dead stream out from what remains of old Winterguard. Commandeer a vehicle. So, okay, remember how these vehicles are only for use for apothecary usage? Well, now we're working for the apothecary, so now we actually get to use these things. I want you to take very careful note of what these things are. Just get the visual representation in your mind of exactly what we're driving here, okay? Just get it locked in your mind. And yeah, we gave Magatha back her power. That's another excellent example of something that I hope we get to try and fix in the future. Let's see how effective this thing is against the Scourge. Oh, right, I'm going the wrong way. Shall we? Right, I need to... This thing's actually kind of hard to aim because of the height of its arc. The Alliance should be in charge. I spit on the Alliance! And on the Horde. Seriously, both sides need to go away. I'm tired of it. Give me my third faction already. Well, it appears to be dissolving them. So that's good. And we're flinging these sort of canisters that I hope you have locked into your memory, too. I just realized I don't need to come back in this thing. I wouldn't buy either victory, but that's because there's no games on either for me. So just pick the one whose games you like best, victory.
Hello.
That would be cool, Hylas, but as much as it irritates me to say that we have assisted the Alliance, I declare the field test a success. I have prepared a package that must be delivered to Dr. Sintar Maleficent Malefice at Agmar's Hammer. The contents of the package include the final blight specimen, along with instructions on preparation and samples of the reactive agent. You will find Agmar's Hammer to the west, yada yada yada.
Remember,
yes, he does. Druids and shamans both. He needs to fix the land. Holy crap. The funny thing is, I've mentioned before how some of Garrosh's actions were understandable because of the fact that the Horde was kind of lacking in resources and whatnot. How hard would it have been for the Horde to convince the Druids of the Circle to try and assist them in reclaiming Durotar as a lush, place where they could actually live and grow and all that fun stuff? Now I know what you're about to say. Well, that seems like too easy of an answer. And it kind of is. There is a little bit of a niggle there. Remember, I pointed out back in BC that one of the problems the Cenarian Circle had was they became a political faction. And a political faction who claims to be neutral cannot just go ahead and abstractly assist one of the sides in a conflict between the two. At least not unless there's an understanding between the two sides. So unless the Alliance is willing to allow the Circle to assist the Horde, that's not that likely to happen. Hopefully that'll happen in the future, though, because I feel like that's a really good answer for the plight of the Horde in general. Come back quickly, Deutsch. We're almost there. Remember this guy? We gave him some stuff to help him with the plague earlier.
What now?
About bloody time. Yes, glorious. Exactly to specifications. Here is your payment. This work is all classified. Information's being given out on a need-to-know basis.
Our time will come.
Oh, well, sure. I use my brains. I don't know how to answer that. Hey, look. There's a new quest here. I hope you're ready for this.
Blood and thunder.
You have done well, sister. All that you have faced, you have done as a champion of the Horde. The scourged Anubar of Ajol Narub, crushed under your foot. The Tonka, brave, powerful new members of the Horde. Because of you, our super weapon against the Scourge, that's the Blight, tested and perfected by you. The time has come. The moment is now. Our elite soldiers at the Wrathgate need you. The son of Sarfang awaits your arrival at the Corcoran Vanguard. Go now to the Wrathgate.
For the Horde.
For the Horde. I'd be okay with that too, Athero, depending on how it was implemented. So I know I said this yesterday, but I really want to re-emphasize this because this moment is a critical moment in history, right here. This is the best and brightest of the Horde, the most elite forces they have at this moment in time, and the best and the brightest of the Alliance, and their most elite forces at the time. We have a living legend on both sides of the flag. Over here, we have the son of Sarfang himself, recently reclaimed from Outland and having cut a bloody swath against the Scourge in all of Northrend. Over here, we have the High Lord Bolvar Fordragon, someone who is the Regent Lord of Stormwind for years, a great warrior, and a very beloved general. These two people are loved, liked, and most importantly of all, intelligent. They are willing to set aside their petty differences and work together against a common enemy. This, right here, was the moment the Horde and the Alliance were finally going to reunite. And finally face against their greatest foe that they had faced to date, the Scourge. Right here at the Wrathgate, the front door, the big point. This is all of the effort and work that the Alliance and the Horde have done all come down to this one moment.
What do you need? Dabu.
Whoops. Hang on. I'm sorry, I always forget this quest exists. Every single time I do this. Okay, so... Though I know you hunger to destroy the scourge that stand before us, we must first deal with the threat that looms overhead. Until the strafing assault of the frostworms are halted, we cannot move forward. But before we assault the dying grounds of dragons, we must first be granted permission. Venture now to the hallowed halls of Dragonkind, Wormrest Temple. Once there, seek out Alexstrasza. Seriously, every single time I forget this quest even exists. And I've done the Wrathgate on basically every character that I've ever made. See, all the momentum's gone because I totally screwed that up. I'm sorry, guys. I am so sorry. I screwed up the moment because I forgot that we have to go deal with the frickin' necromancers and the frickin' frost drakes and blah 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 blah. Yeah, blah blah blah. Let's go. Yeah, hey, what's up? Yep, Galakron, yep, they're trying to res him. Yep, that's a thing. That's what's happening. Yep, give me my mount. Let's go. Yep, let's go, come on, let's go! I'm faster than you without you. Why aren't we killing them already? Oh my god. Go! Holy crap. Die. In case you're wondering, Alexstrasza's like, oh my god, they're raising up the bones of Galakrond. Go stop them. And that way you will reduce the number of frost drakes that they're producing and earn our blessing and blah blah frickin' blue. God damn it. That was like a really good speech too. I feel like I really built up the moment appropriately there. Oh, I'm out of mana. Well, I'll just hop off this thing. I could kill this guy without this. Hey, buddy. I can kill the crap out of you without a Drake, because I'm Invincible Doom. Okay, I'll take that scythe. Bye. Absolutely, Jango Fett. In fact, it's pretty much guaranteed that they weren't actually rezzing him at this point in time. They were still just unearthing him. They'd res him once they actually finished, unearthing the whole of his body. Which races would be in the third faction? All races, dude. That's kind of the point, really. Okay, you've done it. Yeah, you've helped us. That's great. Return to Angrathar. Well, we didn't really stop them. We just kind of slowed them down because distractions and yeah. I don't know what Lord of Draenor means, but I'm going to assume the answer is yes. I have no idea what you're asking me, Sir Wine. I guess I'll read this quest. With Antioch slain and the scythe in our possession, the frostworm assaults upon your forces at Angrathar will halt. The worms that remain will be hunted and destroyed, their bones returned to the earth. The time to make your final stand is now. I'm not going to build up the momentum again. You get the point. This is a really big moment. All of Warcraft's history could be argued to be tilting on this moment, in the same way that it all tilted on the moment of the Battle of Hyjal back in Warcraft 3.
Loktar!
My father was right about you, Valvaxis. Everything he said has come to pass. Only one duty remains unfulfilled. I will lead the Korkron. I will lead the Kor'kron to the front line. The time to end this war is at hand. The Lich King's tyranny ends today.
Strength.
There we go.
Iron over! Take the lead! For Lorerun! For the Alliance! Back, you mindless wretches! Fight on, brothers!
Rise up, sons of the Horde! Blood and glory await us! Lontargar! For the Horde!
I was wondering if you'd show up.
I couldn't let the Alliance have all the fun today.
Arthas! The blood of your father, of your people, demands justice! Come forth, coward, and answer for your crimes!
Notice, by the way, the Alliance and the Horde forces are intermingling. Just put a tidbit there.
You speak of justice, of cowardice. I will show you the justice of the grave and the true meaning of fear.
Enough talk! Let it be finished!
You will pay for all the lives you've stolen, traitor!
Boldly stated, but there is nothing you can...
What?
Did you think we had forgotten? Did you think we had forgiven? Behold now, the terrible vengeance of the Forsaken!
Sylvanas.
Death to the Scourge! And death to the living! Now, all can see. This is the hour of the Forsaken.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
So that was awesome. A couple points I want to point out really quick. First and foremost, Bolvar, despite, being directly hit by the Blight, did not melt like so many of the others did. That just goes back to what I mentioned earlier about how the Blight attacks your essence, your soul, rather than just your body. So someone with a strong spirit, like Bolvar had, doesn't melt. We actually saw some people melt. There was a guy, an orc I believe, holding his head as his face melted into his hands. But Bolvar didn't melt, he just fell over and died, and then was burned by the dragon's flame, and we'll see him again later. Don't worry. Alex Strasser herself has to come here and then hold the line. This will be addressing the majority of her attention for most of the remainder of the expansion, actually. She'll be right here trying to prevent the Scourge from going and counterattacking, even though it's actually ironically not necessary, not that she's aware of that, of course. Notice they burned away the Blight here, by the way, and the life that grew from it. That is specifically red dragon fire. And notice the screams, of course. Yeah, the red dragons really were angry about this entire situation. Especially what the apothecaries did. I'm going to start saying that, by the way. I've been kind of being mum on the idea, for the sake of salvaging this cutscene, but no. This is not the Forsaken that did this. This right here, this is the apothecaries who did this. Now you might think, why would the apothecaries ever attack everyone? They attacked Alliance, they attacked the Horde, they attacked the Scourge. Why would the apothecaries want to make an enemy of everyone? Who could ever possibly benefit from such an insane thing to do? Well, I actually have an answer for you.
Your war chief calls! Gather behind me at the gates of the Undercity. Soon we march upon our fallen city and reclaim it for the Horde!
I should probably pause really quick to explain something. Some people say, Harsh, how could you possibly sympathize with the Forsaken? You know one of the reasons why? Because the vast majority of the Forsaken are just regular people. One of the things that really struck me most about the battle for the Undercity is, after this, there's a series of quests which you don't see because I literally can't show you. So I have to show this through via this video that I have prepared here. Yes, all this has been removed from the game. I have to do this via videos. Anyways. So, words. So when we get word about this tragedy, and we go back, this is as the Horde perspective, by the way. The Alliance perspective is certainly important, but the Horde perspective, the Horde perspective is incredible. So just forgive me for a moment. We get back to Orgrimmar, and Orgrimmar is swarming with Forsaken people. Just ordinary, undead people who are a part of the Forsaken, who are not a part of the Apothecary, not a part of the proper military, not a part of Veramothra's machinations. These people are literally refugees who are fleeing from the Undercity as quickly as they can, desperate to get out. A lot of the Forsaken were killed as they were trying to escape. My heart just jumped out, desperately trying to help those poor people as you walk through Orgrimmar, which again is just swarming with these refugees. You get up to Thrall's room, and Sylvanas is there, and she's like, "This was not me." It's like the first thing out of her mouth. "This was not me. I have been betrayed." And she was so angry. You could hear the fury. Sylvanas is like, "You've got to be kidding me. I can't believe this has happened. In the moment of our greatest triumph against Arthas," because, she's all about the revenge still at this point in time. This horrible crap happened. Now, let's go ahead and discuss something. For those of you not aware, back during Frozen Throne, the Warcraft 3 expansion, Sylvanas gained the allegiance of a Nethrezim named Veramothras, one of the most brilliant and manipulative Nethrezim we ever see on camera. Veramothras came in and willingly served her and was basically the one in charge of her overall military circumstances and in charge of her apothecaries. You probably already see where this is going. So, here's the thing. In my mind, I think Sylvanas was stupid, basically. I don't want to use the word stupid, though. I think I'm going to use the word... she was really, really tunnel visioning. For her, all of her thoughts, all of her efforts were all focused on her revenge against the Lich King, right? And in so doing, she kind of forgot that she had a freaking Dreadlord in her throne room. For those of you not aware, the Nethrezim are most renowned for taking other people, manipulating them, and making them worse. So, yeah, the fact that Varimathras finally betrayed her, it wasn't really a surprise to the players. It was more like, wow, about frickin' time, you know? His timing was perfect, too. It is so Nethrezim. That was like the perfect moment to intervene. He completely ruined any chance of peace between the Alliance and the Horde for years as a result of that action. And of course, completely curtailed their efforts against the Scourge. And basically, that one move destroyed the Alliance and the Horde's military presence in Northrend. From this point on, not counting a little bit of a tidbit in Icecrown and in Grizzly Hills, the Alliance and the Horde will cease to be a factor in the Northrend campaign because of that one little move by Varimathras. So, once we deal with that, we go back and Thrall's like, we need to... We send basically a huge military force. Pretty much all of the major military of the Horde that is left goes and attacks the Undercity, which is what you're about to see. And yes, I'll show the Alliance side too. I think it makes more sense to do this kind of as a back and forth thing, so forgive me.
Blood and thunder, champions of the Horde! We fight on this day for our fallen brothers and sisters. Mourn them not, for they all died with honor in their hearts.
Varimathras actually had quite a few quests attached to him.
Great conflict. Our might combined shall obliterate those who would oppose us. The grave injustices committed against the Horde will be met by an unstoppable force of reckoning. I call to you, great spirits. Grant the Horde your blessing, for on this day, our cause is righteous and just. Spirits of wind, carry to Sourfang the Younger the song of war. May all of our fallen brethren be vindicated by this battle. The battle for the Undercity begins now.
Yeah, by the way, that's
Sound
Vulture.
the horns of war! Champions of the Horde, be empowered by the might of your war chief! Onward! Great wind, brother. Clear our path.
As a defense, Varimathras had his entire Undercity filled with the Blight to prevent intruders.
Welcome to my kingdom of darkness. Did you enjoy my minion's terrible creation? Potent, is it not? But enough prattling. You wish to reclaim your city. Come then, heroes. Your souls will fuel the host. You will have this place back in pieces.
Great water spirit, wash away this corruption. Attack! The courtyard is ours! Onward to the inner sanctum! Hold! They've destroyed the elevator.
The shaft is trapped, War Chief. A fall would mean certain death.
Great air spirit, hear my call once more. The spirits of air have heard my call. Cyclones will lower us to safety. Now we jump. We have breached the inner sanctum, heroes. We press on.
What have they done to my beautiful city? The only redemption for the traitors responsible for this will be an agonizing death. My vengeance will be swift and without mercy.
Lead the way, Dark Lady. We will follow.
Very well, War Chief. The Royal Quarter is this way. Stay on guard. There is no telling what Vermothras and Putris have in store for us. Hold! I sense dark magic. Demon magic. Stand ready.
My brothers have grown hungry. Your souls will sate their appetites.
I like how Sylvanas respects Thor. This isn't a cutscene, this is gameplay.
All, demon? Have you nothing left to throw at us? We come for you. Prepare yourself.
The Royal Quarter is just up ahead, War Chief.
Coward! You think to stop the War Chief of the Horde with pebbles? I will show you the true power of the elements. Great spirits of the earth, help us in our hour of need. Let's go, quickly! What is this?
Welcome to your future. What little there is left of it.
May my aim be true.
Too long. Tireless, endless planning. It will not end like this. Need more time. The Master is near. Such power. Can you not feel it, mortals? Cease this foolishness and join me. I will not fail. Not again.
My aim be true. Let none survive. Let none survive. May my aim be true.
I cannot hold. Destabilizing.
You have failed me, Vermothras.
Thousand pardons, Master. I will deal with these intruders myself. Years wasted.
We are victorious. The Undercity belongs to the Horde once more! Loktar! Dark Lady, join me. You have fought hard and spilled much blood for this right.
Such will be the fate of all enemies of the Horde, War Chief. Now we must deal with the wretch, Putris.
We shall, Sylvanas.
Alliance hordes. Stay on guard.
Wait a minute. What the hell's the Alliance doing here? Why don't we rewind time a little bit and see what was happening on the other side of things?
Your king calls. Gather behind me at the entrance to the sewers. Hidden inside this defiled city is the wretch responsible for murdering our brothers and sisters at the Wrathgate. He must be brought to justice. Soon we will march upon this cursed place and cleanse it of its evil. The march upon the Undercity begins now. Be empowered by your king's strength. Follow me, heroes, for the glory of the Alliance. Onward, brothers and sisters! Destiny awaits! Our descent into the depths of depravity begins. Be on guard. Jaina, lend us your strength.
Right away, Your Majesty. I hate resorting to violence. I hate resorting to violence.
What is this? Stand your ground! Don't give them an inch! Soldiers fall in. Guard the halls. Your aberrations are no match for the Alliance, Putris. We're coming for you.
What's happened here? There are corpses everywhere. The stench. Overwhelming.
Horde. By the looks of the struggle, they're here in force. Somewhere. Stay alert and on guard. There's no telling what horrors await us. Onward!
Do not let them pass, minions! Kill them! My work must not be interrupted!
The main chamber is this way. Let's go. There's nowhere to run, monster.
Stare into the abyss and watch as it blackens your souls! You are no match for my creations! This cannot be happening! It will not end like this! I've worked too hard! So many years! I will consume more energy! Power washes through me! I see everything! More suffering awaits!
And justice is served. What say you now, Putress? Look around you, brothers and sisters. Open your eyes. Look at what they've done to our kingdom. How much longer will we allow these savages free reign in our world? I have seen the Horde's world. I've been inside their cities, inside their minds. I know what evil lies in the hearts of orcs.
There's no orcs here, Varian.
The Undercity belongs to the Horde once more! Loktar!
Thrall, here. Onward! We end this now.
Varian, stop! I won't help you do this.
You should all know. The orcs have a battle cry. Loktar Ogar. It means victory or death. Fitting. To the throne room! I was away for too long. My absence cost us the lives of some of our greatest heroes. Trash like you and this evil witch were allowed to roam free, unchecked. But the time has come to make things right. To disband your treacherous kingdom of murderers and thieves. Putress was the first strike. Many more will come. I've waited a long time for this, Thrall. For every time I was thrown into one of your damned arenas. For every time I killed a green-skinned aberration like you. I could think of only one thing. What our world could be without you and your twisted horde. It ends now, Warchief. Attack! For Stormwind!
Try to remember, by the way, this was a lot of people's very first look at Varian as a character.
It did not have to be like this.
Heroes! It ends like it began. All that we have fought for in this world is lost. The hopes and dreams carried by my father and mother, by Doomhammer, gone. If only you were here right now, old friend, you would know what to do.
I know what he would do. He would say to you, Thrall, lead your people. Let's go home, old friend.
It's good to have you back, Varrock, old friend. I'm sorry about your boy.
So yeah, any hope of peace between the Alliance and the Horde just got pushed back several years. Thanks, Veramothers. Appreciate that. I could say a lot about that scene, but I really think it kind of speaks for itself, you know. Yeah. No, Permeus, she's like the only one, if you'll remember. She's from the comics. So was the Night Elf Druid, whose name I can't even remember. No, I haven't eaten yet. I was just getting in position for our next series of events. So, yeah. I love how the differing perspectives of the two sides really help shine a light on it. From the side of the Alliance, all they know, like if you've never done the Horde quest, if all you've seen is the Alliance, all you know is out of nowhere the Forsaken attack everything. And then you storm into the Undercity and you see just how disgusting and depraved of a place it is. And you see Putris, the head of the the head of the entire Apothecary Society, who's like, now I will kill everything. That was his name, Brawl. And yeah, it's very logical to follow Varian and to kind of go along with his general mindset. On the Horde side of things, this is a terrible betrayal from within. The idea that a huge faction of our own people have decided to go against us, and indeed everyone else, all at the same time. We have to go back and make this right. Because amongst the Horde takes care of its own. That's one of the most powerful and common themes of the Horde. Horde means family, after all. So blood washes blood. We go back and we defeat the Forsaken, that is to say, the Apothecaries, in order to specifically make this right. We do this to try and make things better with the Alliance, and in general. I forgot to mention one other little thing there, and that's the fact that Jaina actually approaches Thrall before the battle for the Undercity, and she explains to him, this is bad. I don't know if I can keep Varian back. He loved Bolvar like a brother. And Thrall says, we're going to do everything in our power to make this right. But it doesn't matter. Because Varian is so prejudiced at this particular point in time against the Orcs, specifically, not the Horde, the Orcs, that he actively blames everything about it on them. I loved his line especially about murderers, a kingdom of murderers and thieves, given everything Varian in particular has actually done in order to make things worse across the world. I mean, you remember me telling you what happened with the Defias, right? You remember how the Alliance is still not actually what I would call a good organization at this point in time? Yeah. This is probably the biggest reason why Varian is a terrible king. Because he's not a good leader. There's nothing about... Here, let's get some music. There's nothing about him that lends himself towards leadership qualities. A great soldier, absolutely. Someone who is more than capable of doing... great feats on the battlefield. But he literally just... He's very impulsive, he's very emotional, and he has a huge anger problem. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, you're just making... No, that's actually before any of this happened. One of the things, back when he was young, back when he was still being groomed for, and eventually became the King of Stormwind, was the fact that his wife had to constantly work with him to keep his anger problem under check. He had a huge temper. That's not really something you really want in a king. At least, something I don't really want in a king. As a general, as a high general, yeah, okay, I'm with that. He is pretty tactically capable, and he's very good at leading from the front. So, yeah, I'm with that. But not a king. On the other side of things, though, and I don't want to sound like I'm being a Horde apologist, as I already pointed out, Sylvanas really, really screwed up on this one. She allowed a freaking Nethrazim to work as her major domo for years. I don't even feel the need to add anything to that. That is just blindly stupid of her to do that. But on top of that, if we really go even a further step, as I pointed out, Thrall let this situation get out of hand. He was not being a strong leader. He was in fact being a weak leader by allowing his people to do things that they wanted to do. He wanted to allow them to... I need a link to verify that, Trek fan. because I haven't heard anything about that. He wanted them to be able to do their own thing. He wanted to be lenient. Okay, I'll be understanding, I'll be tolerant, I'll be kind. And that's fine in moderation. But the problem is the people who are underneath Thrall took that... Oh, God, no, Garrosh was terrible. The people underneath Thrall took that too far in the opposite direction. They took advantage of him, basically. And so Thrall allowed the Forsaken to get as bad as they were. Thrall allowed the Nethrezim. Thrall allowed the Apothecaries to grow into power. I'll go ahead and click that here. Nicholas Meyer joins as writer-producer. Well, good. Nicholas Meyer's amazing. There you go. There's my answer. Yeah, so the other thing, though, that really, really shines for me in this series of events, what you just saw was basically the beginning of the war. I know that there's been hostilities between the Alliance and the Horde, since Vanilla WoW, but they haven't actually been at war yet. That was the beginning of the war right there. Varian basically flat out made a declaration of war against the Horde. It was not officially done until a short while later. But, yeah. I was going to say, that's still a stupid thing, Hylas. It's just a different variety of stupidity. I don't think Sylvanas has any true loyalty to the Horde, even at this point in time. I will say I think she respected Thrall personally, and I think Thrall respected her personally, but that's probably about as far as that went. And yeah, as Nethrezim points out, and he pointed out during the chat, the little blobs of goo that were attacking you were, I almost guarantee you, those used to be people that Putris was flinging at you. Yeah. So, that was the end of the Wrathgate incident. From this point on, we will see basically no further strength amongst the Alliance or the Horde henceforth. And that's pretty much the end of them as far as being a power in Northrend. We will see a little bit of their influence in the Grizzly Hills, but that's about it, which we'll be doing next. But actually, when I say next, I'm actually totally lying. First, it's time to wrap up the Blue Dragonflight plot arc, which we'll be doing as soon as we get back from lunch. So I'll be back in a bit, guys.